Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the part of What If Naruto Got Harem. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The final match of the first round had concluded and brought with it the beginning of a much larger one. The soft white feathers hovered around the stadium, disappearing as soon as they reached the floor only to be replaced in the air again. From the center stand, a large, smoky explosion went off around the cage. In a state of confusion, only the fastest and most experienced reacted fast enough to grasp any kind of intelligence from the situation right away. Lord Hawkeye, several shouts echoed across the stadium, followed by dark blurs reaching the edge of the roof and smokescreen. Squad 1 above, Squad 2 below, protect the nobles. The lead ANBU shouted, his mask vaguely resembling a monkey cat. Of the 8 on the rooftop, 4 jumped off the edge to the stand below. So, you finally revealed yourself, eh? Orochimaru, the third Hawkeye said in an irritated tone. In a flash, the Kage was behind the Hawkeye, a kunai held against his throat. My, aren't we perceptive today? The Kage whispered in a different voice, one that could make your toes curl in fear, sensei. Bursting from the smoke, the Kage's guards flew directly at the Konoha ANBU, kunai at the ready. You will not interfere. The head ANBU shouted, whipping twin kunai out himself and slashing the assailants in half, their bodies clattering to the floor a moment later. In a flash, Orochi Kage leapt onto the roof with the Hawkeye, his kunai still at the ready. For shadowy figures burst from each half of 2 broken bodies, each landing past the ANBU in a rectangular formation around the captured Hawkeye. Finally, it's my time, one said. He dressed in a light gray tank top, an all-white yin-yang symbol adorned on the bottom, thick, purple rope tied around his waist, and strangely, 6 arms, each with a black armband on the wrists. His black hair was tied back in a ponytail with his sound headband in its proper place. We've all been waiting for this, I was so frustrated hiding in that disguise. Another replied. His shoulder-length gray hair hid all but his eye, a string of red beads hung around his neck. Next to the clasp of the beads was another neck extending out the back of his head, its gray hair covering it completely. He also wore a purple rope for a belt, only this had a green scroll fastened behind him. His brown shirt also coming down to thigh level, also bearing the white yin-yang symbol. You're all sweaty too. So gross, the third said. Her jagged red hair a mess underneath the black bandaged helmet she wore. She also bore a light gray shirt with white yin-yang symbol. Come on, we're all friends here, right? The last one finished. This seemingly overweight sound ninja sported an orange mohawk atop his head and around his ears, complete with purple rope belt and light gray shirt, also with the same white yin-yang symbol. The Hawkeye quickly analyzed each of them. Sound ninja, let's go. The head ANBU commanded as he and team took off. Do it, the green-bearing Sannin ordered. The 4 ninjas settled into a pose, the hands together. Ninja art, 4 flames formation, they cried out together. A purple light blinded the ANBU for a second. The lead ANBU opened his eyes only to slam into the big, purple rectangle that the 4 ninja had created. He bounced off back onto the tiles and rolled towards the edge, all the while he was on fire. The 2 remaining and captain stopped just short as their comrade rolled off the roof. A barrier. We'll have to figure out a way around this without dying. The captain thought out loud. But how? Back in the stands, Choza, Shikaku, and Inoichi were on their feet and rushing towards the center stand. 5 black figures leapt out of their clothes from their seats and stood in their path. What is this? Choza shouted. Sound ninja, keep going. Shikaku shouted. You got it. Choza replied, taking the lead before thrusting his fists forward. Mid-punch his fists expanded, taking up the entire pathway, hitting 3 of the ninja head-on. The other 2 leapt over, kunai at the ready. Both Shikaku and Inoichi used their friend's fists as a boost. Shikaku blocked and slammed his own fist into the enemy ninja's face, sending him slamming into the wall. Inoichi used his left arm to grab the other's wrist, holding firm as his palm found the enemy's forehead. The 3 regrouped as Inoichi let go, his opponent dropping to the floor. Well, what's going on? Choza asked. It's an invasion, the sand and sound have betrayed us, Inoichi stated, using the quick jolt of information gathered from the sound ninja's head. My, have we been found out already? Soft voice said behind them. The 3 turned to see a pair of glasses and chakra-covered hands coming towards them. Well, what's happening? Tenten asked as the ground shook. Shikamaru was watching as his dad's old team took out some mysterious figures. If my guess is correct, the Leaf Village is under attack. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Not on my watch, he shouted before jumping out of the box and up to the crowd. Naruto, Shikamaru called out, damn it. Neji, Tenten, with me. The 3 remaining genin jumped out of the box, following the blonde shadow clone jutsu. Figures turned as a small mass of black and orange rose up from the wall. The Naruto's red eyes worked fast, each checking for headband loyalty before bearing down on those unlucky enough to be wearing the wrong sort. The tide quickly changed in this section of the stadium as fighters were subdued or throats were slashed as the leaf overpowered the enemy with sheer numbers and confusion. Naruto turned to see several senbon impale themselves in the sand ninja's neck. A moment later, the Mad Mist duo appeared before him. Haku, Zabuza, it's an invasion, we know kid. Zabuza said calmly, before turning to Haku, you two, go help your friends. He ordered. They nodded as they took off towards the right stand. Give it up, girlie, you don't stand a chance. An approaching sound ninja smirked. Sakura stood in front of Ino, a kunai braced. Yamanaka was nursing her hand. A long but shallow cut scarred the back of her wrist to her elbow. What's going on? Sakura shouted at him. Can't you tell? He laughed evilly. We're going to wreck this place. So why don't you just put down that kunai and maybe we won't kill you? Ino scoffed as the three sound approached them, the smallest eyeing them lecherously. Ino nudged Sakura with her leg. In that instant, 3 kunai shout out, 2 from Sakura, 1 from Ino's good hand. The trio of sound ninja merely leant out the way. The air wobbled for a second. Where Ino and Sakura once stood, the third Hokage was now standing in his traditional hat and robes. What the original speaker of the trio began. You won't leave my village alive. The third stated proudly before taking a taijutsu stance. No, wait, I the smallest began. Kai. The right hand sound had shouted, his fingers together. The third shimmered away, revealing the 2 girls. Genjutsu, he muttered before reaching out to his leader to free him. Ninja tool, kunai gust. Spine, head, arms, legs, hands, and feet were all engulfed in kunai. Specifically, only the sound's body parts. The 3 ninja dropped to the floor in a crumpled head, covered in metal. Tenten, Sakura called out as the brunette and her makeshift team jumped over. Sakura, Ino, are you okay? She asked. I'm fine. Ino was sitting next to that small bastard though. Sakura gestured to Ino's arm as the blonde gripped herself tightly above the wound. This doesn't look good, guys. The battle's already begun and we're at a disadvantage. Shikamaru groaned, rubbing the back of his neck. They've got this planned out while we got ambushed. We need to regroup first of all. Regroup? How? Tenten looked puzzled. Make sure everyone is fine and help them out if they need it. Shikamaru began, an effective plan forming fast in his brain box. Let's go, Akamaru. A sound ninja turned to face a loud cry of fang over fang. The twirling forces struck him square in the stomach, sending him off the edge into the field below. Woohoo! You see that, Hinata? He laughed, turning back to his teammate. His breath caught in his throat as a sound ninja struck out with a kunai towards her. Hinata was watching the blow come towards her, her eyes wide, her body frozen. Hinata, Tiba shouted. Something clicked as Hinata's eyes closed. Her knees bent as the kunai caught a few hairs. The sound ninja overstretched as Hinata's palm slammed into his right thigh, right side, heart and chin, sending him reeling backwards onto the floor, unmoving. Both Kiba and Akamaru looked stunned as Hinata stood frozen again, her eyes still closed in her last attack. She opened her mouth as her breath escaped. She drew it back only to send out a small succession of coughs as she crumpled, kneeling on the floor. Hinata, Kiba rushed to her side as she tried to find her breath. Sand ninja who had beaten their opponents were advancing down the aisles and several saw the 2 as easy prey. An orange and black blur struck one in the face, spun, and grabbed the swinging arm of another. Haku, now. The sand ninja felt a hand on his head and his back, behind his heart. Ice style, cold-blooded. The 4 watched as fear flooded the ninja's face. The effects became apparent a second later as his body began turning blue, starting from Haku's hands and spreading over till he was completely blue. As soon as he'd finished, both Naruto and Haku let go as he overbalanced, falling to the floor, his right arm shattering into pieces beneath the weight. The other sound ninja looked at the 2 newcomers before Naruto's head turned sharply, his blood-red eyes staring at each one of them, killer intent leaking out. Several fled instantly, others took a second to register the danger before following. As soon as they turned their backs, Naruto's eyes returned to their normal color as he dropped to the ground on all fours. Naruto, a trio around him called. Hinata reached out a hand towards him but was cut off as Haku wrapped her arms around him. Naruto was breathing hard as he tried to push himself onto his knees. I'm just a little chakra worn. That's all. Kiba gave him a confused look. What did he do to wear himself down, even after his fight? In the corner of his eye, Kiba looked out onto the opposite stand. A small mass of Naruto were making their way along, frequent smoke bursts between them. Many had also swooped down into the arena again and others were on the roof. Something brushed along his side and nipped along the small path to Naruto's side. Naruto looked down as a small red Akamaru dropped a leather pouch in front of him, letting out a yip. Good idea, Akamaru. Naruto squinted as the red battle dog nudged the pouch. A few small dark balls rolled out. Saw lighter pills, Haku stated. Oh yeah. Naruto smirked as he grabbed 2 that dropped out and bit down. A few seconds later his breathing returned to normal as he rose to his feet. All right, now I'm pumped, he shouted, radiating confidence. You don't mind, do you, Kiba? The Inuzuka looked taken aback. 2. One of those can keep you going for 3 days and nights solid. How can he eat 2 without overloading himself? Oi, Kiba. Kiba returned to reality. You got any more of these? Yeah. Why? Kiba asked, Akamaru returning to his side. I'm gonna get these to the others. It'll be faster if we split up. Right, starting with you, Hinata. The shy Hyuga looked up from her seat on the floor into Naruto's eyes. You look like you need one more than me. Hinata just shook her head no slowly. I'm fine, Naruto-kun. She coughed. I'm not supposed to fight yet though. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Then we should get you to the healers. It'll be safe there. He crossed his fingers and about 50 more clones appeared. The instant they did, they took off down the rest of the stand he hadn't covered yet as he picked up Hinata bridal style. "No one'll get you now that I got you, Hinata." He smiled. Hinata's face resumed its normal red color while Haku glared, arguing with herself internally. "She's just a friend, this is a battle. Keep your head, Haku." Kiba, Haku, and Naruto holding Hinata leapt off the edge of the stadium, back down to Healing Bay. The other Chunin potentials had entered before. "Naruto," a voice called out. He turned as they landed in front of the entrance. Shikamaru, Ino, Sakura, Tenten, and Neji dropped down behind him. "Guys, you're all okay?" He smiled, looking more at Sakura and Ino than his other competitors. "No, thanks to you, Naruto," Sakura scolded. Shikamaru brushed her off. "We have more important things to worry about. Where is everyone else?" "Well, I think all our sensei are fighting and they can take care of themselves," Ino began. "Sasuke, Lee, and Choji are in here, so that's everyone, isn't it?" Naruto raised his hand to argue that point, but a small swarm of bugs in the shape of a hand rested on Ino's shoulder. "Aren't you forgetting someone?" a calm but firm voice said from the wall's shadow. Ino leapt forward, her heart trying to break free of her chest as Shino took a few steps into the group. "Okay, now everyone's here," Shikamaru started, glancing at his teammate. "We need a plan of action if we are to defend effectively and survive." A strange sound filled the Genin's ears as it burst out of the medical tunnel. A dark thought entered Naruto's mind as the trail could be seen in everyone else's. The sand trio. Everyone turned towards the tunnel as a blast of sand overflowed the entrance and covered the Genin. In a flash, they all emerged from the sand, backing up for a second before examining the tunnel. The sand, now inanimate, lay like a frozen waterfall from the doorway to the ground before them. The area between the sand and ceiling was still big enough for them to get through. "Choji," Shikamaru called out. Another brainwave swept over them. Without a word, they all charged into the tunnel together, their heads bowed slightly. Choji coughed and spluttered, his back against the wall, his legs covered in sand. "What the he began?" "Gaara," a feminine voice called over the dust and sand. Trying to regain his bearings, Choji tried to pierce his gaze through the dust. His eyes caught sight of light through an odd-shaped doorway as two black blurs jumped through and out. His brain kicking back into ninja mode, he kicked off the sand and struggled to his feet, a hand in front of his mouth as he waved away the dust. "Choji," a familiar voice called out to him. "Shikamaru, in here." He coughed. The air began clearing as Shikamaru and the remaining Konoha 13 rushed in. Shikamaru ran up to his longtime friend, but Ino was slightly faster. The blonde blur slammed into him, pulling him into a one-armed hug as a few tears broke free. "Choji, thank God," she cried. Choji finally got the chance to look around as the dust settled in the room in his mind. Sand covered the floor and was a good few feet deep. The medical gurneys he and others had been laying on were upturned or buried. What he thought was an odd doorway at first revealed itself as a hole in the wall. He then heard twin cries of "Sasuke" and "Lee" as Ino released him. Team 10 turned to see a smoke engulf the lower end of the room as multiple Naruto now tunneled into the sand, followed by the others. "What's going on?" "It's an invasion, Choji. The sand and sound are attacking," Ino explained. "We need every able body if we are to defend from two villages. You think you can fight?" Shikamaru asked, concern hung in his words for his friend he had to battle not an hour ago. "Give me a sec," he replied, reaching for his pouch as he brought out a glass case with 3 pills inside. "Choji, you can't use those yet. You're low enough on chakra as it is. You eat those, you won't make it out of this." His dog-like hearing picking up the conversation, Kiba turned from his digging and tossed his other bag of Soliter pills over to Shikamaru, who caught them out of the air. "These should work better," he offered. Choji hesitantly put his pills away in favor of crunching on one of the Inuzuka's own. His energy flowed back in its full as soon as the pill hit his bottomless belly. While this was going on, the others had uncovered both Lee and Sasuke. "Oh, Sasuke," Sakura cried as she hugged the Uchiha after seeing the pained look on his face. Naruto held the bag of Soliter pills as Sakura looked expectantly at him. "Come on, Naruto, help him," she half-ordered, half-pleaded. "I can't," he said simply, confusion evident on Sakura's face. Why not?" she said angrily. Kiba's voice cut across hers as she began to reach for the bag. "Because neither of them would be of any kind of use to us." Sakura, Tenten, Hinata, Choji, and Ino's eyes widened before looking down at their teammates. "We all know how these two act. Not only would both of them want to fight on the front lines during this battle, they also have numerous injuries from their own," Shino stated calmly. "Soliter pills only boost your chakra, they can't heal you any faster," Kiba explained. The group was silent for a moment as the sounds of battle raged outside around them. "Done," Shikamaru muttered as everyone turned to him. "All right, here's the plan," he started. "Sakura, Ino, you two will get Lee and Sasuke to the hospital. Haku, you have some medical training, right? Bandage Ino's arm, then head out at once." The 3 girls nodded. "Hinata, you can't fight without straining yourself. You will go with the others to the hospital." Before she could reply, Neji cut in. "I will escort her there myself." Shikamaru sighed. "I was afraid of that." Tenten, Kiba. They nodded. "You two get back and make sure the civilians are unharmed and, if you can, get as many of them up and away from the outer walls and battles." The two nodded in understanding and head back to the door, Shikamaru handing Kiba his pills back as he passed. "Naruto, myself, Choji, and Shino will hunt down that sand kid and his siblings," he corrected, his team nodding slowly at the end with raised eyebrows. Why them? Ino asked quickly. There's something not right about them, he replied, his mind struggling to understand. Lack of information caused him to give up and focus on the chase before this answer. Take these, Sakura. Naruto offered out the pills, having already taken a small handful for himself. We might all need these at some point. Sakura nodded, taking the pouch, a look of determination on her face. She had been given a mission to protect her crush, and this was one mission she would not be useless on. Let's go, Shikamaru shouted to his team. The 4 genin emerged from the hole their targets escaped from earlier. Let me take a look at that arm, Haku offered to Ino as soon as their team was alone. Thanks, Ino said, holding out her battle-scratched arm. Haku set to work giving it a quick disinfection spritz followed by bandages. Are you sure you can walk, Hinata-sama? Neji asked, a hint of anger in his voice. I'm fine, Neji, Hinata reassured him. While Haku helped Ino and Neji continued his mission for the main house, always protect the main house members, Sakura was checking over Sasuke. Don't worry, Sasuke. With Neji and Haku with us, there's no way they'll let you get hurt. You'll save us, she reassured to the unconscious form in her lap. A quick look over her shoulder to see if anyone was watching, and she quickly slipped a soliter pill from the pouch into Sasuke's mouth. She disguised her actions by lifting her teammate up onto her back, clumsily. Sasuke was much heavier than she thought. Either that or she was a lot weaker. Sakura grimaced at this thought. Her resolve to finish this mission hardened as Ino helped Lee onto Haku's back, Ino's arm turning out to be near useless for now. Byakugan, Neji called out as his eyes pulsed. Everybody ready? Everyone nodded. Let us depart then. First Neji, then Hinata, followed by Haku carrying Lee and Ino, with Sakura and Sasuke bringing up the rear as they leapt out of the hole onto the nearest roof. However, as Sakura landed, Sasuke's eyes opened. The Jonin and Chunin along the wall were doing their best to hold out against the flooding sand and sound ninja, but something turned the tide before they could react. With a mighty crash, a section of Konoha's outer wall crumbled before the most recent battle weapon. A giant 3-headed snake towered over the wall and let out a mighty, unsnake-like roar from each of its heads. One of the Chunin stood right below the beast, where its scales met the land. He had only one thought on his mind. Mommy, somebody get back up. A Jonin cried from above. This Chunin heard his way out and took it, fleeing from the monstrous summon as fast as he could. Then again, he would have fled had the order been given or not. He leapt to the rooftops and jumped several buildings, his breathing ragged not from the sudden run but from looking the creature in the eye. A flash of movement to his right as he jumped away. More blurs passed him as they landed on different rooftops. Their red swirls didn't mistake it. Backup had arrived. This is as far as you're going to get. A Jonin leader called out to the boas, performing hand signs as he did. The same signs were copied by his squad as simultaneous ball of fire shot of their mouths, trying to engulf the snakes. The flames danced around their scales. Their heads, the target and apparent weak spot, reared back out of the way before slamming into the shinobi-occupied buildings, all but a few fireball jutsu sources extinguished. Release. Another pair of civilians awoke. The husband and wife looked around groggily before sharp sounds and a loud instruction rang in their ears. Get to the bunker. Their brains awakening, they both noticed the bunned brunette staring sternly at them. Their village's emergency knowledge flowed to the front of their minds as they immediately rose and passed the girl with the buns, up and out of the stadium. You know, one of these people could at least say thanks, Kiba complained as he stood guard a few rows down. Shut up, Kiba, Tenten scolded, jumping to the next pair of people. Kiba growled as his keen eyes scanned around them. Battles were going on all around the stadium, but none of them were in their section. He guessed he had Naruto to thank for that. Tenten put her hands on the next pair's heads. "K," she began. She couldn't even get out 3 letters before a red and brown blur slammed into their heads. The pair awoke the next second. Get to the bunker," Tenten ordered again. The pair, a young boy and teenage girl, rose. Tenten looked up and saw the rest of the row heading towards the door. "How did?" she asked. A small yip from the chair 1 row up answered her question. "Good job, Akamaru," Kiba called back. The pup barked again before jumping back onto his owner's head. "He can use chakra too, remember." Kiba turned and winked at Tenten. Her eyes widened, however, as a figure leapt over the edge of the arena towards Kiba. She couldn't reach her kunai in time as the sound ninja readied his for the killing blow. Dynamic entry. Her heart slowed as not a second later, the sound ninja's head met with the arena guard bars with a sickening crunch before he toppled back over the edge. The 2 genin stood shocked as the new figure turned toward them. "Don't let your guard down," he said before his left eye closed in a wink, his teeth letting off an audible ping and his left hand raised itself into a thumbs up. "Guy-sensei," Tenten smiled, her thanks for her teacher outweighing the impulse to yell at him. "Are you two all right?" he asked. They both nodded. "Good. The civilians should be escaping through the secret passage to get to the bunker." "Good work." He smiled, again with a ping. A sand ninja shot out between Guy and Kiba, several kunai lodged in his chest. He crashed into the seats before landing in a heap on the floor. Tenten and Kiba turned to see what had caused it. "You're late, Kakashi," Guy said firmly. "Sorry," he apologized, his voice carrying a distinctly fed-up tone. "I was taking out the trash." All 3 sweat dropped. Kakashi's demeanor suddenly changed. "Kiba, Tenten, where is everyone else?" We met up in the medical room," Kiba began. Shikamaru thought up a plan. Ino, Sakura, Neji and that girl Haku are getting Sasuke, Lee and Hinata to the hospital. Me and Tenten were ordered to get the civilians out of here. What? Why were you taking Sasuke out of a clearly safe area? Kakashi's voice rose. Kiba backed down a bit, his hands raised in front of him. It was hardly safe. Tenten shouted behind him, taking Kakashi's single-eyed gaze off of Kiba and onto herself. That Gaara kid went nuts. The whole place is filled with sand, and there wasn't a Medi ninja around the whole time we were there. Kakashi's eye widened before he flashed out of sight. They presumed down to the medical bay. What about the rest of the genin? Guy asked, authority in his voice but no hint of anger that graced Kakashi's. We don't know. We left before he said anything else, Tenten admitted, feeling a little ashamed for not knowing the full battle plan and safety of her teammates. All we know is that Shikamaru, Naruto, Choji and Shino were the only ones left. Guy's massive eyebrows furrowed. If Shikamaru is anything like his father, he's already made a plan. Combine that with the four-man cell he could make, and those genin could take down a few enemy ninja before needing any backup. Another sound ninja burst over the edge of the railing towards Guy's turned back. Without blinking he jumped, turned and sent him sailing right back where he came from with a swift kick. Right, well I trust Shikamaru's judgment. You two should keep this up. The sooner we get the civilians out of here the better, Guy announced. Right, Tenten and Kiba nodded together with a positive yip from Akamaru. I just hope everyone's okay, Tenten thought, her mind trailing back to a specific blonde. Oi, keep up Naruto, Shikamaru called back. Naruto picked up his pace to resume his position in the cell, resisting the urge to sneeze. The team was traveling across the Leaf Village in diamond formation. Shino stood at the back, several bugs flying off behind him every few paces to detect anyone trailing them. Next came Shikamaru and Choji in the middle. Should the group get intercepted, they could split in 4 different directions coupled with keeping their muscle and mind together. Naruto took up the remaining position at the front. He'd managed to convince Shikamaru his eyes would be best at spotting anything ahead and either side. This way, he called back, his red, slitted eyes glimpsing something in the distance. The group followed Naruto's lead despite the unusual niggling in the back of their mind that something wasn't right with this either. Since when could Naruto track? Sounds of battles faded the further they hurried into the village. They were nearly 3/4 of the way to the Hokage Manor. Shikamaru didn't like it. If my predictions are correct, they're heading toward the academy. Hey, what's up Konohamaru? The small orange-haired girl asked her friend. The boy in question was gazing around the sun. Not into it directly, just around it. There's something not right about this, he muttered. Well, we're having an emergency evacuation, we get to miss class. That's a bonus, right? She smiled, bringing both hands clenched just under her chin for cuteness effect, trying to draw his gaze to her instead. Konohamaru's gaze fell to the further regions of the village underneath the sun at this point in time. All right everyone, we're going out through the trapdoor in the kunai range today. Just follow your teachers and obey instructions. A leading ninja called to the classes, authority heavy in her voice. Konohamaru obeyed reluctantly as he turned back to his instructor for the day since Iruka had cashed in some time off just for Naruto's fight. The classes quickly hurried to the range. Being at the opposite end of the building, Iruka's class would enter last purely because of such fact. Gaara. The instructors' heads turned, as well as Konohamaru's and 2 other students. Everybody inside now. The closest teacher called out, herding the last of the students into the open range before performing the ram hand sign. 3 instructors remained outside as the metal door closed shut quickly, with barely a click, as they turned toward the source of the disturbance. Gaara, wait, a higher-pitched voice called out. A female's as far as the teachers could tell. Stay away. A distressed shout echoed in the academy courtyard. The teachers readied themselves. An explosion of sand erupted on the rooftop directly across from the courtyard. The roof caved. The explosion sent half the building crumbling into chunks before falling towards them. It crashed into the ground where the wall ended, heavy chunks landing on top burying the helpless trash can located beneath. The 2 male teachers clutched kunai while the female held her hands ready for counterattack. The roof and dust settled as contents of the apartments located within could be seen. Mother, must have blood. A dark and eerie voice pierced through the rubble. The stone and other materials shifted as something pushed them up from below. Before they crumbled to the floor, they scattered into a fine powder as what could only be described as a monster rose from the debris. You'll do perfectly, the figure muttered before its over-proportioned right arm shot out. Hinata-san, I will carry you if I have to. Neji's monotone voice barked at his younger cousin. I am fine, Neji. Hinata gasped as her lungs asked for more air than she could breathe. Hinata, we have to get to the hospital as fast as we can. Ino complained. Lee's weight was beginning to tire her working arm out, Haku lending him to her while she stood on point as the group had ducked into a dead-end alley to recover, mostly for Hinata's sake. I must insist the urgency of our departure. Haku called back, her voice lowered. The battles are drawing closer. Hinata looked into her cousin's eyes briefly before looking down at her feet. Okay then, she muttered. Neji reached down and plucked the fragile girl up into his arms, one under her knees and another along her back. Then we are ready, Neji stated. Haku turned and ran with the others as they dashed up the building. There's no such thing as a dead end for a ninja. With Haku being the only one with arms free, she was the lone guard for the small squad for this brief time. The group jumped across to the next rooftop as battle continued below. An explosion shocked Ino, Sakura, and Hinata as it went off directly below them as they crossed to another roof. "Just keep going," Haku ordered, unaffected by the sudden blast. The battles helped draw little attention so far, but here their luck ran out. As Haku landed, 3 sound ninja followed from below, jumping up to the rooftop as they spotted fleeing prey. Sensing their chakra, Haku turned and hurled a senbon at each of them, aiming for their throat. The lead sound ninja merely blocked the senbon with 3 of his own. "I'll take care of these guys, just get them to safety," the ice mistress called back as she tuned to face her opponents. Neji's eyes caught hers, nodding in response before the 3 continued with their cargo. "Shouldn't we help her?" Hinata said, her voice like a whisper to her cousin. "She is a fully qualified ninja with more experience than any of us. I do not doubt her skills to at least stall for us. Well, looky what we found." The voice rang in the genin's ears. Neji turned to see another trio of ninja, San this time, standing on the opposite roof, all smirking confidently. "If I'm not mistaken, there's a pair of eyes for each of us there," the leader continued. "Hinata, can you stand?" Neji whispered to his cousin. "Yes," she replied as he lowered her legs to the ground. "It is my duty to protect you. Get everyone else out of here. But, go." Hinata gulped nervously before the remaining girls began moving towards the edge of the roof as Neji stepped forward, settling into his gentle fist stance after a blink and muttered, "Byakugan. Yeah, like we'll let you escape that easily." The sand leader laughed, leaping over the gap with his teammates. Neji intercepted him, striking him thrice on his left arm as it rose to block, followed by a kick to the gut. His teammate, flanking on the left, struck as Neji's attack ended, aiming to bring his arm down on Neji's leg. Neji twirled on his remaining leg before planting the other out of the way, turning into a spin. "Rotation," he shouted as a blue swirl of chakra caught his foe's arm, grinding it against the pure chakra before yanking him along with the spin, hurling him along the roof before his head caught the slight rise at the edge, knocking him out. Neji stopped spinning as he rounded on the third foe. His spinning had either thrown his timing off or the sand ninja was faster. Hinata had frozen the moment the sand ninja had moved, her eyes wide as the last sand ninja drew and raised his kunai. "That's not very nice." The sand ninja's eyes widened as a dark red pair with 2 Tama 1 and 3 in the other stared back into his. Before he could react, a leather-bound fist slammed into his face, sending him sprawling. "Sasuke," Ino cheered. The boy didn't react as he turned toward her, now looking her in the eyes. Neji's attention was split between the new fighter and the sand leader that was attacking him again. He ducked, turning as he did, narrowly dodging a kunai. He brought his arms up, striking him in several places along his undamaged arm before slamming his elbow back into the ninja's ribs, robbing him of his breath as he curled up on the floor. Neji delivered a swift kick to the temple to knock him out as his eyes showed him Ino, holding Lee, dropped to the floor. "Sasuke, what are you doing?" Neji shouted at his fellow leaf ninja. Black flames traveled along his left arm and face before he turned to the Hyuga prodigy. "You're holding me back," he said simply before flashing out of sight. Only Neji's duty to Hinata tied him to the spot as his sight saw the Uchiha already several houses away, heading towards the gate where the bulk of the invasion was taking place. "Neji," Hinata called to her cousin as she knelt by Ino's side. "What did he do to them?" Neji turned and saw Sakura on the floor too. Both hers and Ino's chakra were flowing incorrectly. "They are both under a mild genjutsu," he reported, kneeling by Sakura's side as they both released the genjutsu. The 2 girls raised themselves up slowly. "What's going on?" a familiar voice shouted. The group turned to see Haku land, followed by Zabuza. Sasuke woke up. Neji reported, "We can worry about details later. Right now our main goal is the hospital." The group rose with Zabuza helping Lee back onto the Haku's back. Poor boy had taken even more bumps just by traveling. Sakura just sat, unnoticed by those around her as she looked out at her surroundings. Sasuke. Several buildings were reduced to rubble and splinters as a scaled tail slid through them. The giant summons heads rearing up and hissed again before slamming down on another set of buildings. Through the dust and smoke, shuriken and kunai flew, making their mark in buildings, trees or their intended targets, the enemy. Leaf, sand and sound ninja alike lay still on the streets, their bodies broken from slashes, kicks and jutsu. Several leaf ninja stood on a building, downwind from the action as they observed the destruction. "We have to hold them off somehow," Hijanen shouted to others down below. The snake reared up again as a trench-coated ninja just stared at the beast in shock. "GRRR, it's out of our hands now," a voice called out over the battle. Relief washed over Leaf Ninja while the enemy trembled in fear. Summoning, bring down the house jutsu. A huge burst of smoke appeared in the sky briefly before a large shadow cast itself on the floor. The air split and the ground shook as a giant, green toad burst into existence, 2 katanas strapped around its back by a pink belt, and slammed down, right onto a snake's head. Its neck, if you can call it that, was crushed beneath the giant toad as it let out one last, feeble hiss. Its eyes rolling back to show only yellow as its brain shut down. "That jutsu," Ibiki muttered, shielding his eyes from the dust blown up. As it settled, the squad looked back at the new arrival with awe. "Long time no see, Ibiki," the summoner called from atop the toad. My, what have they been feeding you? You used to be such a little squirt." "Master Jiraiya, finally joining us are you?" Ibiki smirked. "Jiraiya, like the Sannin. one of the less experienced Jonin asked in disbelief. Alright you baby chicks, open wide those beady little eyes of yours, watch closely, he called back as he began his signature dance. When it comes to dealing with strange, otherworldly freaks and monsters, no one's better than a strange hermit ninja. Thank goodness that Jurei is here. The other snakes stopped smashing up the city and focused on the mad hermit. Now unless you want to make this frolic really mad, you'll never bother us again. His thoughts turned serious, so that pain in the neck, Orochimaru, has finally started. Hibiki landed next to him atop Yamahiro. Where's Hokage? Jiraiya asked. The battle arena. I see. Don't die on us, old man. Several ninja close by had stopped to watch the spectacle as one of their giant opponents was crushed in an instant. Many Sound and Sand were shocked and afraid. A Sannin had now joined the battle against them. This was not what Orochimaru or the Kasuga trained them for. Several lower-ranked ninja backed up, closer to the wall they breached, while others continued the attack, afraid but determined. Leaf Ninja saw this as an opportunity to push back and did so with gusto. That's it. Don't give him an inch. The Jonin commander shouted as he planted a kunai into another Sand's heart. His 3 squad mates joined him as they pushed them back across buildings and streets. It seemed too easy at first. No, a Sand ninja called out, jumping back into building wreckage. The Leaf Jonin looked down at a loosely covered paper tag as it began smoking. Several explosions filled the crossroads. Yaha, now that's how you take Leaf scum out, a Sand shouted, trying to boost his team's morale. On the other side of the street, 3 figures shot out of the smoke with minor damage, including the commander. Kiowa, he shouted, trying to call out to the only Chunin not to emerge. Looking for someone. The squad turned to see a Sharingan-wielding Genin holding up said teammate by the scruff of his neck. You, the Jonin commander gasped. Me, Sasuke smirked, dropping the unconscious Chunin at his feet. My turn, he muttered, flashing out of sight so fast even the Jonin commander couldn't believe this Genin's speed. The Sand ninja responsible for the explosion laughed loudly at his victory. Did you see that? I blew them straight to. Sasuke flew through the smoke and sent the guy flying into a wall with a strong kick to the face. Before his 2 teammates could react, he jumped into the air and finished his hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Small, powerful balls of fire stuck the area around the 2 before a pair hit them, sending them flat on their backs. One quickly jumped to his feet only to hear the unmistakable sound of a kunai finding its target. The small smokescreen caused by the jutsu quickly dissipated, revealing Sasuke, perfectly balanced on a kunai in his teammate's throat. You bastard, he shouted, flying through his own hand signs. Earth-style, bombardment. Sasuke felt the chakra around him as the very earth and stone centered on him. Bits of wall, stones and tiles all shot straight towards him from all directions. Let's see you escape that. The final Sand ninja taunted. The dust began to settle as his eyes tried to find his victim. The light suddenly lit up as a shadow covered him. He looked up. Sasuke brought his foot down on the top of the Sand's head, slamming it into the floor before flipping back, landing crouched. TSH, too easy, he muttered. His heart beat. Urgh. He clutched his side, gasping and breathing a little deeper than before. Damn Lee. The pain fled a moment later, his flame marks flashing purple briefly right before it. This power, it's unbelievable. He laughed. Behind him, he heard the clangs and whizzes of battle. He turned to face them, seeing the flashes of steel meeting and the jutsu used battering the streets and the opposition. He started walking towards the battle, an arrogant smirk on his face. A giant snake head slammed into the ground in the middle of the battles, sending ninja scattering to safety for a few brief moments as another building fell. Finally, a challenge. He smirked before running towards his new target. The snake's head turned sharply, its eyes staring straight into Sasuke's Sharingan. The snake lifted its head, its new focus on Sasuke apparent while his other, middle head distracted the Sannin and his toad. Sasuke jumped, landing on a building on the left-hand side of the street. The snake reared back, poised to strike as Sasuke drew nearer to it and released, its jaws open wide, on a direct course for the Uchiha. Sasuke jumped right, onto the opposite side, his eyes keeping up with the snake's movements. The building crumbled as the snake's head tore through it, its body at a full stop as it collided with the ground. Sasuke saw his chance and jumped back, his feet planting themselves onto the scales and holding on with chakra. It moved, lifting its head high, it shook his head quickly, trying to remove the dust from settling in its eyes. No, Sasuke shouted at his body, running along the scales up to the snake's head, drawing a handful of tags in each hand. The snake's irritant cleared as it searched for its prey quickly. A darkness quickly fell over its left eye and something rectangular latched itself above and below the eye. Feeling for the connection, the snake shook its head violently, feeling its prey latch to the top. Damn it, Sasuke cursed as he held on tight with his chakra. He couldn't move like this. Take this. He gritted his teeth, holding his right hand up in a half-ram sign. A bright light filled the snake's vision, or at least half of it. The flash tags lit up like the sun as Sasuke activated them. The light was too much for this giant summon. With no eyelids to block the light, all it could do was writhe in pain. Its movements became faster as it jerked its head more and more violently. Sasuke bent down, holding himself steady with his hands full of chakra. Suddenly the snake jerked its head straight down. He could feel the air trying to rip him off as his holds weakened. Before the snake struck the ground, it suddenly jerked back up. Sasuke's grip failed as the sudden change in direction strained his joints, putting massive pressure on his already injured chest. As the snake reached the top of its jerk, Sasuke was hurled up into the air. His body shot through the sky, the wind holding his limbs stiff as he rose higher and higher. The pain on his neck and side suddenly flared from the seal along with his other injuries. He cried out, not even able to grip himself in pain, only bear it. He was much higher than even the Hokage monument before his body slowed and he could grip his everywhere tightly, trying in vain to stop the pain. Gravity brought his mind back to earth shortly before his body began the journey. The cold air stung his eyes as he picked up speed, his limbs now stuck to his sides as he shot downward. Come on, move, he cried out to himself, willing his limbs to obey him. In one quick movement, his arms forced themselves against the wind and up to his face. He shielded his eyes from the wind, trying to reopen them to find a means to save himself. Opening a crack between his fingers, he looked down, the air battering itself against his eyebrow. His eyes caught sight of his flash tags as they burned out on the snake's eye directly in front of him. The snake's eyes were once again fixed with his, the only difference this time being the pain at the back of his neck and the eerie purple glow from the 3 tamo on the snake's head. The second snake's head fell to the ground with a huge smash as Gamahiro flicked his katana, while Jiraiya landed back on his head, his breath as hot as the dragon flame bomb jutsu he just unleashed. Why did its last head not back it up? Jiraiya thought, quickly turning to face the last major obstacle in this breach. His eyebrows furrowed as he saw the last snake looking into the sky at something. Turning his own gaze that way, he saw something small moving through the air fast. His eagle eyes zoomed in on said object, a red and white fan. His mind raced, remembering what Orochimaru was after all those years ago, watching as the snake's mouth opened slowly. Oh no you don't, Gamahiro, Jiraiya shouted to the toad, his partner knowing immediately what to do. Sasuke shot closer towards the fangs as its mouth opened wider. The air pressure dropped as he regained control of his limbs. His mind shocked into slow mode while his body worked on autopilot, reaching for anything from his pouch. In the corner of his eye he saw a giant green blur shoot towards his destination. Sasuke's hand gripped a kunai as his frontal vision filled with snake mouth. No, Jiraiya shouted, leaping from his position, willing the snake's jaws not to close. Sasuke's head turned and his eyes met Jiraiya's. An explosion of sand flared up in front of the leaf cell. Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji and Shino jumped out of the way onto a building edge as the sand fell back to earth. Gaara, what are you doing? A familiar voice met the leaf's ears. They turned to see the sand puppet user and the fan wielder just down the row of buildings they were on, shouting towards whatever the group had just dodged. The sand settled as a deep triumphant laugh rang out across the clearing. Hey guys, Choji started, confusion and fear present in his voice. Wasn't the academy here yesterday? The group looked around, all noting the buildings they all recognized as they entered the academy each morning not even a year ago, except for the academy itself. Griha. The group looked down into the clearing, exactly where their old classroom used to stand. The one they knew as Gaara looked like he was fading away as sand consumed him from his right side to his left. His gourd had disappeared or possibly now covered his back and formed the sand tail behind him. His right arm was covered in the same stuff and was at least 5 times too big to fit his body. Dark blue veins covered the sand from every point, all the way up to his half-transformed face. Exactly half his face was covered with the stuff. The white of his covered eye now black with a yellow iris. It held a black 4-point star with the pupil surrounded by 4 black dots. Over by his siblings, Temari was holding her head in her hands while Kankuro looked sternly at his brother. Temari, there's no stopping him now, he comforted, placing a hand on her shoulder. We need to get out of here before he takes us out along with this place. But our mission is done, Temari, he said, downcast. We'll get him later. Temari nodded before jumping away in the direction of the Hokage monument. Before Kankuro jumped away he muttered to himself, ... if we can. Shikamaru watched as the 2 Suna ninja jumped away, leaving the score 4-1. The small group backed up, away from visibility from the monstrous genin. Right you guys, we need to, Shikamaru began, trying to get the most effective plan sorted in his head. Naruto, however, cut in. Leave him to me, he said firmly, just looking down into the destroyed academy ground, his eyes catching sight of something he wished he hadn't seen, a pair of green goggles. They looked at him like a madman, though Shino just looked the same, only with raised eyebrows. Why, we can't do that, Naruto, you have no idea what we're up against. He could, Shikamaru argued, but once again, Naruto interrupted. He's the container for the one-tailed beast, Shukaku. Naruto replied. Boo, how do you think you can beat him on your own then? The 9 tails nearly razed this village to the ground. Why do you think you can take down the 1 tails? Shikamaru shouted harshly, worried for his comrade. Don't forget that Jiraiya trained me to use his secret awesome techniques while we were out hunting. You 3 go and get the other 2. Shikamaru was beside himself by now. His mind was drawing a blank as to what he could do and how this battle could work out in their favor. Shikamaru, Choji, you 2 go after the others. I will remain and assist Naruto. If possible, I will also get Jiraiya here as fast as possible using my bugs, Shino said in his monotone voice. Shikamaru didn't like this one bit. If you guys are sure, then we've got no choice. Choji sighed in defeat. Come on, Shikamaru, grabbing his friend's collar and yanking him away. It didn't take them long to flash out of sight. That's when Shino spoke to Naruto. I hope you know what you're doing. I will try to assist in any way possible. Naruto nodded as Shino backed up to another building, releasing some of his bugs to find Jiraiya. Naruto walked back to the edge, looking down at Gaara. Naruto's anger rose as he saw definite, fresh blood patches on pieces of debris that remained. How dare you! He shouted out down at the sand Jinchuriki. The grotesque, incomplete-tailed genin turned and glared at its fellow Jinchuriki, his sharp teeth evident with saliva coating his lower jaw. It's you. You. He babbled, his voice rising with each successive word. I've been looking forward to this. Mother will be pleased. Naruto gritted his teeth. You'll pay for everyone you hurt. He yelled back, reaching inside himself and feeling for Kyubai's chakra. The form that was Gaara just burst out laughing evilly. You think you can kill me? He roared. You will not wipe out my existence. Their eyes locked, Naruto's blood-red eyes burning into Gaara's own. You invaded my village and attacked my friends. You will pay for every person you've killed. Naruto raged. Naruto, a booming voice shouted from inside his head. Tayu, Kyubai, control your emotions. If you do not think clearly, he will destroy you. The nine-tailed fox shouted. Naruto slowed his breathing down, taking a few deep breaths, closing his eyes for maximum effect. Bad move, a scratchy voice yelled. His eyes shot open as a sandy veined hand shot out towards him, slamming into the ledge beneath his feet. Shino watched from behind as Naruto was bathed in dust before jumping back. The small section off roof he was on crumbling to the ground below. Both Genin watched as the sandy hand gripped the new ledge it had made. Naruto's ears picked up the straining in the sand. His hands flashed in and out of his pouch before hurling the drawn items. Shino watched as the twin kunai just missed the hand. Two thuds followed as they aimed themselves into Gaara's right shoulder when he jumped up to the building. Time slowed as a bright light briefly illuminated the battlefield and an explosion erupted from the kunai's hilt. Gaara was consumed in flames and smoke as the tagged kunai exploded. Shino's eyebrows raised again as Naruto remained focused. The smoke soon cleared, revealing Gaara's giant arm held in front of his face. You'll have to do better than that, he shouted. As soon as he finished, two orange blurs shot out of his sand wrist. The kunai were fired so fast, the friction from the air made them burn. Naruto's eyes widened as they flew too fast for him to dodge. The first slammed into his stomach, making him reel over in the split second he had before bursting into smoke, the second flying through the smoke where his head used to be, tearing a big hole in the rooftop access behind him. Huh? Gaara stared, angrily confused. Shino quickly scanned the area for Naruto. Your turn, Gaara shouted, suddenly turning towards Shino. The bug user summoned his bugs as Gaara jumped with huge force, his hand outstretched towards his new target. Naruto-style whip. As Gaara crossed the gap between buildings mid-jump, a mass of black and orange slammed into his exposed side. Shino watched as a line of Naruto rose up from the alley, the topmost one just reaching above the edge, before they slammed into Gaara, bursting into smoke in the process. Gaara shot through the air, receiving the full whiplash of the blow, crashing into and through an apartment building. The real Naruto jumped back up to the roof, landing on Shino's side as the dust rose. Pretty sneaky, using me as bait. Shino spoke, his voice a little deeper than usual. Sorry Shino, but I needed the distraction to make some more clones. For that sneak attack. Naruto nodded. If his sand gets a hold of you, you're dead. I needed the clones. I've been looking forward to this. The two turned and saw Gaara, now standing on the other building's roof just above the hole he'd crashed in the wall. This, pain. What a thrill it will be to crush such an opponent capable of wounding me. Such a victory will make me feel alive. Gaara's voice rang out across the small battleground and into the surrounding area, making Naruto and Shino shiver. From his back, Naruto reached up and drew his sword. The metal rang until Naruto held it out, pointing the end at Gaara. You'll never win. Not so long as I'm around. He shouted back, once again pulling on Kyubai's chakra. Gaara laughed deeply. You think your existence is greater than mine. He shot forward. You're wrong. Naruto crouched quickly before shooting forward himself, his sword raised, its silver blade tinting red. Faster than Shino could track, the pair clashed. Naruto's blade sliced along Gaara's outstretched arm, cleaving it down the middle. Before he could finish his swing, Gaara's tail rose and slammed into him, carrying his body before it flicked at the end of its swing, sending him shooting into the wreckage that was the academy. Naruto felt debris pile on top of him as he slid under it, the jagged edges cutting everything they could reach. He slowed as the force dissipated. Taking a deep breath, Naruto willed his arms to move. Releasing his sword, he brought his hands in front of his body, forming a single hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A huge burst of smoke surrounded him. Arms replaced debris as dozens grabbed his jacket, hoisting him, what he could only assume was up. His lungs quickly drew in fresh air as the many clones entangled themselves from the mass. Naruto quickly looked around. He couldn't spot Gaara. Oi, boss. A clone called out. Look over here. The real Naruto turned to see several clones pushing aside building stone and wood around a small hand. Naruto could only watch as his clones lifted the last bits away, revealing Konohamaru, his body shielded from the destruction by a chalkboard and desk. He's got a pulse. One clone called back, feeling the young boy's neck with 2 fingers. Naruto released a breath he didn't realize he was holding as the clones cleared a spot around his friend, checking for any life-threatening injuries. Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde and clones turned back only to see Gaara's maniacal grin as he held up an unconscious bug user. "Shino," Naruto shouted out, his friend's life possibly seconds away from ending. "You lay another finger on my friend and I swear I will pulverize you. Watch as I end his life, Uzumaki Naruto," Gaara called down, his sand wrapping around Shino's body until only his head was exposed. A clone quickly handed Naruto his blade. "Sand burial." Shino's mouth opened in pain as the sand compressed around him. No, Shino." Gaara's deep laugh rang out loud as he took in Naruto's anguish. His body reeling in the cries of sadness his prey obviously felt. "TRR. Damn it." Naruto glared back at his opponent, flicking his blade at the ground, its red color reassumed as the force of the swing sent debris scattering. The thought of using Shino as bait for a well-timed blow earlier now sickened him. Naruto focused all of his rage and hate at the boy who'd murdered his latest friend. He crouched again, about to tear into the sand until there was nothing left. Wait, Naruto caught himself as his eyes flicked back to the sand coffin. Bugs began crawling over the sand. Naruto looked on as Shino's head lost its color, bugs detaching themselves as his face. "What's wrong, Naruto?" The blonde turned as the bug user stood next to him, his shade still in place and his hands in his pockets. "You didn't really think I'd not improved this past month, did you?" Shino. Naruto smiled while some of his clones performed several whoops in displays of joy Naruto felt inside. Gaara looked down at the scene in rage. Both of his prey were still alive. His head throbbed and his stance weakened. He clutched his head in pain. "If you have a plan, Naruto," Shino said, "I'd suggest you pull out the big finale now. I didn't give up 2/3 of my colony to distract him for nothing, you know." Naruto nodded. He wouldn't let Gaara lay another finger on his village, nor anyone in it. He wiped a bit of blood from his side, a large hole present over his healing wound. His hands quickly sped through signs before he slammed one down. Summoning jutsu. A large burst of smoke later and a familiar face greeted Naruto. "So, find yourself in need of assistance, eh?" A blue flipper cut through the air swiftly and the smoke was gone in an instant. The blue toad sat in his usual pose, elbows perched on the inside of his thighs while his yellow robe flapped in the wind. "Yame-sancho, ready for battle." The toad saluted. Shino looked stunned at the new technique Naruto had learnt. A lot of chakra was required for stronger summons and this guy looked and sounded the part. "Great, I need you to help me take down the one-tailed Shukaku," Naruto explained quickly. "A tailed beast." The frog pondered the information before turning his head. "A little scrawny for a tailed beast, isn't he? He hasn't fully released himself. Something's wrong, but we need to take him out before he can hurt anyone else," Naruto urged. You called the right guy for the job, kid." The blue toad smirked, now turning to face his opposition. "All right, it's time for me to end this." Naruto began. "I won't let you harm anyone anymore." He shouted back to his clones. "You guys know what to do." To which they replied with a simultaneous nod. The pain built inside Gaara's head. He threw his head back before letting out a deep howl, sending a small shockwave throughout the area. His left arm jerked weirdly before sand crawled along it, its shape morphing to match his other arm. The howl died down as Gaara's eyes returned to the fight at hand, his face and torso now completely covered in sand, with eyes of black and yellow, topped off with jagged teeth, though his red hair and tattoo were still visible. "You will all die," he yelled out, his voice now deeper with hints of something else wanting to be heard. Formation 7. Yame-sancho called as he and Naruto jumped apart, each darting into the two alleys below the building while the clones split between jumping straight at Gaara and running up the wall. Gaara's arms shot out, extending far beyond anyone's normal reach, slamming into the clones before bringing his arms down, crushing the others against the wall. Naruto and Yame-sancho leapt up on opposite sides behind the beast. "Here we go," the two called out as they charged. Gaara's tail flicked out, sweeping along the roof toward Naruto first. The blonde was ready. He gripped his blade in both hands before slicing up as the tail approached. The blade cut clean through the sand, completely splitting the tail in two. Gaara turned sharply, his mouth twisted in anger and pain. "My go." The Shaolin master closed in on Gaara. He brought his right arm back and launched it forward to its limit. Its limit was just before Gaara's face. His flipper stopped a few inches away. A second later, Gaara shot back clean over the academy ruins toward a clean set of buildings. Wasting no time, the duo leapt after him, channeling chakra to their feet for extra speed. Gaara slammed into the side of a shop, bouncing off before landing in a ball in the street. The sand fell away from its ball form until Gaara was once again standing without a mark. In a flash, the boy and his toad were at the end of the street, shooting towards him. "I won't let you," Gaara cried out, his arms reaching up and gripping the two opposing building alley entrances in front of him before suspending him in midair, his tail pointing straight back. "Naruto." The toad jumped in front of his summoner before raising his arms to block. Gaara's hands strained, the tension building. "Take this." His body shot and rolled forward as his tail arced high, its width expanding. "Get ready," Yame-sancho cautioned, holding one arm behind his back as Naruto gripped his sword tighter. The sandy appendage slammed down through the air before impacting on the pair. Underneath, the toad was straining with the effort and pain of holding a small section up. "Now," he brought his left fist forward as Naruto sliced up. From the outside, one would see a bright red X appear on the sand before it exploded outward. In the middle of the explosion, Naruto and Game-sancho rose, the latter grabbing the former's legs. Naruto held his sword to the side while the toad hurled him forward. No sooner was he outside the toad's reach did Naruto brought his sword above his head, gripping with both hands as his body rolled through the air, mimicking a saw blade. Gaara's eyes widened as the boy drew closer. He was exposed. He released his grip on the buildings as brought his arms together, attempting to crush the ball of death approaching. His arms clapped in another wave of sand with Naruto sandwiched between them. Naruto felt the pressure spike as the sand worked against him, cutting up his outfit even more, but not crushing him completely or slowing him to a stop. With nothing left to hold him up, Gaara dropped to the floor in an attempt to dodge the blow, but Naruto was too close before his retaliation. The blonde spinning slowed, but his blade glowed brighter. A second later, a burst of red light cut through the sand as Naruto's sword's reach extended. The sand along the arms fled back to its host as fast as possible to form a shield around him. Enough made it for a moderate frontal shield before Naruto stuck. His spinning had slowed to a stop. The sand pressure had let up and he could see clearly as he brought the sword down in a final heavy swing, the red chakra slicing clean through the shield. A cloud of dust jumped up as the blade hit the ground. Game-sancho looked on, Shino joining him on his right holding Konohamaru in his arms. The dust settled slowly as Naruto panted, still in position from his last sword swing. Did I get him? The dust and sand in front of him cleared, revealing Gaara's unconscious body nowhere to be seen. What? Naruto shouted, jumping back away from the small pile of sand. No sooner than he did the ground fall away where both he and Gaara stood moments ago. The collapsing ground followed Naruto as he jumped back several steps, cracking every time he set his foot down. Taking the hint, he jumped up to the rooftops, joining Game-sancho and Shino. He must have gone underground, Shino stated calmly. That's not good considering what I've seen of this kid's powers. Game-sancho spoke up. Naruto focused his gaze on the floor, looking for any sign of movement. Gaara wasn't beaten yet. That chakra, why does it feel so familiar? How can he be so strong? He won't beat me. He can't beat me. We have visitors, Shino said calmly as a bug landed on his shoulder. Uzumaki. The odd trio turned. Approaching down the street with surprisingly quiet feet was a giant Choza Akimichi with Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka resting on opposite shoulders. The smaller pair jumped off of their teammates' limbs as they approached, landing in front of the two genin and summon. Mr. Yamanaka, Mr. Nara, Mr. Akimichi. How nice of you to join us. Shino bowed slightly, his manners not leaving him despite the current state of things. What are you guys doing here? Naruto asked, trying to keep the street in the corner of his eye. Lord Jiraiya sent us when Shino's insects made contact with him. He's working on a snake problem right now, Choza explained. Incidentally, we were informed that Shikamaru and Choji were with you too. Where are they? Shikaku asked, glancing around for his son. They went off to capture the two Suna genin that were with Gaara, Shino informed. They were heading toward the Hokage monument when we last saw them. Shikaku nodded before turning to his giant friend. Choza, find them and make sure they're okay, we'll handle things here. Got it, Choza boomed, a grin present as he carefully began his short journey to the mountain. What's the situation here? Inoichi asked, knowing Shikaku would come up with a great plan the more details he knew. Naruto and the toad Shino began. Game-sancho. The toad cut in. Right. Naruto and Game-sancho here engage the Suna genin Gaara, who contains the one-tailed beast known as Shikaku inside of him and has partially transformed into the beast. He has survived Naruto's last strike by retreating underground. Shino finished, Naruto and Game-sancho nodding along to his information. And the honorable grandson. Inoichi pointed to the boy currently held in Shino's arms, a survivor of Gaara's attack on the academy. Right, I think I have everything, Shikaku announced. He opened his mouth to speak when the group all felt the building shake. The ground around them cracked. Sections began rising while others fell, some crumbling away into the earth below. The sound of several loud thuds greeted the group's ears. Before any of them could react, 5 spikes of sand blew out the top floor roof. Everybody back, Shikaku roared. The entire roof broke free of its support before the 5 darker-tipped spikes bent and closed in like a fist. The sand exploded from the sheer force of the motion. Shikaku and Shino with Konohamaru flew high through the air, the Jonin landing crouched on a building a few streets away while the bug user's back met with its wall. He clutched his package close as he fell to the hard ground with a thud on his back, protecting the honorable grandson. Shikaku watched as the building fell apart, the giant sand fist now retreating back into the ground. Shit, he spat. He didn't see the others jump anywhere. The pressure returned to Naruto's body, feeling it compress him tighter than ever. Even with his new reflexes, he was too slow. The sand had gotten him again and this time it wasn't letting go. This time, it really was the end. He couldn't avenge Mogi, Udon or even the deadly headmistress of the academy. Wind style, air wall. The sand cleared from his vision, Naruto could see it whipping around him. What? He turned his head, spotting Game-sancho sitting in midair with his legs folded over one another and his arms held out perfectly straight at his sides. Inoichi was on the opposite side of the toad, looking just as confused as he did. A drop of sweat rolled down Game-sancho's head as his lips curled in frustration. Wind style, ram. He called out, his legs reaching out to Inoichi and Naruto, wrapping over their backs and pulling them into his chest. His hands flashed in front of him for barely a second before they shot forward. The air dome that briefly surrounded them fell for just a moment before a huge blast of air crashed into the sand before them. Yame Sancho's back hit the sand behind him. He held his arms rigid as the wind forced him back. Naruto could physically feel them moving. The tiny grains were definitely parting past him. Yame Sancho finally reached the end as the group burst out of the sand. Naruto's eyes took in everything they could as soon as more light returned. Dark rocks surrounded the area, making up the walls and ceiling as far as he could tell, with light shining down through holes and cracks as deep as they were. Yame Sancho landed hard, his back taking the brunt of the fall as the trio slid along the hard rock, Naruto and Inoichi being released as they did. A deep voice rang out, this time without any presence of another. It seems I underestimated you. Naruto looked up and around, locating the source of the voice from where they had just been. You are very good at amusing me, Uzumaki Naruto. I never thought you would bring this out of me. Naruto's eyes widened sharply as he stared into the face of the one-tailed Shukaku, its right arm held up with a toad-sized hole in the back of the hand. Sand quickly replaced that lost. Urgh. Yame Sancho stirred, putting all his effort into rolling over. Naruto turned and saw his back. Blood dripped down his side as his yellow robe fell to the floor. Yame Sancho's back had been completely torn apart. Urgh. The cold air hurts my spine, he complained. Naruto gasped as he heard the sickening crack of bones popping as a tiny bit of white could be seen under the dripping blood and flesh. Yame Sancho. Naruto crawled to his side as the toad pushed himself up. I think it's time for me to go back, kid. I can't help you anymore. You gonna be alright, sensei? Naruto asked, concerned for his summon and teacher. You just focus on beating that guy. I know you can do it, Yame Sancho said weakly, his eyes misting over in unconsciousness before he burst into smoke, returning to his home. Naruto. Inoichi raised his head, his own eyes watery from keeping out the sand. Mr. Yamanaka. Naruto rushed to his side, helping him to his feet. Inoichi stumbled as he put pressure on his right foot. He just grit his teeth through the pain as he backed against the right wall. How in the hell are we going to make it out of this? Just leave it to me, sir. Inoichi just stared at Naruto. You can read minds? He asked, shocked. No, I can read facial expressions. Naruto replied. Just how do you think we can get out of this? A genin and an injured jonin. Despite Naruto's skill and what he carried himself, this was the end for them. Like I said, leave it to me. Oh, I don't think so. Naruto's ears twitched at the sound of slithering sand. He watched as sand engulfed the ground, walls and ceiling around the two of them. Inoichi gasped as the sand wrapped around his arms and chest. The sand along the ground wrapped around Naruto's feet and made its way higher. I won't kill you just yet. Uzumaki, I want to watch your pain as your friend is crushed, limb by limb. Naruto stared hard at the Shukaku, replying in Gaara's voice. Kid, I know. The sand finished wrapping around the both of them, leaving only their heads exposed. Sandberry. Hana. The sand exploded off of Naruto. His body tense as his red eyes darkened just a little more than normal. The sand around his feet was pushed away from the sheer force of chakra expelled. His body started to glow red as bubbles of red chakra began seeping out everywhere. His canines sharpened as the bubbles rose around his head while his fingernails sharpened akin to claws. It crawled over his arms and around his body till it reached his backside. A long thick length of chakra jutted out, forming an unmistakable tail. Inoichi looked on in shock as the sand around his body retreated as the power of Naruto's chakra washed over him. Hayu Inoichi began. Don't worry, Mr. Yamanaka. He's gonna wish he never came here. Naruto muttered back to his fellow ninja in arms without turning to face him. Instead, his eyes focused on the giant sand demon in front of him. This is between me and you, Gaara, he shouted. It's time to end this. Naruto's ears picked up Gaara's chuckling. Interesting. Finally, a true opponent worthy of my time. Naruto watched as the sand fell away from the Shukaku's forehead. Gaara's own head and body rose from the sand, his head raising up to meet Naruto eye to eye. When Naruto did look into Gaara's eyes, he saw nothing. Nothing but white, his iris and everything inside it, gone. Before I destroy you, I'll show you the true power of the manifestation of the sand. Gaara's hands rose in front of him before he clasped them together in the ram hand sign. Two voices told Naruto what to do next, one inside, one outside. Don't let him go to sleep. The Kyuubi and Inoichi shouted at Naruto. Naruto's reflexes kicked in. He crouched down onto all fours, shooting across the rocky, sandy floor toward the genin. Gaara's muscles relaxed as the jutsu was completed. Feigning sleep just to. Naruto's keen eyes watched as Gaara slumped over, catching sight of the sandhead's actual eyes. The iris color darkened, changing to a deeper yellow while the pupils swirled. Naruto skidded to a halt, holding his ears as the giant amount of sand shifted as the now complete tailed beast's mouth opened. Hiya! I'm finally free. All over Konoha, the terrifying scream could be heard. Sand and Sound Ninja's hopes rekindled, if only for a moment. The voice sounded clear, but with the demon nowhere in sight, things didn't appear any better. Leaf Ninja redoubled their efforts to rid themselves of the invaders, now pushed back to the wall with only a few minor battles a little further in the village. Damn it, now this is gonna be even harder. The fox muttered in Naruto's head. You mean more than before? Naruto muttered back, his ears ringing slightly. Quite. Shukaku now has free reign over himself now, whereas you can still only hold a fraction of my power. Before the quick conversation could continue anymore, Shukaku interrupted. Here I come, baby. His stomach swelled up as he drew a massive amount of air inside. Wind-style air bullets, he shouted, bringing his left hand down into his gut, releasing a blast of air heading straight down the cave. Thinking quickly, Naruto jumped straight up. Just before he reached the middle of the cave, he rolled in midair. As the wind bullet approached, Naruto flicked his tail around, sending a blast of air right towards the much larger one. The smaller gust pierced the larger one in the center, canceling a majority of the power. The wind bullet was upon Naruto. Instead of blasting him to shreds, the wind pulled him forward, toward Shukaku. To Naruto, it felt like being pulled through Mouse Hole head first. The squeezing stopped as Naruto emerged the other side, the blast mostly dissipating behind him as it collapsed in on itself. Inoichi shuffled behind a large rock at the end of the cave as the air surrounded him, pelting the wall with loose rubble. Naruto fell towards the ground, ready for his next move when Shukaku's right arm shot out toward him. You're mine. Naruto rolled forward, his chakra arms getting longer. Before Shukaku's arm could reach him, Naruto completed his roll, his chakra arms and claws landing in the sand at the wrist. The blonde Jinchuriki retracted his chakra cloak's arms, shooting between Shukaku's fingers before his hand closed in a tight where he was a second ago. Naruto landed on the sand and felt the chakra running through the arm, holding the sand together. Using his claws to hold on, Naruto ran along Shukaku's arm, keeping his red eyes on Shukaku's golden. Shukaku's left arm had other ideas. Naruto instinctively jumped as Shukaku's left fist slammed into his right forearm, taking a chunk out of it before slamming into the wall. Naruto hit the ceiling on all fours, hanging on with chakra. Hi-ya, I'll get you. Sand rushed along the wall toward Naruto, the force smoothing out the rock underneath. Before it could reach him, Naruto pounced again, aiming directly at the other genin. Underneath the red chakra cloak, Naruto's claws both glowed red, ready to strike a deadly blow. He soared towards Gaara, but before he could strike out, wind-style airstream, Shukaku's mouth opened in front of Naruto. Before he could react, a burst of air hit him dead on, sending him crashing back against the wall. The air didn't let up this time. The cloak shielded Naruto's eyes enough for him to just keep them open and watch as Shukaku pulled back his left arm again. It's over, Shukaku yelled, striking forward. Mind freeze jutsu. The air holding Naruto in place stopped. Naruto watched as Shukaku's head just remained in place, frozen. Shukaku's arm never stopped moving though. His fist hit the wall, hard. Naruto, Inoichi called out, his hand still in the bore seal. His jutsu finished with as stalactites rained down from the ceiling. Shukaku's hand, no longer guided by force, flopped to the ground, revealing a large hole in the wall. Urgh. Inoichi tried to pierce through the dust. He couldn't stop the attack in time. Thanks, old man. Naruto's deeper voice called across the cave. Inoichi couldn't see him, but Naruto was at the back of the hole, his clothes even worse for wear and his body bloody. His arms and legs were crossed defensively in front of him, hiding his head and most of his torso, protecting them from the majority of the blow. If he hadn't stopped the jutsu, I would have been hit full force, he thought, flexing his back to push him to the floor of the new hole. He landed on his front, his limbs trying to help cushion the blow. Here, what the hell was that? Shukaku roared, its mind returning from the confusion jutsu. Inoichi flinched. The one-tails broke my jutsu that fast. He had less time than he thought. Heal. Shukaku spotted him. Now it's your turn. It shouted with glee, its right arm shooting out toward the Jonin. I said. 4 red lines sliced across Shukaku's extending arm. The outstretched limb dropped in height as its pieces crashed to the cave floor. Shukaku felt the pain moments later, yelling out as its arm sand hit the floor. Inoichi braced himself as the hand neared, only to see the fingers and palm hit the ground, skidding across the earth before stopping just in front of him. He watched as the sand melted off of itself before forming a giant, shapeless line across the cave. Shukaku looked across to where the start of the line began. Just in front of it stood Naruto, red chakra bubbling angrily around him. This is between me and you. Naruto finished, his voice rising as he said the last of the sentence. Shukaku glared angrily down at the boy who took off one of his arms single-handedly. You think I'm done yet? Think again. It shouted back proudly, its eyes narrowing even more. Naruto felt the strain on his body. He couldn't hold this form much longer, and more damage and he could really be down. Oi fox, and going up a level. The giant, 9-tailed fox inside Naruto actually flinched at this news. You know you won't be able to handle that. He yelled angrily at him. I have to protect everyone. Naruto thought back at his tenant tiredly. If he was struggling to speak in his mind, then his outside definitely had some problems. Hey, where did this come from? Just something Haku said to me a while back now. Naruto's memory briefly flicked back to the land of waves. I can't let this guy get anywhere near anyone else. I will protect them with everything I have. His mind now flicking back to his friends, Haruka, the Third, Sakura, Kakashi, Tenten, Shino, Hinata, Shikamaru, Choji, Zabuza, Haku, and all the other friends he'd made since becoming a genin. The fox pondered deeply for a moment before letting darker chakra flow out from between the bars. If you kill us, there'll be hell to pay. Don't worry. Naruto smiled, I won't lose. Shukaku's eyes widened as the chakra around Naruto gained strength, blowing away a large chunk of what used to be his arm sand. The chakra around Naruto grew shallower, closing in on his body before darkening, turning a deeper red and even black as the chakra rushed over and around his body. All that looked like Naruto was lost into an outline of himself, his spiky hair the only thing that gave him away. Shukaku regained its focus as the shock vanished from his mind. "Die!" he shouted, his left, good arm swinging down where Naruto stood. Naruto crouched once again. Before the sand fist had even reached halfway between its beginning and destination, Naruto pounced, shooting up at the fist himself. Shukaku could only watch as a forward-rolling Naruto slammed head-on with his fist. The sand exploded as Shukaku roared in pain again. His entire left hand was now flying in the air as billions of sand particles. Naruto had flown straight at his hand and released a powerful burst of wind chakra at the last second, blasting straight through the sand before releasing another wave of wind all around him, essentially blowing up the appendage. How the hell can he do this? Shukaku roared. He suddenly spotted a red and black figure on the move again, bouncing off the ceiling straight towards him. With a great deal of effort and chakra, Shukaku repositioned his tail from his back to his head, using the momentum to strike down at the same time. His tail raked the roof before intercepting the figure. It was a hit. His sand tail continued downwards before slamming into the ground. "That's it. Game over for you, baby," he yelled triumphantly. Inoichi had shifted his position, away from the fallen arm to see the ground explode from the force of the blow. He watched in disbelief as the dust settled to see a tailed black and red figure underneath the tail standing upright, holding the tail back with both hands. "Nah, Naruto." With the momentum gone, Naruto pulled back his left hand with a bright red ball glowing in his palm. Shukaku looked down, feeling his tail still gripped by something. Naruto crouched, pulling the tail down with his remaining hand and pushing up with the other. The glowing ball met the tail, sinking into it for a brief second before it exploded. What was directly above the ball within a 5-foot radius exploded, sending half the tail crumbling to the ground. Shukaku could only look down in shock as the black and red figure crouched once again, growling deeply. "No, you can't send me." Naruto shot up once again, this time aiming directly for Gaara. Shukaku's head sand rose up to defend his medium, but to no avail. Naruto shot past Shukaku's face, his fist pulled back before it slammed into Gaara's chest. The boy's mouth opened in pain, his pupil-less eyes wide. Shukaku roared in horror, letting out one final line. "Rare. No, I just got here." His eyes dimmed to a weaker yellow as Gaara's own light green returned. All seemed slow for a moment as Gaara's lower torso and legs became visible, rising out of the sand, his face stuck between shock and pain. Shukaku's entire body cracked the moment his eyes dulled, and the more Gaara's body rose out from him, the more cracks appeared in the sand until both his feet left the barely held together tailed beast and the huge mound of sand collapsed. Naruto's rising punch had a huge amount of momentum. The punch slowed him down but ultimately took Gaara with him. With Gaara free, the pair shot up into the air, soaring straight through a long, tall crack in the ceiling until light and fresh air covered them as they soared out into the street and clear across Konoha. Naruto winced in pain. He curled into a ball, his tail wrapping around him while Gaara flew beside him. "You're pain," Naruto muttered, bracing his body as much as he could as the dark red and black chakra peeled itself off his body slowly. The two had gained enough height and had enough speed to shoot over the West Konoha wall, flying over the forest before falling, slamming into tree branches. The tree limbs raked over their bodies before the duo hit the dirt, rolling until they stopped with neither able to make an effort to protect themselves any more than their bodies would allow. Luckily, they had rolled into a small clearing. The soft grass had taken some of the brunt of rolling as the two slowed to a stop, both breathing heavily. Naruto lay on his back, his eyes closed in pain as the last of the Kyuubi's chakra receded into his body, his skin now a few shades lighter than blood red. Gaara had also landed on his back, a bit further away from Naruto. His hand twitched lightly, his fingers balling into a fist. "I will not disappear, I will not cease to exist. I won't." Both his and Naruto's need for air proved greater than their lungs could handle, and both began a short coughing fit. When Naruto finished, his breathing a little more regular, he turned his head towards Gaara as did Gaara's towards his. Naruto's deep blue eyes gazed into Gaara's light green. Naruto closed his eyes, forcing the extra energy into his limbs. His hand twitched before his other body parts began to move. "No, stay away," Gaara groaned out, trying to move his own body with less success. Naruto's body rolled over onto his side before onto his stomach, his breathing deeper again. "You know, it's funny," Naruto muttered. Gaara's brain set aside its distress for intrigue in that moment. "You and I were the same." Gaara's eyes widened. "You have the same eyes I had." Naruto lifted his head, putting his hand on the floor next to his face to raise his body up a little despite the pain from the contact. The blonde Jinchuriki looked over at the red-haired Jinchuriki once again, his blue eyes sparkling with a bloody smile on his face. "My village hated me, and I couldn't understand why." Naruto continued, his other hand joining the first in holding him up. Gaara's mind cast itself back to when he was younger, when he had the exact same feelings. "I was alone. Nobody wanted me. That is, until Iruka-sensei." The redhead watched as Naruto's foot struggled to gain ground. "And the friends I made helped me. They saved me, helping me through the dark, lonely times." Gaara's mind flashed back to Yashimaru, the only person he'd truly liked before. "They stuck by me. helped me see the joy in life, why I should exist. Naruto's final word brought Gaara back to the present. Because of them, I had friends. For the first time in my life, I was truly happy. Naruto's other foot now sought its ground, making him look ready to pounce. Gaara flinched at Naruto's words and actions, watching his movements carefully. It's because of those friends that I work hard to defend my village from people like you. Naruto finished his words strong, pushing up with his arms until he was standing upright. Gaara's distress now returning, his opponent could move and he was defenseless. For what my friends have done, I would give every breath in my body to defend them at any cost. Naruto finished, his words appear to physically strike Gaara hard. Is this what makes him so strong? Is this what love really is? Naruto's body wobbled, his strength was fading. 3 days and nights my rear, he thought. Naruto's foot moved back instinctively, his body moving with it until his back was against a tree. His strength gave out as his body slipped down into a loose sitting position, his eyes still on Gaara. I won't let anyone harm my friends, he muttered, feeling a warm feeling rush through him, and not just from using too much chakra. The pair just sat and lay there for a few moments, just watching each other. Gaara, a pair of voices called out, landing in front of him. Naruto watched as a battle-worn Temari and Kankuro knelt beside their brother, both without their signature weapons. That's enough. It's over. Gaara breathed out. Gaara, are you okay? Kankuro asked quietly, an emotion born of fear and worry flowing through the puppet master. I will be, he muttered again, once I find some friends. Both Temari and Kankuro looked at each other in surprise, wondering if he even knew what the word meant. Confirming their brother alive, their instincts told them another was near. Naruto chuckled at the sight before him, his eyes growing heavy. Kankuro looked over at Naruto, torn between being grateful for his past actions and aggressive because of the mission. What? Temari turned, reaching for her non-existent fan. A hand gripped her wrist loosely. Her eyes widened as she looked back and down at her little brother. No more, he muttered, looking her in the eyes. Confusion clouded Temari's mind. That wasn't the same pair of eyes he had before. These were warmer. We're pulling back. Gaara muttered again. Kankuro looked down at his brother, confused himself. All right, Gaara. Kankuro resigned, carefully lifting his brother up, propping an arm around his shoulders. Just before he and his sister jumped away, Gaara spoke again. Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki, said blonde Jinchuriki, just raised a weary, battle-worn arm in salute. A few seconds later, the trio had vanished, jumping up into the trees and away from the village. Naruto's eyes followed them as they left, a small smile present on his face. His eyes soon closed as all his strength left him. His last thought was of the familiar sound of wooden sandals approaching. The Konoha ninja voiced their cheer when the invading forces were all pushed completely out of the village. Many were watching as the invaders fled, the giant summon defeated by the legendary Jiraiya. Others sported smiles as they quickly worked to heal or help the injured, while few looked down at the fallen warriors with sadness. While so many were looking outward, a few noticed the small ground of ninja jumping through a hole and out into the surrounding forest. 5 in total were in said group. 2 members were holding up a third, his hair and face ragged and his arms a deep gray with a hint of purple. The frail-looking figure muttered something as he passed outside the wall and into the forest that only his group would hear. Damn you, Sarutobi. Word spread quickly and any cheers around the village were quickly put out. The death toll wasn't what silenced the Leaf Ninja, it was that a certain person hadn't survived the battle. The third Hokage was dead. Naruto lay slumped against the tree as the Sand Trio took off for their village, much like the rest of the ninja that tried to break Konoha's barriers. A minute later, a red, green, and white figure dropped out of the trees, his back to Naruto. He let them go. Jiraiya gazed ahead, his trained ears picking up their sounds as they fled. He turned towards the lumped orange, red, and black genin, looking down at the damage he took. To be able to control the Kyuubi's chakra that well at this stage, he murmured again. He swiftly plucked the boy up and tucked him under his arm. I just hope it's still him in control. Without another word, Jiraiya leapt through the thick brush into the sky, bouncing along the top branches toward the hospital. The last of the sound hightailed it from the walls. The Leaf, still standing proudly, watching them flee. Many remained at the walls to guard the village from a possible return strike, while others either barked orders or ran around helping the injured. Nearly all of the civilians watched from peepholes in the Hokage mountain caves. It was dusk before the all-clear came in the form of a single ninja to each of the entrance boxes. As the civilians filed out, 3 just looked down into the village, watching the smoke begin to dissipate and the ninja move like a flea circus. These 3 were Fudo Koibito, Tuchai, and his daughter Ayam. Do you think our stuff survived? Koibito asked, looking at an expressionless Tuchai. The ramen seller gave out a long sigh after trying hopelessly to spot even a flash of orange that wasn't fire. All I care about is whether my best customer survived. Ayam rested a hand on her father's shoulder. I'm sure he did, Dad. Naruto never gives up after all. The older men turned to face her. Besides, he still has that ramen coupon to spend, remember. He wouldn't leave us before using that. She smiled weakly. Tuchai let out a large laugh while Koibito chuckled. Yeah, little squirt would never give that up, would he? The old ramen maker smiled, patting his daughter's head. Your Naruto's a lot like my Anko. I've never met anyone who could put away 100 of my dango. Special recipe too. Koibito chuckled. The three turned from the sightseeing, walking back down the narrow path, back to their businesses. "Get a stretcher over here," Kotsu yelled out after pushing aside a large chunk of what used to be ceiling. The white transport arrived, carried by Izumo as he laid it down next to the injured Hyuga member. The pair quickly lifted the unconscious man onto the stretcher. HEL. Kotsu turned back to the ruins of what was a building. "Oi, there's still someone in there," he called out, hoping to grab some extra attention. Izumo quickly looked down at the Hyuga. "Kotsu, we need to get this guy some help, he's bleeding out fast." "Damn it," Kotsu cursed. This day was full of pain and misery that wouldn't stop even after the enemy had fled. A figure was running along the roofs on the opposite side of the street. "Oi, kid," Izumo yelled. The figure stopped, looked down at the situation before swiftly dropping to the ground. "How can I help?" he asked, his nerves kicking in as the adrenaline fled from his system. "What's your name? Get this guy to the hospital quick and send someone out this way. We need more support if others are trapped," Kotsu ordered. "Why, yes, sir," he nodded, picking up the back end of the stretcher as Izumo took the front. The stretcher rose slowly before the duo set off at a swift pace up the street. The Chunin looked down at the Hyuga member he was carrying, his branch member mark visible with his headband missing. It was the same one that had worked with him on the entrance gate. Suchai Brock never forgot the tongue lashing the Hyuga received from Lord Juria that one day. He remembered how good it felt to see the proud Hyuga taken down a peg. He looked down into his face. Now, he felt nothing but sadness for this man, just another victim of this needless violence. The cleanup carried on through the night. The sound of stone being heaved around and ninjas near silent footsteps as they carried out whatever they could to help everyone could be heard around the village. Just when a few people had thought the worst was over, a massive crash echoed around the village. Those that had managed to find sweet slumber were woken abruptly as a chunk of the village disappeared into the night. No rest for the ninja as light tags lit up the area. A good portion of the northwestern village had sunk into the very earth itself. A great panic spread out among the civilians who could see the area affected. This was quickly calmed by ANBU. Around the area that had collapsed, a giant red rope had been erected through the streets that now looked like a barrier keeping people from stepping into a giant sinkhole. Thanks to a tip from a certain Yamanaka, all people in that district had been relocated temporarily until the situation could be confirmed. With the earth unable to hold itself up, that section of city had collapsed, flooding the cave that the one-tailed Shukaku had created 9 hours before. The full extent of the damage couldn't be seen until next morning. With Earth Jutsu users busy clearing the stable parts of the village, no support had been made to hold up the buildings. Houses and businesses could be rebuilt, an injured child being crushed beneath rubble could not. Thankfully, there were no more surprises for the Hidden Leaf for the rest of the clear-up. Days passed without incident, with ninja across the village running on willpower and Sawlighter pills alone before anyone could relax. 1 week had passed before a certain knucklehead stirred and began to wake. "Erg, what? I have," he muttered. The sound of a door opening and closing could be heard. An eye opened slowly as the artificial light tried to pierce his vision. The door opened again, followed by footsteps as a shadow now fell over his vision. "Honorable grandson, can you hear me?" A tall figure softly said. "Who? Where am?" Konohamaru said slowly, trying to open his eyes wider. "Honorable grandson, you have returned to us." A different voice perked up, more annoying and recognizable than the last. "Abisu, sensei." Blurry shapes began focusing themselves into human and furniture form, particularly one annoying sensei, a stunned doctor and a chair half embedded in the wall. "What's going on?" Konohamaru murmured, his limbs feeling like one of Naruto's training sessions times 100. "You're in the hospital, Konohamaru. The Hidden Leaf was attacked and you suffered a few injuries." The doctor spoke up, annoyed the overly worried sensei had used up his tolerance of annoying visitors for the day. Lifting his head from the pillow slowly, Konohamaru looked down at his body. His arms rested in 2 slings, one for each section of the arm either side. Arg, what the hell?" Konohamaru's voice rose dramatically. "What happened to my arms?" Abisu took a step back from the bed at this point, and the doctor saw fit to tell him bluntly. "Forgetting a few minor scrapes and cuts, your sensei here saw fit to recommend we keep your wounds away from everything else possible until they, and yourself, were fully healed." Konohamaru's blood slowed as he made out what the doctor was saying. He simply lifted his right arm and felt no pain whatsoever. Doing the same with the other one, he examined his hands and arms carefully before turning toward Abisu. "What the hell were you trying to do?" "Scare me to death as soon as I woke up." Hurling the table side lamp at the special Jonin as more proof he was absolutely fine. Abisu backed against the wall, almost sitting in the chair still stuck in there. Well, you see, it was all to keep your dream of Hokage alive. Should your arms be damaged, it would be near impossible for you to become Hokage." Before Konohamaru could let out further frustrations on his irritating teacher, the door to the room burst open. "Konohamaru," twin voices cried out. The 3 occupants turned to face the newcomers. Udon and Mogi were standing in the door frame, both looking up at their friend and leader. Mogi made the first move, dashing to his bedside and getting a bit too close to his face. "Thank God you're awake," she shouted at his side. "Gah, Mogi, not so fast." He jumped at her speed. "Yeah, Mogi, the last thing you need to do right now is scare him to death." Udon interjected, walking over to complete the trio. Speaking of which, Konohamaru turned back to his sensei who was trying to sneak out through the window, though much too slowly. Where do you think you're going? Off to report your good health to the people bye. All that was left was a smoky outline of the special Jonin as he fled from the awkward situation. What was that about? Mogi asked. I'll tell you later. Konohamaru brushed aside as he moved to slip out of bed. If you would not mind, Konohamaru, the doctor began, reminding the trio of his presence. I would just like to do some routine checks before you leave. Nothing major, it's just to check if everything works all right after everything. Oh, sure doc, Konohamaru replied, slipping back onto the middle, warmest part of the bed. As the doctor brought his stethoscope to his ears to begin, Konohamaru asked a question that had been bugging him for a while now. Okay, what's with the chair? Mogi and Udon looked over at the chair before turning away in embarrassment, partly due to the chair, partly due to Konohamaru's now exposed abdomen. Guys, the cold stethoscope was applied to his chest. Well, Ebisu-sensei was ordering all these tests to make sure you were okay and everything. Mogi began. Everyone was running about, trying to help everyone that was hurt, and he demanded the best doctors focus on you. That doesn't explain the chair. Well, that was Udon's doing. Mogi looked at her teammate in mischief, both proud and smug and with a touch of adoration in her eyes. What happened? One of the nurses dropped your IV bag and quickly bent over to pick it up. She continued. Ebisu-sensei then stopped barking orders and tried to, take a situation into his own hands. He didn't. He tried. Udon saw this and it kinda set him off. Udon looked away at this point, trying to ignore the next words. He picked up the chair he was sitting on and hurled it at Ebisu-sensei. Konohamaru looked over at Udon, then to the chair before back to Udon. It was more than just embedded into the wall, it was damn near all the way through. Mogi continued while his brain processed this info. Unfortunately, he got his hand away at the last second. Then Udon shouted at him, telling him how he should do his duty and stop wasting time with perverted urges and overcomplicating a boo-boo. The doctors had already told him you only had some minor bruises and cuts, but he demanded that at least 3 doctors remain at your side until you were awake. Udon told him that as Hokage, you wouldn't care for your own health if more people could be saved with your last ounce of strength and that he should act the same. Konohamaru just looked up at his male companion in awe. It was without doubt the single bravest and most loyal act he'd ever seen or heard of, and it was only in duty to him and his dream. He, kinda left quickly after that. Udon finished the story. Yeah, Udon was so brave standing up to Ebisu-sensei like that. Wow, thanks buddy, was all Konohamaru could get out. The awkwardness settled in for a minute before the doctor finished his scan and deemed the boy fit to leave. The trio quickly left when the boy was ready, walking slowly toward the hospital exit. So, what really happened then? I know it wasn't just a drill, he asked, talking about the event which put him in the hospital in the first place. We were ambushed. The whole village was attacked during the Chunin exams by the hidden sand and hidden sound. What? Konohamaru stopped suddenly. Is everyone else all right? Once again, both Udon and Myogi avoided the boy's gaze, solemn looks on their faces. Come on guys, what's happened? Konohamaru almost shouted. Myogi was the first to look at him again. It's about your grandfather Konohamaru. A short distance away, a few floors up but lower than our first patient, lies another knucklehead. It was at this time that Naoto's breathing increased, his blood pressure rose and his heart rate sped up. Several visitors present in the boy's room looked up, checking between the machines and the blonde eagerly. Naruto, he heard a faint voice call out. In the boy's mindscape, he could hear the sounds, almost physically seeing them as they passed through him in the corridor. Come on, nearly there. He pushed himself, tracing the sounds back. At last, he found it. At the end of this last dank corridor shone a bright white light. Waking up, he saw the words pass him again, definitely coming from the light. Determination on his face, he sprinted toward the light, wishing this nightmare to be over. Naruto, the blonde's eyes shot open. The people in the room jumped as he sat up in an instant, his breathing fast and labored. What he began, only to have the wind knocked out of him when something slammed into his chest. Not awake for 5 seconds and you take him out again. A deep, gruff voice called out. One that Naruto recognized. Buza, in the flesh kid. Naruto could hear the man, but couldn't see him through the 2 mounds on top of him. One in black, and one in brown with 2 smaller buns above. He reached his hands up, trying to get whatever was holding him down away from him, or at least find out what they were. He put his hands on the top of the mounds, ready to pull them away when they pulled back themselves. Tenten, Haku, you let us worried sick. Both girls chorused. Naruto's eyes adjusted to their features before zooming past them, looking for Zabuza. Shikamaru, Choji, what are you guys doing here? He moaned, his arms behind his back, supporting his weight as he sat up. It's because one of these days you're gonna push yourself too hard and end up in this bed permanently. Shikamaru called over as he moved his rook on the small shogi board he and Choji had between them. With the way you go Naruto, we're surprised you're up as early as you are now. Choji continued, one hand moving his queen, the other round an energy bar. How long have I been out? About 2 days now Naruto, Tenten said, tilting her head slightly, wondering if she had her dates correct. Naruto quickly took this time to look around the room. Zabuza was indeed there, just hidden behind the plant and leaning against the wall. Tenten and Haku were on either side of his bed, and Shikamaru and Choji were playing shogi in the corner. The door to the room squeaked open as everyone turned to face the new arrivals. "Any change?" Uruka called out whilst holding 2 cups of coffee. "Yeah, the brat's awake," Zabuza said as the door stopped less than an inch away before his face as it hit the buffer. He liked his spot. "What?" Uruka quickly closed the door and looked right at the blonde he'd bonded with over the years. "Naruto, what did I tell you about fighting alone?" He shouted immediately, his head appearing to get bigger with every syllable. Zabuza's hand shot out and pilfered his coffee before Uruka got any louder. "Great, the first thing I hear when I wake up is a lecture. Thanks for the voice of sympathy, Uruka-sensei," Naruto shouted back, his eyes narrowing as Uruka's head reached its usual size before surpassing it. "Sympathy? I'll show you sympathy," Uruka started, trying to roll up one of his sleeves with the coffee hand. "Come on then, sensei. I took Gaara out, I'm sure I can beat you now." Naruto brought his own hands up, trying to form fists and keep himself balanced, which was kinda awkward in his position. "You little brat, you're a million years too early to defeat me." Uruka shot back, his sleeves finally rolled and his face right in Naruto's. "I think what Uruka is trying to say is that he's glad you are awake, Naruto," a quiet voice called out. Everyone's eyes turned from the display to focus on the half-masked figure in the corner. "Shino, you're in one piece," Naruto yelled out, his voice changing from mock anger to happy in a heartbeat. "I am. Thank you from your concern, Naruto," Shino replied simply in his usual monotone voice. "See, Uruka-sensei, it isn't hard to display your true emotions." That was emotional Shino. Everybody thought, giant sweat drops appearing. Uruka's eye twitched in annoyance at the second one of his former students to annoy him that day. "When did you get here?" Tenten asked, wondering how he got in without anyone noticing any movement. Shino's body stance shifted. Somehow, you could tell he was now sweat dropping behind his overcoat. "I came in with Uruka-sensei." Tenten blushed lightly and turned away in embarrassment. They may not be great friends, but at least you should notice when someone enters a room. Naruto's laughing pierced the awkward silence that followed. Classic Shino. Now all the funny looks were on him. "Game over," Shikamaru stated as he trapped Choji's pieces in one of his strategies. "To answer your earlier question, Naruto, Choji and I are here to deliver a message from our fathers." "Hey, what do they want me for?" Naruto asked, cutting Shikamaru off as he opened his mouth. "If you just listened for a moment I could tell you." The lazy genius sighed, snapping the little board shut and tucking it away in his pouch. "Our fathers want to talk to you about something you did during the invasion, that's all they told us." Choji continued for his friend. "Oh, any idea?" "No, we don't know anything more." Shikamaru cut across to answer Naruto's unasked question, ending with a troublesome. "Right, sure thing then guys." Naruto's voice returned to its normal volume as his grin was pasted across his face. "Anyway, we can get out of here now, come on Choji." Shikamaru motioned to his friend to lead the way. "Get well soon, Naruto." "Yay, get better soon," Choji shouted from the doorway. The duo opened the door and left, before Naruto's thoughts could dwell on whether or not they were there only because they had to be. His keen ears picked up a last drop of conversation. "Always interesting," Shikamaru said, his light chuckle floating back down the hall. His grin shifted closer to his real smile as he eyed his remaining guests. "So, who's gonna tell me when I can get out of here?" Zabuza chuckled lightly, crushing the now empty cup in his hand and tossing it into the bin across the room. "We should head off too, Uruka. The boy will be doing a lot of waiting before he's getting out of here." "What?" Naruto yelled out. As Shikamaru and Choji left the building, they heard Naruto's voice echo past them and out into the village. The duo chuckled at their own knowledge of the subject. "It's only to make sure you get back to full strength, Naruto." Uruka waved his arms, trying to calm the fuming genin. "I am at full strength. Watch me beat you both with hands behind my back," he yelled out. "Doctor's orders, not mine," Uruka reasoned, knowing the shouting match that would erupt. He took it as his cue to leave. "Glad to see your energy's back at any rate, Naruto. I'll check back later," the Chunin called back as he shut the door behind Zabuza and himself. A faint thump could be heard as Naruto hurled his pillow at the door to vent his anger. "Grrr, stupid Uruka-sensei," he muttered. "Ease up on him, Naruto. He cares about your well-being is all." Haku tried to reason with him. "We all do." Much to their surprise, Naruto just let out a deep breath followed by another grin. "Yay, but it's his way of winding me up. He always does it." Tenten and Haku breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that boys don't always display clear emotions or messages helped them understand a little of what Naruto was like with his closest friend. So what did I miss? Outside the blonde's window sat a purple-headed figure. With her back and feet stuck to the wall with chakra, Anko smiled after confirming the little shrimp had woken up safe and sound. Her smile faded slightly as the three apologized, telling him they felt it best he rest before Uruka comes back to scold him before leaping off to her next duty. She didn't mind checking up on the brat, especially since he still owed her that ramen contest. The day was beginning to draw to a close and the sun began setting along the battered and beaten wall of Konoha. The last rays of sunlight fell upon a trio of figures talking atop the Hokage residence. "All right, what do you two scholarly advisors want from me?" Jiraiya's voice asked gruffly. The male of the two advisors spoke up first. You know perfectly well why we called you here. Listen, if we are going to discuss politics again, I'm just not up for that today. Jiraiya held his hands up in a whatever pose. From what I hear, the Sand Village surrendered to us completely. As soon as the village can support itself again. Literally, I'm out of here. That is not the case, Jiraiya. Koharu spoke up. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, sending a glare at his sensei's former teammates. Oh, then please enlighten me to the situation. He mocked. Amira pressed on without missing a beat. While the Sand Village is completely out of action for the time being, they have pinned the blame squarely on Orochimaru, manipulating them from the shadows. No doubt they have the Kasuke's corpse to prove it. Jiraiya cut in. Indeed, but this doesn't count one of the surrounding nations possibly making an attempt for our village. With our defenses battered, it's only a matter of time before someone sends a force knocking. Jiraiya's thoughts turned sour as Koharu continued. We need a strong leader to guide the village through these troubled times. An emergency council was called with the Lord of the Land of Fire. We chose you to be the next to take up the hat as Hawkeye. Jiraiya flinched at those words. His sensei's death was too fresh for everyone bar these heartless ex-shinobi. TSH, for some reason, that just doesn't sound appealing to me right now. Please try again never. He sniped. Something you would like to inform us of, Jiraiya? Amira asked, sensing the lone Sannin was hiding something. With my last 2 missions from Sarutobi still standing, there is no way I can stay here until I complete them. Oh, and this makes you unsuitable for the position. With these lifelong missions, yes, it does. Koharu and Amira locked eyes for a second, both their age-old minds trying to find a solution to the village's problem. There is one other who could take up the position. Jiraiya said calmly. You mean? Yes, Tsunade. But she hasn't returned to the village since. I am well aware of her situation, Amira. Jiraiya cut across. But with her mind and body, she can lead the village back to its prime. Surprisingly, not even a hint of red appeared on the Sannin's face at the mention of his teammate's body. What makes you so sure of this? Oh, I know Tsunade. She can never resist a good wager. The sun set once more on the troubled village before rising again in the east. Long shadows were cast against chunks of walls and buildings that had otherwise barely felt the warmth of an early morning sunrise. A surprising amount of rubble had been scattered in the night, with most roads now blocking carts and other wheeled vehicles getting through should they try. The now fully scattered buildings, that looked full of destruction and death a few days ago, only shone with hope. All possible survivors had been saved. With more people now coming out of the hospital than going in, focus could now begin on the village defenses and restoration. Since the restoration could be done at a later date, most of Konoha's Jonin and Chunin were standing guard, waiting for others to heal. Mon, it's good to be free, Naruto shouted, letting the whole village know he was released bright and early. Since he was a patient within the last 24 hours, the doctors told him not to assist with the reparations of the village. First back to mine for some ramen, then to the old man's for a mission. He shouted, a little quieter as he eagerly counted the steps back to his apartment. Wow, I've been out 3 days now. That means I'll have 4 times breakfast, lunch and dinner waiting for me. Naruto grinned, rubbing his hands together. Any minute now I'll be woe. His mind raced as his stomach held him back. With wide eyes, he stared into the crumbled abyss that was his block and at least 5 others surrounding it sitting in a giant sinkhole. His hands grabbed at his belly and felt the weird sensation of fuzz against his fingers as he pushed himself back. He whirled around, finding himself standing on a small ledge that jutted a good building's length over the sinkhole surrounded by a thick red rope. What the hell's going on here? He yelled out, looking around for any explanation. Why, where's my house? Gaara did it. What? What the hell do you mean Gaara did it? Naruto yelled at the fox in his mind. A sleeping Kyuubi pulled his tails round him tighter and slammed his giant paws into his ears. Geez, keep it down. Even when I'm trapped inside you I barely get a minute's peace. Explain where the hell my house is and what Gaara has to do with it. The Kyuubi yawned deeply, its jaw retracting back slightly, showing his sharp teeth off, not that Naruto could see. When you fought him underground. You fought him under what you can see now. He wasn't exactly the type to put up support beams before inviting you down for tea. So then, yep, no more ramen. The fox chuckled as it turned over to sleep once again, and no more horrible jumpsuits. Naruto just walked back up to the edge of the crater, holding onto the red rope as though in dazed trance. My ramen. My home. A small gust of wind swept dust over the scene before him, blowing his golden locks across his eyes as he stared at the destruction. In a flash his mind was made up. The rope flicked up as he ducked under and shot out into the open air. I'm coming, my preciouses, he shouted in a strange raspy voice and a crazed look in his eye. Get him, a voice called out from behind the young ramen hunter. He turned in midair only to be grabbed by a giant pink thing. It curled around him, pushing his legs and arms into his body as he became trapped. No, I needs my preciouses. He scratched at his pink prison. Arg, damn it Inoichi, this kid scratches. Just as fast as he had been captured, Naruto was freed onto the cold hard ground. Oof, hey, what's your problem? Naruto began, his voice returning to its usual tone. As he looked up, he saw the smirking faces of the famous Ino Shikacho trio. Well, 2 smirking faces and 1 slightly annoyed face. Damn it kid, you didn't have to scratch you know. Shoza Akamichi whimpered as he nursed his shrinking giant hand. Hey, go easy on the lad, he did lose his house down there. Inoichi chuckled. And my ramen, Naruto muttered. While he seemed calm on the outside, his mind was recalling just who these people were, the blonde especially. He had seen him tap into the Kyubai's power. What were they going to do next? Don't worry about that, kid, we got plenty of that back at my place. Choza boasted. My wife cooks up a storm when we have guests. What are you talking about, Mr. Akamichi? Naruto asked, genuinely wondering what these three clan heads found so funny, especially since they all probably knew about the Kyubai by now. Since your place was destroyed in the battle, you have nowhere to live. Shikaku began bluntly. You could either live with the others in the temporary tents, Inoichi continued, or you could live with me until we've built your new place. Choza finished. Hey, what new place? Naruto asked immediately. Just what is going on here? Well, you don't expect to live with me forever, do you? Choza laughed. Shikaku could see the confusion in the boy's face and decided to cut to the heart of the matter as usual. We're relocating you with the money Inoichi won from your fight. Money, fight. Naruto was now getting a headache from all this information, his lack of house and lack of ramen. Inoichi put a good chunk of money on you to win your fight during the Chunin exams. With your odds, he was up a small fortune. So I talked it over with the brains and the body here, Inoichi gestured to his cohorts, and we decided that since you earned the money, it should be yours to spend. Not on ramen though. Choza ended, a small smirk still on his face. Naruto didn't know what to say. With everything that's happened already, he knew he could only do one thing. The blonde stood up straight and bowed deeply. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Yamanaka, but I must respectfully decline. Now it was one thing to stun Choza with unpredictability, but even Shikaku was at a loss for words this time. Well, what do you mean you decline? Choza gaped. This is a gift from the head of the Yamanaka clan to you, after you saved his life no less. I am sorry, but that is your money to help your own clan in this time of need. I am more than grateful for Mr. Akamichi's generosity, and to accept yours is too much. So what do you suggest I do then, Mr. Uzumaki? Naruto looked up at the sudden formality, right into Inoichi's eyes. What should I do with this excess money that I couldn't possibly spend on my clan, considering we are all alive, healthy, and all our assets are rebel-free? With respect, sir, I think you should do all you can for those less fortunate than myself. I am still alive and healthy too, the only thing I lack is a place to live. Since Akamichi-san has allowed me residence at his clans, at least the night, you should seek out those that cannot survive without help. I am a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village, and if there's one thing I know what to do, it's survive. Naruto stated proudly to one of the legendary teams the village had produced. The three looked at him with harsh eyes. To refuse a clan's help when it was offered purely as a gesture of kindness was quite the faux pas. What then? Shikaku asked simply. After we've helped everyone else that needs it, what about you? Though he couldn't tell, all three awaited his answer. By the time you've helped everyone, I'll be back doing missions. I won't need a place to worry about when I'm out on missions. Then when I get back, the old man will give me a nice big paycheck so that I can buy my own place. Naruto answered. The three shared a look with each other. Uruka hasn't spoken to him yet. There's still only a genin Uzumaki. D ranks come out of the village's pocket since it's mostly our villagers that request simple tasks only a genin can handle. Well then you better make way for Konoha's newest Chunin. I'll be out on C and B ranked missions in no time. Until I get my own place, I'll use a hotel on the off days between missions. You know, Uzumaki, it is quite disrespectful to turn down a clan's help, especially when we do it in circumstances such as these. Inoichi stated, his voice no longer containing the friendliness it had a few moments ago. No disrespect, Mr. Yamanaka, but if that offer can be used for people who need it rather than me, then I would turn you down every time. Naruto stated firmly, his mind now focusing on an escape route should this conversation go from uncomfortable to worse. I see, Uzumaki, then you leave me with no choice. Inoichi stated, his friends giving him an uncertain look themselves. That is exactly what I shall do. The small amount of fear left Naruto as the tension disappeared. You talk big for such a small fry. Choza roared, his hands on his belly as it jiggled under his armor. I must say, Naruto, that was quite an impressive speech. Shikaku chimed in, his small smirk now nearly reaching his top scar. With thoughts like that, you might just make Hokage yet. Flattered by the compliment, Naruto still tried to take in just what was going on. Come on, kid. Choza walked up to Naruto, slapped a giant arm around his shoulders and urged him forward. Let's get back to mine. With that small frame and that hospital food in your belly, my wife's gonna love you. Okay, thanks, Mr. Akamichi. Naruto replied nervously, both because of the situation and because Choza's arm was over 4 times as thick as his own. Choza, how many times do we have to tell you, your clan's abilities are aided by added lipase, other people's aren't. It's just a meal, Shikaku, what are you worried about? We're worried about how Naruto will be able to handle it when it's his first time while we've grown accustomed to the amount your wife cooks. Inoichi's pride for the young man was replaced with pity at what was to come. He can eat till he's full like the rest of us, Choza proclaimed proudly to the street. Shikaku and Inoichi shared a look. Akamichi are never full. To say the Akamichi ate like kings would be putting it mildly. With the sun now high in the sky, Naruto discovered how the Akamichis ate lunch, even with the main members from the Nara and Yamanaka clan joining. When Naruto arrived at the Akamichi clan house, he wasn't surprised to see Team 10 present along with what he guessed were top members from each of the 3 clans. Spread along the large dining table within the residence was the largest amount of food Naruto had seen in his life. "Yo Naruto," Shikamaru called over. Ino and Choji both turned to see the new arrivals. "Our dads talked to you, I guess." They did. It was weird." "How so?" Choji chipped in. "Mr. Inoichi told me he would help provide the money for a new place all of my own." "What? Does he think our clan's made of money?" Ino shouted, with several people now looking at the odd teens. No, it would be from the money he won betting on my match," Naruto answered. "He said he made a small fortune." "Oh Naruto," Choji gulped. "Not smart man." Shikamaru backed away from the blondes with Choji millimeters behind him, both looking at Ino like she was an exploding tag about to go off. But I declined." Naruto said quickly. "It's his money, he should do what he wants with it." Naruto decided to leave out the part how he might have convinced him to spend it on the village. "I see," Ino stated simply, the anger in her eyes gone. Naruto, Choji and Shikamaru could only look at her in confusion. "If you would excuse me," she said softly before turning around. "What's she?" Choji began. Ino's eyes had found her target. With merely a flash of yellow to indicate her speed, Ino was gone. The split second it took for her to reach her target, she let out a line only a daddy's little girl can use in a very special tone of voice. "Daddy, you know how you love me so much." Shikamaru's hand high-fived his face almost as fast as Ino had moved. Girls," he muttered. "Wow, didn't see that coming, hey buddy?" Choji nudged his best friend. "Sometimes, even I can't judge how Ino will react." Shikamaru sighed. "So," Naruto turned his attention back to the guys, "what's this all about?" "You're gonna be staying at my place for now, Naruto," Choji explained. "Dad told us how your place had been wreaked fighting that Gaara kid, and when Mum remembered my stories of us, she was practically on her way to discharge you from the hospital." "Stories? Yay, our competitions at Ikaraku's and all the times he brought out a new flavor." "Oh, Naruto nodded. "Wait, this isn't all for me, is it?" Choji's mum is an Akamichi with a love of cooking," Shikamaru explained. "This is a feast of goodwill between the clan and its allies, all because we watched each other's back during the invasion, and the worst any of us got was either a bad poisoning or a broken limb. Since we can't do anything until we get reorganized and the Hyuga have swept the village thrice over with their Byakugan, we can rest until our next orders come in. Despite what you see here, this is just a small meal to the Akamichi. They donated a large chunk of their stock to the relief effort." "Oh, so are the poison people gonna be okay?" "I will be as soon as we can begin," Choji answered back, continuing once he saw Naruto's confused look. "When me and Shikamaru left you and Shino, we caught up to the Gaara's teammates near the northwest wall. That guy with the makeup used his freaky puppet thing again. Shikamaru held it in place and I used my expansion jutsu to crush it." Choji punched his fist into his hand. "Needless to say, it was poisoned," Shikamaru filled in. "Yay, it didn't really kick until after they left, but that was mainly because they were running out of chakra and I needed an antidote. We were just lucky Shino's dad came along when he did. Sucked the poison right out with his bugs." Choji shivered. "Not to be rude, those things are useful, but creepy. I shall take that as a compliment." A deep voice spoke behind the three. Three heads turned to face the head of the Aburame, Ida Shades. Once again, sir, I am deeply grateful for your assistance." Choji bowed. "Noted," the Aburame said simply before turning and heading back into the crowd. "When did he get here?" Choji asked, turning back to Naruto. "Just before I did," said Shino, appearing right in front of the Akamichi where Naruto stood not moments ago. "Duh, Shino," Choji jumped. "Your family have a real habit of sneaking up on people, you know. It's not nice. We are ninja, it's what we do." Shino reasoned with own brand of logic. Naruto just laughed at the scene before him. With the weird day he was having, he actually expected Shino to appear. "Oka-ai everyone." A high, sweet voice called over the small crowd. "That's ready." Naruto turned and saw a moderately plump woman set down a large roast pig in the center of the table, complete with apple. The 4 major clan heads present took their seats next to their wives and kids, with Naruto taking a seat between Shikamaru and Choji. As people began to load a variety of foods onto their plates, little chats could be heard between them until one voice pierced the rest. You must be Naruto." The plump woman eyed Naruto, giving him a once-over. Yes ma'am," Naruto replied sheepishly mid-reach for the ramen ladle. "Choji has told me all about you, of course," she smiled widely. The motherly Akamichi had red highlights on the edge of her eyelashes, red lipstick and short brown hair and small spikes that seemed more suited for a boy's hairstyle, all coupled with her full-bodied size made her appear a very warm person. "Just take whatever you want, we've plenty should anyone want more." Several nods of understanding from other people listening at the last part as everyone began to tuck into their meals. "Thanks, Mrs. Akamichi." Naruto bowed his head in thanks and finally tucked into some sweet ramen. The gathering wound down after the feast from Naruto's point of view, but simply Sunday dinner to the rest of the clans. I'm actually impressed, Naruto. I didn't think you beat your old record." Shikamaru chuckled as he, Naruto, Choji and Shino lay in a 4-point star on the grass looking up at the evening clouds. "Don't worry, Naruto, that's it for you for today." Choji laughed at his fellow brother in ramen and honorary Akamichi. "I must say, it was amusing, even from a distance." Shino chipped in. When you can't beat him, eat him, Naruto said, laughing at his own joke before the others chuckled to themselves. You realize that doesn't make any sense at all, right? Came an irate feminine voice as she stood over the four. Does it have to? Naruto turned over, resting on his elbows as he looked up at the other blonde. Ino just scoffed and turned to Shikamaru. Come on, lazy bones, we're leaving now. Shikamaru let out one final sigh before lifting himself to his feet. All right, I guess this is it for me. He resigned to his fate. It seems my time here is up as well, Shino said, almost appearing next to Shikamaru, showing no signs of having moved from horizontal to vertical, a single bug resting on his fingertip. It was great seeing you guys again, Naruto said to his friends as they nodded back at him. You take care, Naruto, Shikamaru chuckled, rubbing his hair as he did. Stay well, my friend. Shino reciprocated, transferring the bug to his thumb through his will and simultaneously giving Naruto a thumbs up. Hey, later I guess, Ino said, having already turned and waving goodbye as she walked away. Naruto settled back onto the grass with Choji in silence as the other three left the compound. So what do you think your next mission from the old man will be? Naruto asked after a while, trying to strike up another conversation. Naruto, Choji started, unsure of how he could end the sentence. Hoi, Naruto, the clan head called across the lawn. Choji sighed and silently thanked his father for at least the brief delay before the discussion. The pair sat up and looked over. You got a visitor, Choza yelled before gesturing his head in Naruto's direction. Who wants me at this hour? Naruto wondered. Through the clan gate stepped one Yumino Iruka, fresh off duty from the day guard. What's all Iruka doing here? Choji asked Naruto. Dunno, the blonde simply answered. As Iruka drew closer, Naruto could sense a funny feeling radiating from the Chunin. Something was wrong. Hi Naruto, Choji. Iruka smiled, hiding behind a mask Naruto knew all too well. What's up, Iruka-sensei? Naruto asked. Iruka turned to Choji for a second. Would you mind if I spoke to Naruto alone a minute, Choji? Choji just nodded at his old teacher before heading off to the main house, dreading the news Iruka was about to give. What's up, Iruka-sensei? Naruto asked again, his mind whirring, trying to guess what the Chunin wanted. Choji couldn't help but look out of his bedroom window. Naruto's bed had been set up next to his already. He waited with bated breath as he watched the range of emotions run through Naruto's face. Back in school, Naruto was almost always the last to learn something and never the first. History repeated itself as the last of the Konoha 12 learned of the third Hokage's death. Once Iruka had finished talking, Naruto just turned away from him. Iruka looked like he said a few more words before he made his way back over to his dad. Naruto jumped over to the Akamichi training ground and onto a high rock, usually used for cover, before sitting down and looking up at the sky. 2 knocks on his door announced the arrival of Choza. Oi Choji, Iruka just told Naruto about the third. I think Naruto wants to think for a while, so I'll wait for him to come in. Yes, Dad. Choji nodded to his father before he disappeared back around the door as it swung shut. Choji took one last glance out the window at the orange blob before settling down for the night. The last thought on his mind was supporting his friend and ally in the future. They could have gone better. Shikaku groaned as Choza stepped off the staircase and joined Inoichi and himself. From what I know, the kid looked forward to relieving the third from his hat and surpassing the fourth, Inoichi said as he swallowed another saucer of sake. Choza retook his seat at the small, 3-man table they'd all gathered round for years as he refilled his friend's saucers along with his own. So, Shikaku began, sitting up and staring directly at his host. Still feel like killing the very dangerous demon. Choza's grip on the bottle of sake tightened and shattered the red pottery as Inoichi choked on his latest saucer. Sake drops echoed throughout the room as they dripped onto the floor while none of the 3 old teammates moved. After a long silence, Choza decided to speak up. I admit it, I may have been a bit too angry in the past, he said in a low tone. What the hell are you two talking about? Inoichi growled, his eyes narrowed in seriousness of the subject matter. Shikaku raised an eyebrow at his Akamichi friend who simply closed his eyes and nodded in response. You weren't here, Shikaku began, but just after the Genin graduation test, Naruto was tricked into stealing the scroll of sealing from the Hokage's office by the traitorous Chunin Mizuki. Inoichi nodded along, knowing that Iruka had managed to track Naruto down before Mizuki and helped the boy learn that he was being manipulated before the pair took down the traitor. He'd been out on his own mission at the time with a reconnaissance team to the hidden waterfall to confirm the leader's recent demise. What you may not know is that our gracious host here suffered a case of mob mentality. Shikaku continued, gesturing to the downcast Akamichi. Understanding that he was still missing some information, Inoichi looked at Choza for further details. The large ninja sighed, down what sake had gathered in his saucer, much larger than his friends, before speaking. I was part of the group that demanded the Hokage kill Naruto. Inoichi's eyebrows skyrocketed in surprise as Shikaku just stared pensively at the man. It was just after the third told us about the theft. One of the other Jonin voiced his opinion to kill Naruto to prevent the. Choza raised his eyebrows to the other two in suggestion rather than say the words out loud. Both appeared to understand what he wanted to say. From being released once again, Choza sat back in his chair and looked up at the ceiling. It seems stupid now, but I didn't want to lose anyone else, Choza said softly. I didn't want a repeat of that night. All 3 minds drifted back to the attack on Konoha by the 9-tailed fox. We all lost people that day, Choza continued, but all I could see for days after the battle was over was Chajin. Shikaku and Inoichi grimaced and gave their friend pitying looks. Nearly every person in Konoha lost someone precious to them that day, their own clan suffering many deaths too. Luckily, none of their immediate family were taken from them. Parents, siblings, and even kids were all okay by the time the dust settled. All except for Choza's own sister, Chajin Akamichi. She'd been one of the frontline fighters during the attack, using her abilities and subsequent size to destabilize the Kyubai's feet and keep it off balance. Eventually the fox had had enough of her and bitten her in two. By the time they'd found Chajin, the fox had ripped off all but her left arm and head. Choza, as leader of the clan, was needed to confirm her demise at the morgue before the sun had even rose the morning after. Their comrade was subsequently on medical leave for months after the battle to deal with the depression he'd faced over losing his only sibling. When that Jonin started talking, all I could see was Chajin's face again. I was ready to do whatever it takes to prevent another night like that. So, I joined up with them. We stood outside the Hawkage Tower and we let out voices be heard. We should have killed him. We shouted, he's very dangerous. If you find him, kill him. Seems utterly ridiculous looking back on it now. Choza finished. Who was it? Inoichi asked. The Jonin that started the mob. Strangely, Choza slowly started laughing. You know, it began after a few moments, I have no idea. Inoichi looked at his partner in confusion. You'd think I'd remember right. The one who caused me to see Chajin that way again. But I don't. He went silent. After that day and all was settled, I made it a point never to interact with the boy or any conversation involving him. Just stirred up the memories again, you know. Whenever Choji'd come home telling me and his mom about their eating contests or their latest detention from skipping lectures with your boy, Shikaku, I'd just use a genjutsu to deceive my family into believing I was paying attention. He even named the bloody technique. I still demand you share that. Shikaku growled at his friend as Choza chuckled. Why did you bring this up now, Shikaku? Inoichi turned to the Nara of the team. Too much sake already, Yamanaka. Shikaku teased in reply, shaking his head. While his deflection didn't satisfy the clan head, his Akamichi counterpart filled in for him. Our Nara is just concerned for Naruto's well-being while living here. Choza answered. He confronted me about my behavior before Iruka and Naruto had even returned the scroll. Threatened me even. You know he can see things we can't. He told me you better cut this shit out right now. You think Chajin would have accepted this crap from you? Inoichi gasped and turned to the Nara clan head, who just shrugged in response. He was right to say it. Choza admitted. Sorta snapped me out of my bloodlust in a sense. Like I said, I've avoided Naruto ever since, ashamed you could say. But after this invasion, hearing what he did for ours and Shibai's kids, befriending that Zabuza and his apprentice who helped out your own daughter and get her to safety and protecting you from the one-tailed sand beast, I just can't believe how stupid and narrow-minded I've been. Inoichi nodded. It did seem that, despite all the negativity and prejudice against the young genin, he'd made some life-saving decisions for the village. His rejection of his Inoichi's own gambling winnings on his match had even been for the direct benefit of the village with nary a selfish thought in the matter despite his own situation. You aren't gonna make him scan me, are you? Choza asked Shikaku, jerking his head towards Inoichi as the subject of their new conversation topic. Nah, I think I know you well enough to tell when you're insincere even without his help. Shikaku chuckled, standing from his seat and fetching a nearby bottle of sake. So that's why you offered to let him stay here then? Inoichi asked Choza as the tension had all but fled the room by now. Pretty much. Shikaku was right from the start, as usual. Naruto is nothing to hate, it's the thing in his belly that killed Chajin. That kid's been nothing but a blessing since becoming a genin. I wouldn't say that to Lord Jiraiya. He had managed to tar and feather the old Sannin a while back. Shikaku chuckled as he refilled each of their saucers, spotted the rainbow feathers trailing behind him as he chased the boys' clones around the village for a while. The sound of a door opening caught all three's collective ears before they watched the topic of the recent discussion walk slowly into the room. Hi, Mr. Akamichi. Could you, Naruto spoke, unusually quiet for the boy, but considering the recent news he'd received, none of the other present thought he'd react otherwise. Choji's room's upstairs on the right, the door at the end of the hallway. Choza explained to the boy. Can I get you anything? No thanks, Mr. Akamichi. I think I'm just gonna go to bed. Good night, Mr. Yamanaka, Mr. Nora. Night, kid. Shikaku called out. Good night, Naruto. Inoichi followed. The group watched as the boy synonymous with energy traipsed slowly up the stairs and down the hallway out of sight. Geez, poor kid, Inoichi said, breaking the silence after their conversation. I know, Choza said, looking back at myself in the past just makes me sick. No matter what you've done in the past, it's how you reflect and move forward that matters most, Choza. Shikaku comforted his friend. I think we should have our last toast before I go get frying pan by Yoshino. Inoichi and Choza both looked up at the clock on the wall and nodded in agreement. Tomorrow was going to be a long day for the whole village. To the fallen. Inoichi raised his saucer. To the fallen. Choza and Shikaku joined him before the three downed their sake. The sky was painted a dingy gray as Naruto slipped his arm through one of Choji's old plain black tops. The look on Naruto's face could break anyone's heart as he looked at himself in the mirror. Along with his plain black top, Naruto had also been given a pair of plain black slacks and sandals for the event, the memorial for those who died protecting Konoha. Naruto picked his dark blue headband up off the table, looking down onto the symbol of the leaf imprinted on it. As he looked at the mark he proudly wore only yesterday, painful memories of the old man had come flooding back to him, happy memories with him, and how he knew he would never be able to make any more with the old geezer. Deciding to wear his hair loose today, he tied the ends of his headband around his neck, his bangs hanging low, helping to hide the pained expression he wore. 2 knocks rang out through the room as Choji poked his head in through the door. "Hey Naruto, you ready?" Choji called out, poking his head around the door. Naruto nodded slowly before turning back to Choji, his eyes completely hidden under his bangs. Choji simply nodded back and led Naruto through the corridor and out where his folks were waiting for them, also dressed in simple, black outfits. With the small party complete, Naruto and the 3 Akimichi set off towards the Hokage building, where the service would be held. Naruto hung toward the back of the group, simply looking at his feet while he could hear others moving around him. Tenten walked out of her family's shop, her traditional buns undone, letting her own hair hang loose with her headband tied around her left arm as she adjusted her black blouse and skirt. She looked up as she finished a few brushes, watching as the Akimichi walked past with Naruto following, almost looking like he was under a Yamanaka-controlled jutsu. A brief jog and she caught up to the blonde boy, reaching up and placing a hand on his shoulder in support. His head tilted her way for a second as she caught his eye. Its normal blue sparkle had vanished, only a dull blue haze remained. Naruto's gaze returned to the floor almost immediately as his head followed slowly. Feeling a pang of extra pain in her heart, Tenten reached over to Naruto's other shoulder and pulled him into a one-armed hug as they walked. The blonde didn't react. As they walked further into the village, more ninja could be seen heading towards the bottom of the monument. Kakashi and Guy were just ahead of them while Ibiki and Anko could be seen whispering to each other as they popped out from a side alley. Several other members of the unofficial Konoha 13 could be seen dotted amongst the crowd. Lee now joined up with Guy. Both of their usual youthful energy moods had been put aside for the moment. The Yamanaka and Nara clan heads' kids were waiting for their last member up ahead and Kiba was walking sullenly with his own clan, each with their Ninken partners with them. The sky was even darker now. A small cry of thunder let itself be heard among the ninja, warning them of the heavens' impending tears. Tenten felt another hand place itself alongside hers on Naruto's far shoulder. Looking back, she saw Haku nod silently to her while Zabuza brought up the rear. He'd even worn black mouth bandages. Haku moved her hand onto the largest section of Naruto's occupied shoulder that wasn't covered by Tenten and gave Naruto a small squeeze and dim smile. She received the same look Tenten got when she approached, cold, lifeless eyes. As the ninja made their way to the top of the Hokage building, each took their place in an organized fashion, standing a foot from every other person in front, behind, and either side. As Naruto and the 2 girls took their places, they both released his shoulder with a small pitying smile on their faces for the boy. If you strained your ears, trying to listen like a ninja, you would hear a small word of thanks from the blonde when the girls released him. Neither spoke, but both their thoughts replied, in a time. Tenten looked around the crowd as the last of the ninja had made it onto the roof. Up front stood several pictures, each on a little stand with a small candle and scroll next to each individual one. A Hokage's portrait, stand, candle, and scroll were the biggest and settled in the center of the other pictures. Most of the major clans had a spot up close to the front. Both Hinata and Neji stood next to each other next to the Aburame clan as the last few stragglers settled and the funeral could begin. A few drops of water landed on Kurenai as she stood next to Asuma Satobai. "It's raining," she said as the clouds released their water. "Yeah," Asuma replied, a strained look on his face. "Even the heavens weep for our loss." At the front, right next to the portraits, Koharu and Amira stood with their heads low, acknowledging their lost teammate. "We are gathered here to remember and honor not only the 3rd Hokage, but all those who sacrificed themselves in this battle so that our village would survive." Koharu began. The procession carried on as each person in the crowd remembered their beloved and the memories they have with them. Naruto's mind shut out the noises from the outside world as his thoughts now ran through his memories with the first time he'd taken the old man to Ikaraku, when he managed to knock him out with his sexy jutsu, and the last time he spoke to the old man before the tournament. A dull coarse noise made its way past Naruto's defenses and brought him back to the real world. In front of him stood Konohamaru Sarutobi, holding his hands up to what Naruto could assume were his eyes as the kid cried for the loss of his grandfather. Naruto felt the need to reach out and comfort the boy he'd taken on as a mini apprentice in trouble, like Tenten and Haku had done to him when a hand placed itself on Konohamaru's left shoulder. Naruto looked over and recognized the familiar ponytail his old sensei wore. Uruka just gave Konohamaru a reassuring squeeze before nodding back to the front. Naruto's eyes followed and watched as each member of the crowd placed a white rose on the small table before the pictures. He reached into his pocket, unclipping the clasp on his kunai pouch and pulled out a similar white rose from inside it. The people around him began to do the same, plucking their white roses from wherever they had them hidden as Naruto's line made its way to the front. "Why did you do it, old man? Why did you have to die?" Naruto thought as he placed his rose and returned to his position. The procession drew to a close when the last ninja placed their rose and returned to their spot. Amira and Koharu brought their arms to their sides, making sure the noise of it was heard by all as everyone stood to attention. As a way of flowing away, everyone bowed before the fallen as a last sign of respect. With the official funeral over, many ninja began to disperse while some remained at the site, wanting a few more minutes to think. Iruka led Konohamaru away with his friends, passing Naruto with a brief nod to his former student. As the crowd thinned, Naruto moved closer towards the front to look the Hokage's portrait head-on as he thought. "Naruto, are you okay?" Tenten and Haku inquired respectively. Naruto kept his gaze focused on the third as though he was trying to think him back to life. Zabuza looked on curiously as the boy he'd come to admire let out a long sigh before turning and walking away. Naruto," the girls called after him. Without the sound of a footstep being made, Zabuza was behind the pair, his hands now giving their shoulders a reassuring squeeze. "Let him go, he needs to be by himself for now." But nothing. The boy needs some space to think about what he's going to do next. "From what I hear, the Hokage was the closest the kids ever had to family," Zabuza said, firmly enough to stop Tenten's questioning, but not enough to scare her. The trio just watched as Naruto walked away from them and back out into the streets. Slowly, color began to return to the village as people exchanged their wet, black clothes for their regular outfits. Those that could reopen their stores, ninja got back to their missions, and others just did what they could to cheer themselves or others up. Naruto had decided to remain in his mourner's clothes as he sat atop the Hokage monument on the head of the third. His arms clutched his knees into his chest as he looked down at the village with the dots of people moving about their lives. Naruto's thoughts turned back to the old man, wondering just how the all-powerful professor could have lost. While the rain had dampened his blonde locks, its spiky structure was still maintained. It was one of the things he was most recognized by, especially to one who watched him train till he was numb. A small girl was walking along the top of the monument, her eyes guiding her to her target as she deactivated her Kekkei Genkai. She hopped over the guardrail and walked slowly toward her target. She said quietly as she tried to think of how to begin the conversation. "Hello, Hinata," Naruto called out without turning around. Hello, and Naruto," Hinata said back, nervously. Her mind raced with her crush being mere feet from her as well as the thought of possibly breaking the rules by being on the monument in the first place. "You gonna stand there all day or what?" Naruto called back, jerking his head to the side, indicating the free space next to him. Hinata blushed as she quickly made her way closer until she was standing next to Naruto's form. Holding her hand up to her face to cover her mouth and as much blush as she could, her mind resumed the task of trying to make her speak in Naruto's presence. "You still thinking about the old man too?" Naruto asked, his voice softer now. Yes, figures. I'm surprised you're the only other person up here, Hinata." Naruto's gaze was still trained on the village below as Hinata crouched down, gracefully lifting her black skirt slightly to prevent the cold, wet rock leaving marks. "Well, Hinata started before Naruto finally turned his head towards her. She looked into his eyes and saw the dull shade of depression she had often seen in her own mirror many times. I just wanted to feel a bit closer to him. That's all." For a brief second, a small smile flicked at the corner of Naruto's mouth. "I know what you mean," Naruto replied, letting out a sigh as he released his legs and stretched until he lay flat. Hinata blushed crimson at this and looked down towards the village. The two sat in relative silence for a few minutes, listening to the wind wash through the trees and the birds sing their daily song. "He changed my life, you know," Naruto spoke up as Hinata turned to look at him. "He gave me somewhere to live, something to look forward to and someone to care about." Hinata waited patiently for Naruto to speak again. Naruto just stared up at the sky, occasionally blinking as the raindrops hit his eyes. "I couldn't wait for him to come by some days, when he'd bring me some ramen or something. I remember when he got me my first set of goggles, remember those?" Naruto pointed to his forehead. Hinata just nodded, not wanting to disrupt his train of thought. "Yeah, he used to come by every week and just spend time with me. Whether it was playing ninja or teaching me a new move or something. He would always make time for me." Hinata smiled as she saw Naruto's own smile begin to come back. "Whenever I was alone or hurt, I always thought, what would the old man do? Whenever I got knocked down, I made myself train harder so I wouldn't get knocked down again, just like the Hokage trained and didn't let anyone hurt him or people in the village. I always told him I was gonna beat him someday and take that hat from him." "No, why?" Naruto asked, his story drawing out some enthusiastic energy inside of him. "Why, Naruto? So I could do for him what he did for me all those years. If I was stronger than him, I would make him realize that, and the stronger one of us would be Hokage so they could protect the other." Naruto grinned, his right hand now clutched into a fist as he sat up, as though ready for a fight. But now, his hand fell back down by his side as he let out a sigh. Hinata suddenly felt a bit awkward sitting with Naruto. "Why do you fight in Naruto?" The blonde turned his head toward the petite girl. "I'll tell you why I fight in Naruto." Hinata took in a deep breath. "I fight because I want to become strong. I want to get strong so that I can protect the people I love the most." Hinata turned and smiled at Naruto as she fiddled with her sleeve and looked into Naruto's eyes. "I want to get strong so that no one can hurt the people I hold closest to me no matter how hard they try. Kurenai-sensei, Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei and the Hokage all protect us when we're out on missions. They risk their lives to keep us safe so that one day, we can protect our own students' lives when we're jonin and live safely. In the village, together." Hinata's blush returned and her voice weakened as she squeaked out the last few words, worried about how Naruto might react to what she implied. Naruto sat quietly as he faced the village once more. The old man wanted to protect everyone in the village because we were all his precious people. Haku's words in Wave Country floated back to him. Naruto's hands both gripped tight as he pushed himself to his feet. You hear that, Leaf Village? Naruto shouted. I'm gonna get stronger and stronger. One day, I'll become Hokage and protect you all. Naruto's echo rippled around the Hokage heads and drifted into the village where a select few ears picked up his declaration. What about you, Hinata? Naruto turned back to the crouching girl and offered his hand. You gonna get strong enough to serve the all-powerful Hokage, Naruto? Hinata blushed deeper and turned her head but offered her hand, feeling a sharp yank as Naruto pulled her up to her feet mere inches away from him. She saw his smile and sparkle had returned as she gazed into the eyes she had fallen hard for. We'll make a promise right now, you and me. We'll train as hard as we can and achieve our dreams together, right? Almost hypnotized to the reawakened brightness in Naruto's eyes and grin, Hinata gripped Naruto's outstretched hand in both of hers. Right, I promise you and Naruto, I will try as hard as I can to fulfill my own dream, Hinata said. A certain firmness in her voice helped seal the deal. Naruto smiled and shot his trademark grin back at the petite Hyuga. Though what happened next he couldn't prepare for. Hinata's eyes closed as her hands gripped Naruto's tighter. Naruto's eyes widened as he was suddenly pulled forward. Hinata opened her eyes a crack and willed herself forward, bringing her own lips against Naruto's as he placed his hands against her shoulders to balance himself. The two stood motionless as a soft wind blew over the monument. The sounds of the village and birdsong slowly drifted back into their senses. Naruto pushed gently on Hinata's shoulders, separating the pair as he looked at Hinata's face for any explanation as to what just happened. Her eyes fluttered open and gazed back into Naruto's confused pair. They opened as wide as they could as the now beat red girl jumped back with her hands now covering her mouth, letting out a small squeak of surprise. Hi Hinata, I am sorry and Naruto. I didn't mean to. She squeaked again, looking away as though she was being scolded for doing something wrong. Hinata, no that's no. I mean it was Naruto blushed as he couldn't help but look away from the girl. The two stood in silence for a minute or so more before either could even glance at the other. Listen, I have to Gia, get back to training Naruto said, doing a fairly good impression of Hinata. Oh, okay, Hinata said back quietly, turning to leave with saddened shimmer in her eyes. I just need to Naruto started. He shook his head quickly as he finally got a sentence together. I just need to think for a while, okay. Hinata stood still with her back toward him. A small bob of her head meant she understood. Okay, so I'll talk to you later. A few seconds passed before Hinata's head bobbed again, accompanied with an affirmative Good, okay, right I'll see you around Hinata. Naruto finished. Without another word, he tore his eyes away from the girl and ran towards the edge of the third's head. Hinata turned and watched as Naruto hurled himself off the top of the monument, disappearing from her sight. Fear instantly set in as she hurried over to the edge and activated her Byakugan. Wind whipped through Naruto's hair as his body fell faster and faster, passing the third's massive hair, nose, and chin towards the harsh foliage below. His eyes began to water from the speed before he held out his arm as pushed a small burst's worth of chakra out of one, letting his other hand and feet grip the wall and slide down, slowing himself with regular chakra. It hurt his hands like hell, but it was the fastest way to get out of an awkward situation, he reasoned. The trees rose to meet him and he pushed himself off the cliff face before bouncing off of branches, back toward the village roads. Hinata let out a sigh of relief as she watched a small orange and yellow dot pop out of the trees and bound over buildings towards the Akamichi clan residence. She released her Byakugan and closed her eyes in her relief. A small thought made itself known in her mind as her hands shot back up to her mouth as fast as her body's blood could rush there. I kissed Naruto. Within the hour, Naruto could be found sitting atop the middle pole inside Squad 7's training ground, his head in his hands as he stared at a combination of knees, sandals, and ground. First Haku, then Hinata. But she knows about Haku, right? But then there's Tenten and what she does. She makes me feel. What they make me feel. Arg, I can't. But. The Kyuubi could feel a headache coming on as though he could hear Naruto's thoughts being shouted in his ears. GRRR, will you just shut up? The Kyuubi roared. Naruto clutched his own ears as his balance failed and he toppled to the ground between the posts. What the hell was that for? Naruto shouted out. For giving me a damn headache, you moron. Geez, it's like you're shouting every thought at once. I'm in here too, remember. Naruto shook his head as his outer hearing returned. What good are you? It's not like you can help with this sort of thing. I am a well of knowledge forged over a great many years. You think I can offer no advice to your current situation? You must think less of me than I realized. The fox snarled. Naruto took in several deep breaths as he pushed himself back into a sitting position, pushing one foot up against the far pole and leaning his back on the one he'd just fallen from. Okay, alright, I'm sorry. Naruto apologized. It's just this whole thigh. Zip it. Naruto, shut up. Good, you must forget I see everything you do now, else you wouldn't think to remember I have seen everything you have about these girls. I may have picked up on something you didn't, for instance. Naruto nodded slowly as he understood the situation a little better. Right, so let me start by spelling it out for you, then see where that takes us. You know 3 girls called Haku, Tenten, and Hinata, yes. You have managed to kiss all of these girls, yes. And you think you feel something for all 3 of these girls that you do not for other girls, say for instance, Sakura, yes. Naruto nodded at the end of each question. Then there is only one option. Naruto waited eagerly for the answer to his confusing thoughts. Mark, all 3 is yours. The fox roared with laughter as Naruto's anger rose. See, this is why I wouldn't go to you for advice in a million years. The fox's laugh slowed before it spoke again. We'll put that in the maybe pile, shall we? Now, you've known each of these girls for at least a few months now, yes. Naruto nodded again, though a frown graced his face by this point. Well, let's take it one at a time, shall we? You kissed that Haku girl first. What do you feel when you're with her? Naruto's eyebrows rose slightly as he cast his mind back to when he was just with Haku and how he felt at the time. Well, she makes me feel nice and happy. Anywhere in particular? Naruto rose one eyebrow with a questioning look. Never mind. Now, what do you want to do when you're around her? Just the 2 of you. I kinda just, wanna hold her hand and stuff. Be close to her. Right. Imagine you're back at the cliff where Haku and you walked to when you went to find her in Zabuza. How did you feel then? A bit nervous, like she would look at me like all the villagers would. And why were you nervous about that? Well, Naruto rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment, because it hurts when people look at me like that. Would you say it would hurt worse than if all the villagers did it? Yeah. Why do you think that is? Because I care more about what she thinks than what some stupid villager thinks. The Kyuubi grinned. Why? She's just a stupid girl that considers herself Zabuza's tool to use and be thrown away whenever she loses her barely passable looks or is of no more use to him. Shut up. Naruto yelled. Haku is not a tool anymore. She's a beautiful, smart, funny ninja who's a million times better than you. Because you like her. The Kyuubi smirked, a small laugh escaping his lips. Yes, because Naruto's mind suddenly caught up with his mouth. Because I really like her. Ah, good, now we're finally making progress. The fox chuckled, his mind putting aside Naruto's insult for later when he can pay him back on a day that he isn't adorned in black. That's one down. Now tell me, what about Tenten? Naruto's mind raced as it ran Tenten through his recent thought process, in place of Haku, and came back with the same answers. Wow, I see you do have some brains up here. Though how I haven't seen them yet still makes me wonder. Shut up, you stupid fox. Geez. Naruto sighed. Now for the last girl, this Hinata. Clearly you haven't been with her for the same time as you have the other 2. How do you feel about her? Well, she kissed me, didn't she? Looked that way to me. And, does she like me? The fox rolled his eyes. Likely, but you're missing the point. She's been around you since your early academy days, but it's taken you this long to even notice her, and even then it's taken you this long to realize how she feels towards you. The Kyuubi felt even his massive paw could not make a face palm big enough to represent this moment. She's liked you since forever. Damn, Naruto, think about it. She's always around somewhere when you're training. She blushes whenever she's up close to you. And let's not forget the big one, she kissed you. Now, how do you feel about her? Naruto's mind wrestled with itself as he thought about his previous interactions with Hinata. He searched his feelings, looking for the same things he felt when he thought of Tenten and Haku. If one was to look at Naruto's feelings for the 3 girls as though they were flower beds, you would see a small bunch of clear roses, not red nor white or yellow, but clear roses growing from 2 pots labeled Haku and Tenten. The 3rd pot, labeled Hinata, was little more than a small mound of dirt, but when you look closely, a small, clear shoot could be seen pushing its way through the recently watered plot and growing slowly. What it could grow into would be anyone's guess, but it was definitely something to be monitored. I don't know. The only real time we've spent together was today. I know I was still thinking about old man Hawkage and she helped me see just how similar we really were. Right, well we can just leave that for now. Maybe you'll be able to figure it out yourself if you talk to her again. Maybe, Naruto said quietly, his mind going through different scenarios of his and Hinata's next meeting. Well, since we've figured out they all obviously really like you back, we should work on which one you have to pick. Well, they didn't object to kissing you, you at least like them, you have to pick one and give the others the heartbreak of their lives. What? Well, you can only have one, can't you? You can only pick one of the 3, which will it be, Naruto? The fox asked, chuckling to himself. Whichever one you pick, the others will be terribly upset and heartbroken. Naruto managed to picture the worst-case scenario, telling each girl that he picked another. The sadness that he pictured on each of their faces was devastating. It physically felt like he was hurting just imagining the pain on their beautiful faces. It reminded him of his own pain when he caught sight of himself in a shop window back when he was young. All he wanted was to not be alone anymore, to be hugged and held like other people were by their parents, to have someone to care for him as he cared for them. His mind raced at these thoughts and come to the only honorable conclusion. I can't do it to any of them. The Kyuubi chuckled deeply as he curled back up into his cage, seeing Naruto acknowledge that he did want all 3 girls. He returned to his own thoughts and remembered his own promise he made to himself earlier, not to bother Naruto on his day of mourning. Well, seems he'd kinda broken that, but it was for the boy's own good. Maybe he'd find some happiness after this. God knows the boy deserves it. Maybe I should just leave it for now. I need to do something. Naruto shouted to himself, his pent-up energy finding a crack in his outer defenses and begging to be released. I need to train, or work out, or hit something. A soft rustling in the trees and a familiar Sannin jumped into the clearing. The fox cracked open its sleepy eye, one last time it told itself, and recounted Naruto's last thought about hitting something. I couldn't pick a better target. Yo, Naruto, what are you doing all the way out here? Naruto was half tempted to try and get one up on the Sannin and push him into a little spar, but he put this urge aside to question the truant perv. Where the hell were you? Jiraiya flinched at this accusation. Me, Ayu. When? He asked innocently, the heat from the hot springs still keeping his coat a little warm. During the old man's funeral. Where the hell were you? Well, easy Naruto. Just because you don't see a ninja doesn't mean he isn't there. Just what are they teaching in the academy these days? You know damn well what I mean. I know you weren't there because I could sense you halfway across town. Sense? Just how much influence does the Kyuubi have over him? So you did know where I was. I think you just answered your own question there, Naruto. He replied, a grin plaguing his features. The anger Naruto felt over the Hokage's death rose up in his chest, begging to be released in some form. Before Jiraiya could close his toothy grin, Naruto's fist struck towards the smug Sannin, hoping to at least take one of his choppers out. Jiraiya watched as Naruto's slow-moving hand passed over his head as he ducked, grabbing Naruto's arm and chest and flipping him over onto his back. They both landed on the floor with a thud that could be considered painful to anyone who hadn't trained their body harder than a wrestler. Geez, what the hell was that for Naruto? Jiraiya asked as he sat up, pulling the blonde up by his shirt and plopping him next to him though facing the other way. So I wasn't at the old guy's funeral, big deal, it's not like I can't visit him later. Well, what were you doing that was so important that you had to miss paying your respects with the rest of the village? Naruto shot back angrily at the toad sage. Jiraiya leant back on both his hands, now looking up into the sky. Not to change the subject or nothing Naruto, but did you see Sasuke there either? A pregnant silence hung between the two as Naruto recalled the funeral, not once seeing the black-haired Uchiha that he called his rival. Oh, he is so gonna pay for this. He's as bad as you are, you a dirty old perv. A swift downward bop on the head had Naruto clutching his skull lightly. Normally, I would agree with you, had that been the case, but you don't know everything that happened during the battle. Jiraiya sighed. His eyebrows furrowed as he saw the last snake looking into the sky at something. Turning his own gaze that way, he saw something small moving through the air fast. His eagle eyes zoomed in on said object. A red and white fan. His mind raced, remembering what Orochimaru was after all those years ago, watching as the snake's mouth opened slowly. Oh no you don't. Gamahiro, Jiraiya shouted to the toad, his partner knowing immediately what to do. Putting all its strength into its back legs, the toad launched itself across the battlefield, raising one of its blades in both hands for a stronger, double-handed strike. Jiraiya braced himself against the wind, ready to launch himself at the right time to snatch the Uchiha out of the air before the last of the snake heads devoured him. The snake had felt the loss of its other heads and the incoming force that was the toad sage. If he was going to die now, he would complete his final mission or have man to scold him in the afterlife. It extended its neck, stretching ever closer to the Uchiha as he passed under the front teeth. Jiraiya couldn't move fast enough. He kicked himself off Gamahiro so hard that he apologized for it later. Soaring through the air, he could only watch as the snake's fangs clamped down around the Uchiha who had been settled in the center of the snake's mouth. Gamahiro's sword came down, the silver steel sinking into the scales of the snake. Before the blade could make a majority of a cut, the snake burst into smoke, disappearing from the battle. Jiraiya's body emerged on the other side of the smoke, landing on a small building before turning to gaze at the lost enemy. And the lost Uchiha. Why? What? Naruto almost yelled, his voice definitely rising again. Either Sasuke Uchiha is dead or, more likely, Orochimaru has gotten his fangs on him and on the Sharingan. Jiraiya said as though the words hurt to say. Sasuke's been captured, I'm afraid so. Jiraiya answered, the village is still recovering from the attack and, of the few captured ninja, none have given us any sources on the snake's latest hideout. Naruto jumped to his feet. Well, what are we doing waiting around here? We have to do something. Geez kid, you got sand in your ears. I told you, with no leads, we don't know where to even begin looking. Unlike that Miss Nin and his apprentice, they could be all the way in Snow Country by now. Naruto's eyes widened and he dropped to his knees, his fists hanging uselessly at his side. Jiraiya let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Look, kid, I shouldn't be telling you this, but the village has got a new mission for me. Naruto looked up into the Sannin's eyes. The cold, defeated look Jiraiya had spied from the rooftops earlier had returned. It sent his mind reeling back at the memories from the Third Ninja War, when Tsunade lost her little brother. It sent her into a downward spiral into what she had become today. He would not let Naruto join her down that path. The village is in need of a leader now and I have to leave and go look for them. First thing we have to do is rebuild the village. Second, while we rebuild the village, I can go look for our new leader. Third or second and a half, you could come with me and I'll teach you some of my all-powerful techniques. Naruto looked straight into the Sannin's eyes. A brief spark of excitement had returned but faded quickly. Jiraiya let out one long, last sigh, looking back up at the sky as he did. And, if we happen to come across any clues about Orochimaru's whereabouts, I guess we could check them out. The spark was back. So you're saying it might not be too late. I am saying there may be a slight possibility that we may still recover the location of the Uchiha. If there is a chance we can save him, we will bring back the information and I'm sure the village will send out many squads to bring back the Sharingan. Naruto gripped his fists together once again. I refuse to lose another friend to that bastard. Naruto raged. Teach me everything you can, pervy sage. Then I'll rescue Sasuke myself. After that I'll make sure Orochimaru never harms anyone again. The fire had been relit in the boy's belly. Jiraiya smiled lightly, then raised his arm and delivered another blow to Naruto's head. What did I tell you about calling me that? Naruto strode out into the Akamichi training grounds after denying himself a majority of the meal Choji's mother had cooked. He removed his jacket and set it on the rock he had sat on after Iruka showed up yesterday. Now back in the only jumpsuit and t-shirt he could call his own, Naruto stepped into the middle of the training field to try and organize his thoughts with a hard workout. Jiraiya-sensei said we'll set out tomorrow at dawn. I need to get rid of this energy so I can sleep tonight, he thought, running through a few basic taijutsu drills to warm up. I wonder how long we'll be gone. Jiraiya said we may be gone a while depending on how easily and quickly we can find this old teammate of his. I wonder if I should tell Haku and the others how long I might be gone. Then again, I should probably tell everyone that I'm actually leaving first of all. Man, that's gonna be awkward. Naruto's thoughts wandered to the three girls that had his mind so befuddled earlier that same day as he ran into more advanced drills. These thoughts filled his mind so much, he didn't notice one of these girls walking down the path towards him. Working hard, Naruto. A sweet voice called out to the blonde. Naruto's concentration broke as he turned quickly to the invader and raised his defensive stance. A cute giggle found its way to his ears as Tenten's form made itself recognized in his brain. Man, when you focus on something, you focus, eh? Tenten called out, walking towards the slightly stunned boy with a smile on her face. Naruto rubbed the back of his head nervously as the thoughts and feelings about her were pressing hard towards the front of his mind. Well, since I interrupted you, how about I help you train for a bit? She offered kindly, a hidden smile lurking dangerously behind her eyes, waiting for the right moment. Okay, sure. Naruto smiled, relaxing back into his taijutsu pose. Tenten looked at him curiously. Are you still warming up? I thought we could let our blades do the talking, you know, since I never got to face you in the Chunin exams. The smile looked more like a smirk now. Oh okay, sure. Naruto's hand reached over his shoulder, gripping for a blade that wasn't there. I wonder where I put that. Maybe I left it in Choji's room. No, I don't think I've had it in his house. In fact, I don't think I've had it since. Naruto looked at the dark smirk now residing on Tenten's face. What's the matter, Naruto? You did remember to take care of your sword like I told you to, didn't you? Naruto remembered now. He last had it in the fight against Gaara back in the cave, which had collapsed. Maybe he could buy some time from Tenten's wrath by saying it was inside while he dug for it. Oh darn, I think I left it up in Choji's room. I'll just go get it, you wait here, Naruto said, the last part hastily as he began heading toward the compound. In a matter of seconds, Tenten was jogging alongside him. That's okay, I'll wait outside the window for you. Naruto was in too deep now. He knew that if he went to get it and it wasn't there, Tenten would be pissed. On the other hand, if he suddenly took off for the rubble district, Tenten would suspect something was up. Only one choice was left for him. Tenten, wait. The pair stopped. It isn't in my room. Naruto rubbed the back of his hair again. I think I might have, kinda, sorta, lost it when I fought with Gaara of the desert. I'm sorry. I shoulda looked for it as soon as I left the hospital. Please forgive me, sensei. He bowed his head unto the weapons mistress's mercy. Tenten looked down at the blonde knucklehead, not letting him know that the sensei comment let her feel warm and giddy. So you're saying that you lost our finely crafted masterpiece in a hole somewhere in the village that may or may not be recovered in the future, and all you can say is sorry, sensei. Naruto braced himself for whatever punishment he felt he deserved after losing what he and Tenten put so much effort into making just for him. He heard a soft sigh and the poof of a weapon being summoned. This was it. He felt a pair of pokes against his shoulder. Naruto looked up at the thing that poked him. It was the end on a sheath, particularly one that he knew housed his blade. Looking further up the sheath, he found the handle he'd come to know so well settled at the end, meaning his blade was contained within. Lastly, he looked up at Tenten as she held the sheath out to him, a stern look on her face, but not one of anger nor disappointment. Don't go forgetting this blade, Naruto. We both put our hearts into making this blade for you. Don't go losing it like some generic shuriken, she scolded. Carefully, Naruto reached up and took the blade from her, quickly holding it out to himself and checking the blade was indeed concealed within. Satisfied, he pulled the sheath over his head and back into its original, comfy spot before looking back at Tenten. I'm sorry, Tenten-sensei. I will take better care of it in the future. See that you do, knucklehead, she said, a slight smile returning to her face. Now, Naruto had a question of his own for her. How did you? When I saw you at the hospital, all your gear was on the side minus your sword. I knew no one else would have taken it, so you must have used it when you fought Gaara. I know you didn't do it on purpose. A true ninja knows that sometimes tools must be sacrificed in order to protect oneself and others. I don't know how you did it, but I know you wouldn't leave it there without good reason, so first thing I did after my first visit was get it back. That was thankfully before the cave collapsed. Oh, okay, thanks, Tenten. Naruto smiled genuinely. With his previous thought patterns and unusual feelings around the girl, Naruto's body decided to act on the whims of his subconscious. He raised his arms and wrapped them around Tenten in a comfortable hug. Tenten's eyes widened at first, caught off guard at the suddenness of the gesture, but quickly realized what he was doing and put her arms around Naruto's toned figure, pulling him just that little bit closer. "No problem, Naruto." The hug came to an end as the two teens parted, smiling awkwardly at each other. Naruto was the first to speak. "Well, I should be getting to bed. I've got a big mission with Pervy Sage in the morning." Tenten put her hands on her hips. "Naruto," she said with a hint of annoyance in her voice. "How many times have I told you to pay proper respect to Lord Jiraiya? He's nothing but a pervy old man. Besides, he's probably gonna try and ditch me in all the towns we pass through to get some research while we look for the new Hokage." "New Hokage? You mean you and Lord Jiraiya are going to find a ninja outside the village to become our new leader?" Tenten asked. "Well, kinda. She was a leaf ninja in the past. We need to find this T-snood chick and bring her back here." Naruto's interpretation managed to ring a bell in Tenten's mind. "You wouldn't mean Tsunade, would you?" Tenten's voice pitch rose as her excitement grew. "That's it, I think. Me and Jiraiya gotta go find her and convince her to come back here," Naruto reiterated. Tenten's eyes were now brighter than diamonds. "Wow, really? Oh, you gotta let me come, Naruto. She's my idol, the ninja I've modeled myself after. I just have to meet her." Naruto backed up slightly as the girl he was frightened of only moments ago was now begging him to take her on his mission with Jiraiya. I dunno, Tenten. It's not me who decides. I guess if you really want to come, you can meet me and Jiraiya at the front gate tomorrow at daybreak and ask him then," Naruto reasoned. "Right, then that's what I'll do," Tenten said with a determination often seen on Naruto himself. Before anything else could be said between the two, Tenten had dashed off home with a wave back to Naruto, ready to pack for the trip. Naruto shook his head in disbelief as he wandered back inside with a smile back on his face. The sun just began to peek over the tops of the trees into the Leaf Village as Naruto and Tenten approached the main gate together where the white-haired traveler was waiting for them. "Mornin', Naruto, what's with the girl?" Tenten looked visibly irked by his question. "Jiraiya-sensei, you remember Tenten, my friend with the weapons?" "Alright, yay, the one who loves my old hag of a teammate." Tenten had had enough of this. "Lord Jiraiya, I wish to accompany you and Naruto to reason with and recover the next Hokage. Please take me along with you." She bowed her head with her hands together in plea. Jiraiya merely chuckled. "Geez, kid, do you know how to pick company or what? Alright, girlie, if you've made sure everyone knows where you are, you can come with us." Tenten literally jumped for joy before calming down almost as fast. She walked over to the Toad Sage and promptly punched him in the ear. Naruto only looked stunned at his weapon-wielding friend, as did Jiraiya. Tenten spoke before either of them could get a word in. "That was for insulting Lady Tsunade." Jiraiya just glared at the girl before looking over at Naruto, then back to the girl. "This is gonna be a long trip, isn't it?" "Only if you make it so, Lord Jiraiya," Tenten said, her demeanor now back to excitable and cheery. "And the name's not girly, it's Tenten, remember it this time." The trio left the village in high spirits aside from the minor beatdown as they began the trek for the third san unhappily. Meanwhile, in a remote part of Lightning Country, Kabuto, "Is he ready?" a raspy voice called out. The door to the room opened with the sound ninja known as Kabuto standing there with a few minor scrapes on his body and clothes. "He is awake and restrained like you ordered, master." Kabuto bowed to the figure in the bed. "Good." The figure rose and brushed past Kabuto, moving out into the dark hallway. Dim torches lit the yellowed hallways as master and right-hand man walked towards a certain chamber where the main prize of the attack on the hidden leaf lay. "Just a few more minutes, and I'll finally possess the Sharingan." Kabuto ran ahead and opened the door to the main hall of the hideout. It was here that a steel medical bed lay in the center of the room, currently containing the struggling body of the last loyal Uchiha of Konoha. My Kabuto, isn't it magnificent?" "Yes, Lord Orochimaru," Kabuto replied, hurrying over to the medical table. He looked down into the struggling boy's red eyes as they glared back into his, a gag holding back all the mean words likely to spew forth. Orochimaru coughed harshly and clutched his chest halfway between the door and his prize. "Lord Orochimaru," Kabuto called out wordly. "Stay back, just hurry and remove his gag. I want to see the fear in his eyes first." Hesitantly, Kabuto worked to turn the medical bed around, then kick a lever attached to the bottom of the bed. Sasuke felt his body lurch as it was brought upright. Still restrained, he looked across at this newcomer until his memory kicked in. "That's right, remember me, little Sasuke." Orochimaru chuckled deeply. "It seems everything has worked out in my favor. The third Hokage is dead, and I have the Sharingan sitting right in front of me, mine for the taking." Kabuto took this opportunity to reach up and pull off Sasuke's cloth gag. Instead of curses and insults, a rather unexpected string of words came from the Uchiha. "So, that's why you marked me, so I'll give you my eyes." Orochimaru chuckled again. "Oh my no, little Sasuke. You misunderstand. That mark was merely a backup. A little insurance, if you will. I knew that had I not acquired you during the battle like I have, you would grow to enjoy the power my little gift gives you and would soon come willingly to me, looking for more." Sasuke's eyes widened. He had indeed liked the power that the curse mark gave him and felt like he needed more. "Much more. But it seems fate has worked in my favor. My snake managed to capture you just before it died. Now my years of planning can come to fruition as I take your eyes to master all the jutsu of the world." Orochimaru yelled triumphantly. "TSH, so what? You're just going to take my eyes then kill me? I won't let you. Let me free from this thing and I'll take your head clean off your shoulders." Sasuke yelled. "Kyukyukuku, my Sasuke, you seem to think you will be getting some sort of chance here. It is my sad duty to inform you that you won't be. I won't just be taking your eyes. I'll be taking your hands, your legs, and even your brain too as I claim your body for my own." Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as his head hit the back of the medical bed. It couldn't end like this. He was an Uchiha, an Avenger. He still hadn't fulfilled his dream, his destiny of avenging his clan from his traitorous brother. Kabuto and Orochimaru chuckled lightly as the final moment approached. "Prepare yourself while you can, little sass." Orochimaru began his final gloating before the last technique ended his suffering in this body. What stopped him mid-gloat, however, brought a chill to everyone's bones. 2 sets of footsteps could be heard moving down the opposite hall and, from the group's collective training, they could tell they were getting closer. Kabuto and Orochimaru were now both facing whatever it was that was walking towards them, and, at least for Orochimaru, Sasuke saw he had fear, anger, and absolute rage on his face all at once. As the 2 pairs of footsteps made it into the hall, one could now see they belonged to 2 men dressed in black cloaks with red clouds on them, complete with bamboo hats. "You!" Orochimaru hissed at the 2 newcomers. Sasuke's mind reeled at all the possibilities of who these newcomers could be. These wonderings were settled when he heard the silky voice that haunted his dreams to this day. "Hello, Orochimaru. I see you've met my brother Sasuke. So, Naruto, I should probably show you a new jutsu now since you're out of the hospital now and all." "Hell yay. Come on, Kyuubi, give me your best one." "Hehe, I hardly think you are ready for that just yet, but tell me, you are aware that we demons can shapeshift, correct?" "You can. Isn't that like our transformation jutsu?" "Quite the opposite, my young fellow. Your transformation jutsu is based on our shape-shifting abilities, the fact that anything we are is real while yours is fake. We use chakra to change our form, you simply hide it." "Whoa, nice. So what are you going to change into?" "On the contrary, my dear kid, this is my shape-shifted form." "Really? What, are you smaller than this in real life or something?" The Kyuubi chuckled at Naruto's failed guess. "Not at all. In fact, why don't I show you?" The fox's red fur and face receded from sight, back into the darkness of the cage. Naruto waited with bated breath, eager to see the true form of the kitsune. "So, Naruto, how do you like my true form?" A sweet yet vulnerable voice called out. First from the shadows emerged a bare leg, then a thigh, before a stomach, bosom, and petite face with 9 dark red hair braids. The worst part for Naruto, she was as naked as the sun is bright. The boy shot back into the murky water from a nosebleed, his mind reeling at the dirty thoughts going through his head. "I'm beat," Tenten complained as she slumped against a tree. "Whereas this town, you said we were getting close to Lord Jiraiya." "Yeah, come on you old perv, shouldn't we be there by now?" Naruto shouted out as he stopped next to Tenten. The trio had been walking for a solid 2 weeks, making camp in a single place for only one night and always packed before the sun rose. By now, they had traveled through 7 towns around the outskirts of the Land of Fire where Tsunade was last heard from. "It's getting close now. Come on kids, you think it would be easy finding the legendary sucker?" Jiraiya called back as he simply carried on walking. "The sun's not down yet, we've still got plenty of time." "No." A small stone bounced off the back of Jiraiya's head. "GRR, what the hell?" Jiraiya clutched his head where the rock stuck and saw Naruto standing in a defiant pose. "All this time we've spent moving from one place to another, just looking for this Tsunade woman when we could have been chasing up better leads, or you could be doing some of the stuff you promised." "Naruto?" Tenten said quietly, wondering what the blonde was talking about. As if he read her mind, Naruto followed up on his statement. "You said you would teach me some of your techniques, that you would train me so I could get stronger." Naruto pointed defiantly at his sensei. "I haven't learned a thing from you since we started this trip besides how not to find an X-Leaf ninja. I could be back at Konoha training against Bushibrow or Kiba, helping clear up the mess that Gaara made, or even developing new techniques to take this Orochimaru bastard out and bring Sasuke back. Hell, the fox is a better teacher than you." All 3 minds clicked at that moment. Naruto had misspoken. He knew he'd messed up bad. He saw the look in Jiraiya's eyes as he just yelled out one of the Leaf's biggest secrets. Right now, he daren't look at Tenten for fear she knew what he meant. Jiraiya now knew for sure something was going on between Naruto and the demon fox sealed within him, and he had to put a stop to it. But first, he had to disarm the situation. "Geez, Naruto, that hurts," he replied sarcastically. "Just because you learned how to survive in a forest from that overgrown fox you healed." He glanced over at Tenten and saw the young girl's eyebrows furrow in confusion. She'd probably ask Naruto about it later. Looking back over at the hyped-up blonde, they both knew he'd just saved his ass. "All right then, Naruto." Jiraiya dropped his backpack on the ground with a thud. "You want to train so bad. Let's train. First, dodging." In a flash of movement, Jiraiya was in front of Naruto, his left arm low, and a surge or chakra could be felt and seen rushing to it. Both Naruto and Tenten's eyes widened at Jiraiya's speed, Naruto's instincts telling him to push himself back off his feet as a glowing blue ball missed his chest by inches. "Rasengan!" Jiraiya shouted out, slamming the ball past Naruto and into a tree just off the beaten track. Pain was the first thing that came to Naruto's mind. Even as a ninja, landing on your rear on a rocky road hurts. Jiraiya simply smirked and stood upright again. "You want training? How was that for starters? The Rasengan. Tenten helped Naruto up, the blonde's jaw dropping when he saw the destruction Jiraiya had caused. Behind the old Sannin, a good chunk of tree was now missing, a deep spiral-like groove left in its place against the remaining bark. It's your new technique. Jiraiya's grin widened as Tenten's jaw dropped alongside the blonde's. Do you not like it? With the genin like a tamer one? He taunted, speaking to Naruto as though he were a toddler. Tenten was about to howl abuse at Lord Jiraiya for his outrageous method of teaching before Naruto spoke up again. Hell no, Naruto called back, running over to the tree and inspecting the damage more thoroughly. That's just the thing I need. Lord Jiraiya. Both pumped-up males turned towards their female accomplice. Just what kind of training do you call that? Tenten shouted. Jiraiya brought his arms up and wiggled his fingers as though pressing against something. Hands on, he replied perversely. Dodging the second rock, this time from Tenten, Jiraiya decided to explain his teaching method. Knowing a jutsu, understanding a jutsu and performing a jutsu are all separate parts of the same entity. He began, a blackboard and teaching stick appearing out of nowhere. Simply by applying the first and last principles, one can perform a jutsu, but only with proper understanding of a jutsu can it become a proper, more useful tool. Take your weapons for example. Jiraiya gestured to Tenten's scroll holders. Any fool can pick up a sword, swing it and kill a man, but it takes proper understanding of the blade to know how to wield it to its potential. Knowing how your own jutsu react and feel can be the thing that either saves your life or ends it. Naruto looked at the ground with a thoughtful expression on his face while Tenten responded. How so? Take that Rasengan for example. That was just about 40% of the power I can put into a Rasengan of that size. Now, if I used a Rasengan equal to that one on an enemy and they fell down unconscious right off the bat, then I could either think he's a very weak ninja or he is nowhere near to being defeated yet and take caution. Jiraiya walked over to another tree. Underestimating your enemy is the most unwise action a ninja can take. It leads down a path of overconfidence and smugness, the kind the Uchiha exerted whenever he did something. Tenten merely nodded, watching the Uchiha perform some basic throwing drills and act like he was the king of kunai when he hit the bullseye mark. That Rasengan would merely blow an enemy away. A fully powered Rasengan will blow a chunk of enemy away. Jiraiya stated, forming a similar ball of blue chakra in the same hand. He turned his attention towards the tree next to him and once again slammed the ball into the trunk. A large scrapping and crunching noise could be heard in at least a good mile radius as the blue ball ate away at the bark. When Jiraiya let the chakra dissipate, the tree had a good 2 feet of height, length and width's worth of bark removed from its 2.5-foot diameter. With a crack, what remained of the tree snapped and fell to the side as Tenten and Naruto could only watch in awe while Jiraiya gauged their expressions. And that is a fully powered Rasengan class. Get a ninja between a wall and one of these and they won't be getting up again. Any questions? The genin's jaws simply dropped at the ease at which the Sannin seemed to be performing what was obviously a high-level jutsu. Right, well I think that's enough teaching for today. Jiraiya laughed, hitching up his pack. Shall we off? He asked before turning and walking along the road. Gathering his wits, Naruto sucked in a deep breath to rid himself of the slight winding he'd received and hurried up to his sensei. Come on you pervy sage, how do you do it? Naruto asked, his previous anger forgotten and only excitement in his voice. Tenten brought her hand to her face in frustration. If Jiraiya didn't relent and teach Naruto how to do it, she would have one major headache by the time they reached the next city. Don't worry, we'll have time for that later. Jiraiya laughed, catching Naruto's downtrodden look in his eye. Even without your little hissy, I would have been teaching it to you within the next hour or so. This place is great for training. Tenten sighed and hurried back up to the duo as Naruto questioned the Sannin again. What place? He asked, looking around and seeing nothing but trees and a small river running alongside the path. Jiraiya chucked as he comically dashed up the last few strides to the top of the hill. Why, this place of course, pointing at something over the ridge. Naruto and Tenten quickly followed the white-haired hermit up to the top and gazed at the sight before them. Dusk was definitely here as the orange light captured the town's beauty perfectly. The hustle and bustle of shopping and good times could be heard as bars were packed and brothels filled. Never doubt a wise hermit when he tells you it's getting close. Jiraiya chuckled at the pair before setting off down what remained of the path towards the town, the genin quickly on his heels. The unique trio strolled through town, passing many drunk and rambunctious people on their way to where Jiraiya only knows. Oi, Previ Sage, you better not be thinking about just dragging us here for the booze and women, Naruto said, giving a small glare at his now drooling sensei as they passed a particular brothel with Tenten nodding alongside him. Shaking his head, the Sannin quickly doubled his stride. Of course not, this place is key to finding Tsunade, as well as gathering other information. Naruto glared. And training of course. Jiraiya chuckled. Another few minutes of walking before Jiraiya stopped outside a rather modern building, sleek black wood decorating its walls with a bright neon sign above reading work. What the hell is this place? Naruto asked, trying to discern why the hermit would stop here. To check in and relax of course, Jiraiya answered, striding forward as if it was the end of a long, arduous journey. Tenten and Naruto just glanced at each other, sharing a quick shrug before giving the hermit the benefit of the doubt, before following him inside. The interior design was slightly different from the outside only in the color scheme. Bright white, what Naruto could tell was teak, wood made up the walls, with the overall theme being what could be called fluffy if the pillows on the sofas were anything to go by. The three of us for your finest spa room. Jiraiya's words floated to the ears of the two teens. Oi, Previ Sage, what's the deal with this place? Naruto called out, the two genin standing by his side. Jiraiya slung his backpack down onto the floor before stretching his arms wide, a few pops and clicks coming from his aging bones. Can't you tell? I just gave you the biggest hint you could ask for. Well, we can tell it's a spa, Jiraiya-sensei, we just don't understand why we're here. Tenten replied, a tick mark suddenly growing on her head. You better not have dragged us here to do this research I heard about. Jiraiya waved his arms in front of himself defensively. No, nothing like that. This will be our base for the next day or so. Jiraiya looked past the teens to an attractive woman beckoning them. He hoisted his bag onto one shoulder before nodding to the teens to move down the corridor. This is one of the best hotel spas in all of Fire Country, really takes the edge off of training and anything else that troubles you. The trio came to their room, the attractive attendant sliding the panel open for them. Naruto and Tenten walked in and looked around the place while Jiraiya gave a cheeky nod and winked to the woman before entering. The room wasn't overly large, it had enough room for at least a party of 8 with a long dining table and plenty of cushions. There were also 3 sets of panels, 2 along the right wall and 1 at the front. Naruto hurried over to the panel at the front, sliding it open to reveal a wide, steaming spring. Wow, Tenten hurried over to get a better look herself. This is beautiful. Her eyes taking in the style of the spring and the surrounding rocks and exotic-looking plants. Yay, I found it just after it first opened about 15 years ago. It's now one of my favorite places to chill after a mission. Jiraiya said, opening another panel and dropping his bag inside the adjoining bedroom. Feel free to use it if you want, we have some time to kill before dinner. He called out. After getting a last look at the spring, Naruto and Tenten turned back to Jiraiya as he settled himself at one end of the table, a comfy-looking pillow beneath him. Wait, so what are we doing next, Jiraiya-sensei? Tenten asked. Well, first we shall enjoy the comfort this place has to offer, then to prepare for tomorrow's training, I'll give you the theory behind your new techniques. Naruto's eyes lit up while Tenten's retained a look of surprise. Techniques? She asked. What do you mean? Well, you didn't think I'd only train Naruto on this trip, did you? Jiraiya chuckled, plucking the menu off the table. I think I've got the perfect technique for you too. While Tenten wasn't as jutsu hungry as Naruto, she couldn't believe her luck when the legendary Jiraiya offered to train her. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Tenten bowed in respect. Jiraiya just smiled while selecting his dish. Well, I don't know about you two, but I'm gonna take a dip before we eat. You two gonna share a dip later. Tossing the menu to Naruto whilst moving to the spring. It took a moment to register with Tenten and Naruto what the sage just said. The hell, pervy sage. Plates of sesame dumplings, ramen and chicken graced the Konoha team's room soon after, disappearing almost as fast to the long-traveled shinobi. Man, that was good. Naruto sighed, laying on his back as he contemplated the meal. Damn right, kid, didn't I tell you I know what I'm doing? Jiraiya laughed, currently in the same position on the other side of the table. Tenten neatly patted her mouth with her napkin. Well, that was certainly filling, Jiraiya-sensei, but I think I shall take my turn in the spring before either of you pigs recover. The duo looked up at Tenten with confused eyes and smatterings of their favorite meal still round their mouths. Tenten giggled at Naruto's cute look and simply ignored Jiraiya's. Before another word was shared between them, Tenten crossed to the spring, grabbing her bag from beside the panel and shut it behind her. Erg, finally, she thought, breathing deep the smell of the steaming water. Turning to her left, she spied the small, what could only be considered a cupboard, much less a changing room. Moving to examine it, she passed through the thin cloth curtain and spied a board attached to the wall to sit and presumably change, and rows of shelves full of towels individually divided for what Tenten guessed was to store her clothes. Shrugging, the girl quickly set her bag down and picked out a towel. So what's the deal with you and her anyway, Naruto? Jiraiya asked as he stared at the ceiling. Tenten, Naruto asked slowly. No, the Q receptionist. Jiraiya said sarcastically. Of course, Tenten. I thought you had something going on with that girl's Abusatot. Don't want to talk about it, Naruto replied, hoping he could have put this topic away at least until he returned to the village. Come on, Naruto, I am teaching you in a ranked jutsu after all. The least you could do is satisfy my curiosity for my students' well-being. Naruto sat up and shot the sage a dirty look. Like you have the purest intentions at heart. Ouch, Naruto, kick a man while he's down, why don't you? Jiraiya replied, sitting up himself now. After all, you're talking to Master Jiraiya, famed womanizer of the land. You mean pervert, don't you? It's super pervert. And don't you forget it. Jiraiya winked. Naruto growled before reaching for his bag. Exactly the reason I'll never talk to you about my problems. Oh, so there is some complications, Jiraiya teased. A pair of tick marks spawned on Naruto. Drop it, pervy sage. Jiraiya folded his arms, closed his eyes and stuck his nose up in the air like a snob. Fine, then maybe I won't give you my ultimate charming secrets. Fine by me. Naruto shrugged, preparing a change of clothes. Or teach you any jutsu. Naruto froze. He turned his head slowly, his eyes narrowed at the white-haired hermit. Jiraiya cracked an eye open to see if his words stuck home. It seemed they had. You wouldn't. I would. Jiraiya smirked. Naruto's mind raced, trying to find a clever way to outwit the Sannin. Fine. he said slowly. You teach me the racing in first, then I'll answer honestly. And it's a promise. Jiraiya turned to look Naruto in the eyes across the table, knowing the boy was serious about keeping his word. Very well, but only if you answer my other questions now, Jiraiya countered. Naruto raised his eyebrows as Jiraiya's look switched from one of teasing to strict seriousness. How long have you been talking to the Nine Tails? Naruto's eyes widened, watching Jiraiya closely for any move he made. Why do you even caw? This doesn't concern your opinions, Naruto. Jiraiya cut across sharply. You should know how serious this is after you fought the One Tail. The Nine Tails' power is nothing to be sniffed at. It took the loss of a great man to protect the leaf by sealing the Nine Tails away. Any sign that it could be breaking loose is more cause for alarm than you could imagine. Naruto's eyes narrowed, both in anger and confusion. He helped me through my first rank mission, the Chunin exams, and even to help save my friends when Konoha was attacked. You're wrong about him being a threat. The Nine Tails seal is weakening if you've been able to talk to him for this long. You will explain to me exactly what he has told you. He may be corrupting you, and that is something I cannot allow. Insolent shinobi. You speak with the knowledge of a child. Jiraiya jumped to his feet as Naruto's right eye became slitted and turned a deep red, the whiskers on his right cheek deepening. Jiraiya glanced at the paper door that separated the pair from Tenten just on the other side. Naruto's new deep voice did nothing to penetrate the waters currently around Tenten's hair as she just let all her senses dull and relax, her ears resting underwater. You know nothing of our actions, let alone our pain and suffering. What is it you want, beast? Jiraiya asked, his voice carrying a stern bite to it. You simply do not know the facts of my imprisonment and make accusations against both me and the boy. I seek to correct your ignorance. Jiraiya's hand rested near his kunai pouch, a suppressant seal, carefully crafted, laying inside. He's right, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya looked shocked as he heard Naruto's natural voice and gaze once again, seemingly coming from his left side. What do you actually know about the tailed beasts? They are beings made of chakra, the Nine Tails especially, with the power to level mountains with a single swipe of its tails. TSH, is that it? Ikubai mocked, rolling Naruto's right eye. As his left didn't mimic it, it gave Naruto a rather creepy appearance. You are the embodiment of human malice when it has collected and festered. That's why you appeared in Konoha 13 years ago. Ikubai let out a low chuckle. You know nothing of my past, of my actions or my intentions. And what makes you think I could or would even believe anything you tell me? Because I won't tell you. Naruto's body moved itself, his right hand pressing against Jiraiya's forehead. I'll show you. Jiraiya's hand faltered with the seal in hand as flashing images were forced into his head, the seal weakening, a woman's cries, a masked man, yellow flashes, the leaf in flames, the Shinigami, and finally the newborn Naruto. Jiraiya was overwhelmed with thoughts as his brain tried to process this new information. We're not done yet. A second wave of memories was then passed into the Sannin. Incredible power, ultimate defeat, the great divide, the sage and the beast before unrelenting loneliness. The Nine Tails pulled Naruto's hand away from the Sannin, jumping back a safe distance as the man collapsed onto the ground, his legs resting on his pillow. Silence dominated the room while Jiraiya's brain focused all its power on deciphering these strange visions. I only hope that gave you some damn perspective on the things you speak of. Jiraiya coughed and spluttered as he pushed himself up on his arms, gazing at the floor while the images swam in his eyes, slowly receding with every few blinks. What was TH? Those were memories. Specifically my memories. I believe you'll find the true reason for my attack on your village in the eyes of the masked man. Jiraiya pushed himself back into a sitting position, pushing the palms of his hands into his eyes as if trying to force the memory to show up clearer. Sharingan, he muttered. It seems the child is learning. The fox half of Naruto said, half a smug grin on his face. You think we are beings of malice with no feelings other than the one to destroy. Tell me, what do you think of my creator? The Naruto half of the body gave half a questioning look to his other side as Jiraiya's knowledge wrestled with the memories, trying to find the truth of the matter. The sage, it can't be. He's just a myth. The fox scoffed. He is no more myth than you or me. Naruto's ears caught the sound of water droplets falling and a relaxing sigh from the direction of the spring. I believe that's enough tutoring for today. Oi, kid, isn't it your turn for the spring soon? The fox grinned. Without a moment's more notice, the red in Naruto's eye receded to its natural blue shade. Damn it, fox, warn me when you're gonna do something like that. Naruto said to himself, knowing full well the fox could hear him. Oi, pervy sage, you okay? Jiraiya had now caught his breath, his vision and some of his wits. Naruto, is it you again? I never left pervy sage. I told you, the fox isn't a threat. He's my friend. Both the perv on the outside and the fox on the inside were stupefied by this declaration. Your friend. Naruto, just how much about the fox do you even know? Apparently more than you do, that's for sure. Jiraiya winced at that. Screw this, I'm gonna go soak. Naruto said, picking up his bag again. Naruto, wait. Jiraiya called out as Naruto was a foot from the door. Don't be too long, I expect you up nice and early for training tomorrow. And I'm gonna want more answers. Don't jump to conclusions and you may yet gain some understanding. The fox said from its cage. If you're willing to listen, he's willing to talk. Naruto repeated for Jiraiya before opening and sliding the door shut with a bang. Inside, Jiraiya let out a breath, his head rolling back as his muscles gave out, relieved he'd made it through the situation intact. The situation on the outside, however, was just heating up. And Naruto looked up and saw Tenten's head floating in the water, her hair let down and wet with the slightest hint of shoulders being hidden by the steamy waters. Tenten. Naruto turned away. I'm sorry. I was mad at Pervy Sage and walked out to soak. Tenten huffed. Look, just go get changed. I'll be done in a second and we'll switch, Tenten said, annoyance and embarrassment present in her voice. Okay, where do I? One of Tenten's hands poked out of the water and pointed over to the left-hand side, where the wood wall connected with the stone one that was separating the private springs. What could only be described as a miniature changing room stood with a curtain that barely pulled all the way across. In there, get changed and put your stuff in one of the compartments. Naruto just nodded while keeping his gaze averted and quickly hurried into the booth. Tenten sighed and shook her head. Boys. Tenten and Naruto traded places quickly as the former headed inside in her nightwear. With his thoughts too caught up in the Kyuubi matter, Jiraiya didn't notice as Tenten walked past with her stuff, grabbing a remaining plate of food and heading into her room. By the time Naruto had enjoyed the hot spring goodness and headed back inside, the other two were already in their rooms. Guess that's it for excitement tonight. Naruto sighed in relief. Shaking the cobwebs that were gathering in his head, Naruto ambled to the right and entered his and Jiraiya's room. He walked over to the empty futon laid out for him and dropped his bag next to it before sitting in the middle. As he lay back and gazed up at the ceiling, his thoughts ran free as he closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. Keep it down, kid. Jiraiya grumbled from his futon, rolling onto his side, away from Naruto. Some of us have got training tomorrow. The blonde chuckled before rolling back and slipping under the sheet. With one arm propped under the pillow, Naruto's thoughts returned to the area and events around him. One answer was all he needed before his mind would shut down for the night. Hey, old man, Naruto whispered. Jiraiya replied with a grunt. Why is this place called work? Jiraiya chuckled. Simple. When guys return from a nice day or weekend here without their wives' permission, they can honestly reply I was at work. Naruto frowned, annoyed at what could very well be the truth of the place's name. Now wasn't the time to worry though, it was time to rest, ready for a nice long training session the next morning. Morning came sooner than expected for the two genin. Awoken to the sound of Jiraiya's shouts at a prompt 7 am was not the best way to be woken. I can't believe I agreed to this. Naruto groaned as he pushed open his door, hunched over and rubbing his blonde locks before letting out a long yawn. Me either, a grumpy voice said as she walked past. Naruto's eyes shot wide open as a wall of brown hair walked past him. Oh, Tenten, is that you? Tenten stopped and turned to face Naruto. Her hair, which was usually kept up in buns and was hanging down by the small of her back last night, looked like it had splayed out, as though each strand tried to flee in the opposite direction of her head and now refused to let gravity or any other force move it. Tenten herself looked as though she'd slept on a fluffy cloud that preserved her freshly cleaned and bright-eyed look from last night. Yay, my hair just doesn't agree with me in the mornings. She shook her head to iterate her point. The hair barely moved, acting more like a solid sheet before she turned and head out to the spring, needing to duck and open the doors wide to escape the room. Jiraiya chuckled as she walked past. And I need chakra to use that jutsu. She gave him a brief glare over her shoulder before yawning and heading out the doors, closing them behind her. Naruto walked over to the table where Jiraiya was sat in the same seats from yesterday and sat down. I took the liberty of ordering breakfast last night. I didn't know what you guys like, so I got a few things. It should be along soon, Jiraiya explained. Naruto nodded as he closed his eyes and rested his head on his arm, looking very tempting to Jiraiya to just knock his arm away and give him a wake-up call to remember. A soft knock on the door prevented him making that choice as he rose and opened up. Room service, a young lady said, dressed in a typical fantasy maid outfit with piping hot breakfast on a tray. Whoa ho ho, Jiraiya laughed, his eyes lighting up and his blood pressure rising. Why thank you, my dear, would you be so kind as to help me carry it all? Yes, no problem, sir, she replied politely, taking a tray and indicating the other to Jiraiya. As she walked into the room, she took notice of the handsome blonde sitting at the table, his breathing deep, as though he'd drifted off. Being a young girl of 15, she often saw much older men pass through the town, but this boy looked much closer to her age. Maybe she could convince him to stay a while, he might be good boyfriend material. He certainly had the looks, and those strange markings on his face looked ever so cute. Naruto's ears perked up at the sound of incoming food on trays, though not enough to bring him out from a shallow doze. Here's your food, she said politely, setting the tray down directly in front of Naruto, leaning down to get closer to his face. That was fast, Tenten called as she walked in, a towel wrapped around her head now containing her more manageable mane and stretching the sleep out of her arms. What's for breakfast? As Tenten spoke, she spotted the girl currently leaning in towards Naruto, as though she was fascinated by him. So, what are we having? Tenten asked, putting emphasis on her words to get the girl's attention. The girl quickly pulled back and looked over at Tenten, taking note of her for the first time. Oh, sorry, I shall leave you to your meal now. Throwing an annoyed scowl at Tenten for ruining her moment, she quickly turned and left, closing the door behind her. The shutting of the door made Naruto jump awake, looking around quickly as he remembered where he was as Tenten sat down opposite him. He quickly spied breakfast in front of him. Sweet, itadakimasu. Tenten pilfered a plate of toast from the tray, already buttered to a golden brown and cut into triangles. So what was that all about? She asked. Naruto grunted as his response. With the girl, Tenten continued. What girl? Naruto asked, swallowing his mouthful of cinnamon roll. Tenten's confused look turned to one of relief. Nothing, Naruto, she said, taking a bite out of her toast and holding it between her teeth before reaching up and pulling the towel off her head, letting her hair cascade down her back once again. Naruto looked up at her as she shook her head, brushing the few strands that had fallen forward behind her ears. Whoa, Naruto gazed, his mouth open and his newly poured cereal forgotten. Tenten looked up, blushing a bit under Naruto's bright blue gaze. What? Nothing. Naruto quickly cast his eyes back onto his food, his own cheeks hotting up. You look nice, he said quietly. Tenten's eyes looked over to the springs in embarrassment. Thanks, Naruto. Silence hung between the two for a few seconds. The teens both noticed the sound of faint scribbling at the same time. The two suddenly remembered the third wheel of their breakfast chat and turned towards him. Jiraiya stood with a tray balanced in one hand, the other holding a pen against a notebook pinned to the wall, his eyes wide in a worrying, to Naruto and Tenten, grin on his face. Oi, what are you doing, pervy sage? Naruto shouted, knowing what that little notebook held. Why, nothing, my dear Naruto. I just had some early morning inspiration and had to get it down. He giggled perversely. What's the problem, Naruto? Tenten asked. You do remember what book series he's the author of, don't you? Tenten tilted her head, racking the brain cells that were awake this morning before the answer was found. Jiraiya found his head and neck covered in orange juice as his face just changed from one of glee to one of annoyance. Was that really necessary, my sweet Tenten? Well then, my little genin, let's get to work. Jiraiya stood in the middle of a wooded clearing with Naruto and Tenten positioned in front of him. Jutsu I promised and jutsu you shall work for, he announced, stepping in front of Tenten. You, my fiery weapon wielder, will need a jutsu that complements such an arsenal. Tenten nodded. Jiraiya sidestepped to stand in front of Naruto. And you want a strong jutsu, one capable of countering attacks such as the Chidori, yes. Naruto nodded as Jiraiya began pacing before them. Very well, I already have a jutsu for you, Naruto, but you present a mystery to me. Jiraiya turned back to face Tenten. I hear from Guy that your jutsu mainly take the form of weapon-based attacks. Tell me, Tenten, can you perform any elemental jutsu? No, Jiraiya-sensei, she replied. I've mainly focused on my weapons training and building up my chakra. Well then, I think it's about time we increased your variety of jutsu. No. Jiraiya stood between the two teens now, one hand in his jacket pocket before pulling out two small pieces of paper. Now then, this is chakra paper. Push some chakra into it and it'll reveal your elemental affinity. He handed one each to the duo. If you are suited towards fire jutsu, the paper will burn. If electrical attacks are your thing, the paper will wrinkle. Wind will slice it in two, earth will crumble and water will make it damp. Clear on this, class? The two nodded and complied, pushing some chakra through their fingertips and into the paper. Naruto split itself down the middle, the left side floating down to the ground. Tenten's paper darkened before crumbling into a fine brown powder. So earth for Tenten and wind for Naruto. Jiraiya pondered, stroking his chin and gazing into the sky. Naruto gave the old hermit a questionable look. Yes, that one will be perfect. Jiraiya called out before reaching around to one of his back pouches and pulling out 3 scrolls, one red, one blue with the kanji for water on it, and a brown one with the kanji for earth on it. Jiraiya plucked the earth scroll from between the other two he drew and replaced them in his pouch before biting his thumb, spreading some blood on the top, wooden part of the scroll before opening it on the floor. Tenten gazed in amazement as Jiraiya unraveled more and more of the scroll. On it were multiple seals with more being revealed every second, each with its own heading. Tenten caught a few of them which revealed they were jutsu seals. Basic, advanced, weapons, Jiraiya cried triumphantly, wiping some more blood over the seal. A small scroll burst into existence. He picked it up and tossed it over to Tenten, who caught it in both hands. With your skills and weapons, I figure a jutsu that you can incorporate into your wielding style will come in handy. Tenten looked down at the scroll and opened it, reading the opening paragraph which described the jutsu. It's called Earth Shoot, allowing the user to pull a piece of ground or rock from the ground and launch it at opponents. Observe. Tenten looked up as Jiraiya pulled a kunai from another pouch and knelt with one knee on the ground. Sensing a demonstration, Naruto remembered an old trick he hadn't put to use in a while and pushed some chakra to the back of his eyes. If you're running towards an enemy, you could scrape your sword, kunai or whatever along the ground, and Jiraiya ran his kunai along the earth before flicking it towards the tree. As the kunai left the earth, the ground tried to follow it as a head-sized piece of earth rose toward the kunai before blade and earth separated, allowing the earth to travel forward and slam into a tree, causing a loud crack, a large dent, and allowing the chakra-enhanced earth to wrap around it. Wow! Tenten and Naruto looked on amazed at a simple but powerful display. Naruto's now red, slitted eyes had watched as Jiraiya's chakra flowed into the blade and into the earth beneath it, spreading out ever so slightly before pulling back, lifting the earth from that which wasn't touched by chakra. Of course, jutsu can be adapted. You might find new uses for it or create new jutsu using this as a base, who knows? Jiraiya chuckled, replacing his kunai as Naruto let the chakra recede from his eyes. So does that mean you're earth-natured, Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto asked. Being addressed with respect from Naruto meant he'd done something right. Well, actually, if you look at my own chakra paper. Jiraiya pulled another white sheet of chakra paper out of his pocket before it promptly burst into flames. My affinity is in the passion of fire, he declared proudly. The paper merely indicates what affinity is strongest within you. Most Jonin have usually mastered 2 elements by the time they become said rank. Hell, Kakashi has managed 3, though that may be due to that eye of his. Jiraiya pondered. Awesome, Jiraiya-sensei, though. Wait, what do you need to make the Rasengan? Jiraiya turned back to Naruto as Tenten began looking through the scroll. And for Naruto, the Rasengan. Jiraiya tossed a small, colored balloon over to Naruto. Huh, what are you trying to pull? Hey, take it easy, Naruto. You'll need it to begin learning how to create the Rasengan. Jiraiya waved him off, holding another balloon in one hand and a Rasengan forming in the other. As you can see, they're about the same size. This exercise will help you form the shape of the Rasengan by letting your chakra flow around the water in this water balloon. Naruto watched intently with his red eyes gathering, watching the chakra stream from Jiraiya's hand into the balloon, swirling in every direction. As Jiraiya spoke, the balloon in his hand tilted, wobbled, and began spiking up in places before it burst, sending a small spray of water around his feet. With this water balloon, gather your chakra in your hand, then release a steady stream of it into the water, pushing and churning the water inside until it pops. Naruto looked down at his balloon, giving it a weak try to get a feel for the amount of chakra needed and the control behind it. When he looked up, only an outline of Jiraiya remained. I'll be back soon, you guys. Just make sure you don't get into any trouble while I'm away, okay? Jiraiya called back. Wait, pervy sage. Why do you need to know my chakra affinity? Naruto called out. I wanted to see what jutsu would be good for Tenten. As for you, I was just being nosy. Jiraiya laughed as he walked through 50 feet of trees to the back fence of their room and jumped over. HMPH, I'll have this down no problem before he gets back, Naruto said proudly. Tenten looked over from her scroll, smiling sweetly at Naruto's determination before her eyebrow rose. Were Naruto's eyes just red? An hour later and Naruto felt himself getting closer to bursting the balloon. His chakra was rotating, but he couldn't get it to move up and over itself, only a few directions at a time in a general direction like the hands on a clock, between 12 and 3 and everything in between, but nothing from 3 to 11:59. It was frustrating, and finally Naruto just rested against a tree to catch his breath. Man, this is hard. How did Pervy Sage make it look so easy? A loud sigh was heard from across the clearing. Naruto watched as Tenten rested on the handle of her favorite short sword, drawing several deep breaths. Hey Tenten, you okay? Tenten looked over at Naruto before releasing her sword, allowing herself to fall onto her backside, not caring about the slight pain. Herg, I just can't do it. The earth doesn't want to move for me. What do you mean? Naruto asked, pushing himself up and walking over to where Tenten sat with her scroll. Look here, Tenten pointed to certain bits of the scroll. It says here to push your chakra into the earth, pull it back and flick your weapon, but every time I do it, it barely moves. Naruto looked down at the scroll, trying to remember how Jiraiya performed the jutsu. Can you show me? Maybe a fresh pair of eyes could help you out, Naruto asked. Tenten took a deep breath and shrugged. Guess it couldn't hurt, she replied, rising to her feet and pulling her sword from the ground. Naruto stood back and tugged his head bent a little lower to shadow his eyes as the blue was overcome by red once again. Tenten held her blade to the ground, letting her chakra flow into the hilt she grasped with both hands, letting it continue down the blade and into the ground. Once she figured she'd done enough, she started pulling her chakra back towards her and up the blade. Just before the last of it reached the tip, she flicked it, pulling a golf ball's worth of dirt into a mound which disintegrated as it rolled a few centimeters. Tenten let out another deep breath. See what I mean? Naruto did, walking back over to examine the scroll again. How much chakra are you keeping in the earth? He asked, his eyes blue again, keeping the girl away from his chakra-seeing power. Like this much. Tenten clenched her fist and held it in front of her. Naruto pondered, I think you're supposed to release a lot more of it into the ground first. Then when you begin pulling it back, lift your sword kinda like dipping a spoon into soup and pulling it out. Tenten focused on the image of Naruto was explaining to her, simply adding chakra into the equation. That way, when you pull it back, you'll get a much bigger pull even if your sword isn't touching the ground. Naruto smiled as he finished, thinking his reasons logical. Tenten slowly nodded her head as it wrapped around the concept, placing her hands on her sword to try again. This time, she let her chakra permeate deeper and wider into the ground, lifting her sword from the ground a second after she began pulling her chakra back. This time as she flicked her sword, a much larger chunk of earth pulled away from the ground, balling into a chunky ball-like shape before crumbling a few seconds later. Wow, it worked. Tenten smiled at her progress before turning to Naruto, who grinned in return. Thanks, Naruto. Hee, no sweat, he replied bashfully. Just don't forget to use power to pull up more and faster. What about yours? Tenten asked. Do you know why you can't do it yet? Naruto nodded. I just can't get my chakra flowing everywhere. It only goes one way, and if I try to extend it, it just moves. Tenten frowned in thought. Maybe if you showed me I could help you in return, she said as she visualized the chakra in the balloon. Okay, Naruto said, picking his balloon back up and holding it out in front of him. He pushed his chakra into the balloon, trying to swirl it all around but only managing a quarter of it at a time. With a curious look on her face, Tenten placed her hand on top of the balloon, feeling the water and chakra swirl beneath her fingertips. What if, she began, pushing her own chakra into the ball the direct opposite directions of Naruto's. The ball began spiking almost viciously as water and chakra collided inside. With knowing looks on their faces, Naruto and Tenten both put more power into their swirling. A few seconds later, the balloon burst, filling their hands with water briefly. Yes, Naruto almost shouted as he watched the water flow between his fingers, looking up and smiling at Tenten as she returned the gesture. They held that pose for just a few moments before the pair realized that without the balloon, they were now holding each other's hand. The pair blushed and looked away from each other, Tenten at her blade and Naruto at a random tree, but neither wanted to be the first to move their hands. As Naruto's eyes roamed over the area, he spied a brown bag with something colored poking out of it behind a tree they would pass on their way back to the room. Naruto reluctantly pulled away from Tenten and went over to investigate. The bag was full of water balloons with a note lying on top. Naruto, if you manage to burst the water balloon once, here's a whole bunch to practice on before you bother me some more. Good luck, kid. It featured a small caricature of Jiraiya on the bottom with a grin and fingers and a peace sign. Well, at least it's something. Naruto muttered. What is it, Naruto? Just more balloons. Naruto called back, picking up the bag and bringing it closer to Tenten. At least he thought this through. The sun began to set as Naruto and Tenten head back into the spa, dragging their feet and barely leaping over the fence. They passed the spring and opened the door to the main room, revealing Jiraiya scribbling away at a scroll with a box of white balls next to him. With the opening of the door, Jiraiya glanced over to the pair before leaning back. You're back. I was just gonna come give this to you, Naruto. It's the next stage of your racing and training, though from the look of you two, I guess you can start tomorrow. Naruto's eyes lit up a little in gaining the next step in the racing game, but the little chakra left in his body didn't let his body celebrate with a cheer. Tenten, you're doing well so far. Focus tomorrow on just hardening the earth with your chakra. Tenten nodded but otherwise looked very ready for bed. Why are you telling us this now, Jiraiya-sensei? Can't you just explain in the morning? Jiraiya chuckled. I might not be here in the morning, Naruto. I've got some key information I might need to follow up on while we're out here. Nothing to concern yourselves with, of course. Tenten and Naruto gave each other a look before shrugging and agreeing with the Sannin. Room service. A feminine voice called out from the hallway. Jiraiya jumped up in glee. He opened the door and revealed the same girl from the morning, carrying a tray of food. Her eyes were active, seeking the boy she almost met this morning and spied him half asleep again, though this time he was at least awake. She also spied the other occupant too. Tenten glared back. Very good, my sweet maid, let me help you with such a burden, Jiraiya said, taking the tray from the girl's hands and balancing it on his head as well as plucking the remaining two from the serving cart and closing the door on her. Well then, shall we get eating? Jiraiya announced, laying the trays on the table. The trio quickly tucked into their food, though the two genin with an expected lack of energy at this point. Oi, pervy sage, Naruto called out halfway through the meal. He replied, his bowl of rice and chopsticks close to his face at the time. Why were you so rude to that girl earlier? I thought you would have loved her serving us dinner, Naruto asked, a suspicious look on his face. Tenten thought back to it too. This morning he'd even invited her in. Well, she was slow serving. I need sustenance, and so do you too for your continued training tomorrow, Jiraiya answered. The look dropped from Naruto's face and he shrugged. The answer seemed logical. Tenten, however, gazed at the Sannin, suspecting he was hiding the real answer. As Naruto looked away, Jiraiya looked over to Tenten and gave her a wink. Tenten's eyes widened a little before Jiraiya went back to his meal. That wink seemed a little too knowing. Dinner was soon gone and Tenten decided to get an early night, partly due to training but mostly to spend some time with her thoughts. Naruto hung back at Jiraiya's silent look when he said it was getting late. So what's the deal, pervy sage? Jiraiya took a swig of his sake before looking Naruto in the eye. I think it's time for a little talk with your tenant, if he's up for it, Jiraiya said, a seriousness present in his voice casting Naruto's thoughts back to last night. You rang. The Kyuubi spoke as Naruto's right side darkened, his eye turning red and slitted. Faster than I expected. Can you do that on your own or did you allow him to do that, Naruto? Jiraiya asked, remembering the seal in his pocket. I let him, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto replied, a harsher tone in his own voice. Very well then. Jiraiya decided to cut to the chase. First thing I want to ask you too is, how does the chakra relationship work? You mean does he take my chakra and I take his thing? Naruto asked for clarity. Well, more, is he taking yours and can you use his? I allow him to use a portion of my chakra at will, no cost. The Kyuubi answered. When did this happen? A few months ago, just before my mission to Wave. Right, and since then, have you felt any different? Angrier, more annoyed, etc.? Jiraiya pressed. Naruto thought for a moment. Actually, no. If anything, I feel much stronger and full of energy ever since. Jiraiya pondered for a moment. Jinchuriki, a term reserved for those who contain one of the tailed beasts. These people are feared for their burden, and possibly feared for their potential. The Kyuubi began. With Naruto containing one of the strongest tailed beasts, his potential is limitless, with or without him. Both Naruto and Jiraiya looked confused. Ever wonder why Naruto is still alive? What with all the fear I have seen because of my actions? Why the village didn't just kill him or any other Jinchuriki and be rid of us for good? You mean to say that would actually happen? Jiraiya asked. Not likely. We are constantly at war with our hosts. Usually, when the host dies or is on the brink, their willpower fades, allowing us to break free regardless of our intent to or not. Even Naruto here would release me into the world should his health become too low. That is why he's still here. If he dies, I am released. Then what did you mean by? That was the part about his potential without him. Regardless of his will, he could be used as a living explosion tag or some variant. However, should he want to fulfill his potential, he could seek to exploit our bond in ways that we currently share. Jiraiya looked intrigued. You know what happens when a tailed beast begins to take control of their host through the giving or taking of so much of their chakra? What happens when my chakra is not only given willingly, but with full peace between the tailed beast and their host, meaning no hostile takeover of body or mind? Jiraiya's eyes widened. I'd heard rumors of such from Kumo, but I thought them false. If they were about my brother, the Eight Tails, then yes, it seems he has made peace with his own host. You mean to tell me that Kumo now has a shinobi that can turn into the eight-tailed beast at will and back again? If full peace currently reigns between them, then yes, I believe so. After the sufferings I have seen my own container go through, I believe he has the same potential, if not greater, to exceed my own power and will and use my gifts to live his dreams. His dreams, yea, to become Hokage, Naruto declared proudly. And Jiraiya waited for Naruto to continue. And what? Naruto asked as though Jiraiya had grown a second head. Jiraiya shook his head. He must have misheard ... or Naruto didn't want to tell him his other dream, one of the two. So you want Naruto to gain your powers. In a manner of speaking, he has earned my respect and I wish to assist him. He would not be gaining my powers so much as borrowing them, like lending a sword. So when I die of old age, you'll be free? Naruto asked. More than likely. As a being of pure chakra, I cannot die. I have a form, yes, and I can be absorbed, drained, and even used as energy, but my form is carried within that energy and within my chakra, hence I would. Respond if you will. So, what would you do then? Jiraiya asked, his fears for the village still present. Say you were to be freed whenever between now or 50 years from now. Naruto's right eye closed for a moment in thought. As of right this minute, I do not know. Should this vessel perish in a fight, I may even avenge him, though it seems unlikely with his spirit and my power. Other than that, I do not know. It has been such a long time since I've been free. Enough of my lamenting. Have you any more questions or can I get some shut-eye? Jiraiya thought for a moment. Nothing that needs addressing right now, but one last thing I wish to try out. Jiraiya reached over into the box and plucked out a pair of the rubber balls, quickly tossing one to Naruto. Now that Naruto has finished the first stage of the Rasengan, you can move on to the second, which is power. Jiraiya explained, the ball in his own hand shaking violently before it exploded. Power enough to make this rubber ball explode using the technique from the first stage. The Naruto half looked at the ball in his left hand. So I just put more power into my first technique, right? Jiraiya nodded. It's a lot harder than it looks though. With no water, you have to do it using only your chakra to exert this force. Naruto looked at the ball, focusing his chakra to both his hands before pushing it into the ball with his left and hitting it multiple times on the outside with his right, using his right chakra to knock his left chakra around. He couldn't yet do it with one hand like Jiraiya, but to make up for his lack of precise control, he divided the work between his hands just like what he and Tenten had done. After multiple blows with his right, he stopped, the rubber ball wobbling and bulging every so often, but not so much as to explode or even pop. Naruto let out a long breath. Erg, don't have much chakra left, he moaned. Jiraiya just nodded in reply. That's okay, you have tomorrow to try this out. Now if you don't mind, I'd like you to try the same thing again using the Kyuubi's chakra, Jiraiya requested. Naruto gave him a questioning look before shrugging. If he doesn't mind, take what you need, the Kyuubi offered, trying to keep the empathy for his worn-out container out of his voice. Naruto felt a little more energy return as he let the chakra from the Kyuubi flow through him and down to his arms. He retried the exercise, pushing the chakra into the ball with his left. As he brought his right hand down and struck the first blow to the ball, it bulged well. The second blow, which landed on the bulge, was enough to send the internal chakra whizzing around the ball so fast it popped lightly before shredding itself to pieces. Naruto looked down at the shredded rubber in fascination and a little fear. Seems I was right then, Jiraiya muttered. What? Naruto asked. The Kyuubi's chakra is hugely potent, even more so than your own. So I could learn the Rasengan much faster if I used his chakra. Naruto asked. In a way, it would also make it much stronger. I've never seen that reaction, especially on your second try. Jiraiya reached over and tossed another rubber ball to Naruto. Try it again. I noticed you used both hands for this. Are you providing with your left and manipulating with your right? Naruto nodded. Try doing it with only one hand this time. Fine, but I'm going to bed after this. I'm running on fumes. Naruto felt the chakra flow within his left once again, allowing it to build within the ball until he directed the chakra much slower than last time. He felt the ball rumble as the chakra knocked into itself, sending it wildly around inside the sphere. A few more seconds of rumbling before Naruto decided to push a little more chakra into the mix. The rubber ball promptly exploded. Hey, I did it, Naruto declared proudly as Jiraiya sat stunned. You did. At seeing the look on his face, the Kyuubi let out an amused chuckle. And, Naruto, just what were you doing the first time with your own chakra? Jiraiya asked, his all wearing off. I did it just like in the first step, I rotated the chakra around. Jiraiya muttered cryptically. I'll think more in the morning. Until then, we must rest. Sure thing, Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto agreed. Finally, the Kyuubi muttered before laying down to rest in his cage. Thank you for your cooperation, Naruto, Kyuubi. Jiraiya said as the pair walked into their room. IHENIOKNW. Kyuubi replied from his cage sleepily. What was that? Naruto asked in his mind, laying down on his futon. I said, I have a name you know. The Kyuubi muttered again, annoyed. You never told me that. You never asked. Kyuubi shot back. Well, what is it? It's Kurama. Pleased to meet you at long last, Naruto. Kurama huffed. Whoa, something wrong, Naruto? Jiraiya asked from his own futon. The Kyuubi. He says his name is Kurama. Jiraiya's mind reeled. He never thought a tailed beast would have or even need a name. Now he realized just how little he still knew about the world. As the pair drifted to sleep, they didn't realize their words had also drifted across the paper-thin walls and over to someone who'd been awake and paying attention ever since Jiraiya demonstrated the racing in second step. Tenten's eyes were wide with fear, not daring to breathe and laying as still as a stone. Now she knew why everyone gave him those looks, why he was avoided in and out of the academy, why he always looked so sad by himself. In the cold of night, the entrance to the spring opened and closed as silently as she could handle it. Tenten was back in her training clothes and carried her battle scrolls and weapons in her pouches, just in case. Quickly, she took off at a run and jumped over the fence and through the trees. Branch by branch whizzed past her, putting more distance between her and her traveling companions. The further away she was from them, the easier she could think. Her footing faltered and a branch shifted awkwardly. Tenten quickly pushed off and landed on a thicker branch, stopping for a rest, her breathing hard. She'd nearly exhausted her chakra supply earlier, she'd barely rested before leaving to think. With a few deep breaths to catch herself, she noticed her branch overhung a road. A few more breaths and a quick gaze around led her to notice the road head back into the town and that the branch she was kneeling on could support her laying down with no leaves above to block her view of the sky. Leaning back, she lay down with less care than usual, more flopping down, worn out as she cast her sight skyward. What does this mean? She asked herself. He always had that thing inside him. Tenten's thoughts drifted to all the times she'd seen Naruto by himself, all the times she saw others avoid him and all the times when she avoided the boy. She didn't do it on purpose, she just didn't know what to do or say to him. Tenten mentally slapped herself. That was a stupid reason, hindsight was a bitch. If I'd spoken to him, I would have gotten to know this sweet, funny boy a whole lot sooner than I did. But then there was also the fox. But then Naruto hasn't shown any anger towards me at any point. But then he did scare me when he threatened Neji. But he'd almost killed Hinata, someone Naruto likes. But, arg. Tenten lifted her head and purposely dropped it on the branch, trying to knock some sense into her and her thoughts with the slight pain. I guess, even though he has that thing inside him, Naruto is just Naruto. Tenten began to realize, a small smile gracing her previously frustrated face. Lady Tsunade, wait up. A voice called out in the distance. Tenten's ears perked up. Hurry up, Shizune. It's not far now. Another voice called back, sounding a combination of tired, bored, and annoyed. Tenten's eyes lit up. As quietly as she could, she peered over the edge of her branch. Down below, she spied a pair of women approaching the town, one busty blonde with a green jacket and a brunette in a black gi clutching what appeared to be a heavy suitcase. The blonde, she recognized as her idol Tsunade, groaned. Look, the gate's right down there, I can practically smell the sake already. Oink oink. Tenten rubbed her eyes and looked again as she noticed a little pig, dressed in a red vest and pearls, trotting along beside Shizune. She watched the trio walk towards the town as her star-struck senses returned. That's Lady Tsunade, our next Hokage and leader. I should go tell her, then we can go home, she thought as she kicked off her branch, aiming to land some distance behind the pair. And it'll take my mind off. Naruto. Her smile faded slightly. As soon as she landed, crouching from the distance, Shizune had dropped her suitcase, turned and had several strings between her fingers on one hand attached to several devices on the other arm while Tsunade stood in front of her, an angry look on her face with her fists raised. I'm sorry, I'm not here to hurt you. Tenten stood, raising her arms above her head in surrender. The pair eyed her suspiciously, taking in every aspect of the girl, tired, muddy, leaf headband, nervous look, no vest, and scroll and kunai pouches. What are you doing here, Genin? Tsunade asked cautiously in a calm but harsh voice, not lowering her guard. Forgive me, Lady Tsunade, but I came looking for you. For me? Why, that goddamn village finally decided to do something about the lost Sannin. Tenten waved her hands in front of herself, waving the accusation away. No, nothing like that, Lady Tsunade. The Sannin merely glared at the Genin, waiting for her to continue. Well, we came to ask you to come back to the village, to become our new Hokage. Tsunade's eyes widened before narrowing accusingly. What makes you think I would take that position? It's fit only for fools and people with a death wish. Tsunade replied, strangely conscious of the feel of her necklace. I wouldn't take that position even if the third no, the village got down on their knees and begged me to take it. Tenten gasped before slowly reply. That is, the third Hokage is dead. Tsunade felt an odd clutch at her heart. Self-imposed exile or not, the third was her sensei. She became a ninja by following his teachings and became strong enough to be marked as a Sannin by Hanzo with his help and guidance. Sensei is HMPH, no matter. Tsunade shook her head to discard her emotions. Like I said, for fools and those with a death wish. I believe you just proved my point. Tenten grit her teeth. How can you be so heartless? Tsunade gave the young genin puzzled look. Your sensei, our Hokage, is dead and that's all you say. Tenten shouted, remembering her own training, the importance of comrades. All this time you've been away from the village, gambling, drinking, and who knows what else. Then when the time comes when your home is in its darkest hour, you simply ignore it. Despite the careless look on her face, the sequence of her own actions and words hit her hard. TSH, what would you know about my life? Tsunade said in a cold voice. You're my hero, Lady Tsunade. Tenten shouted boldly. My ninja career started because of you, because I dreamed to become a strong and powerful ninja just like Lady Tsunade of the Sannin and show the world my worth. And now you refuse to help your fellow villagers when they need a strong, guiding leader. Would you stay out here drinking and gambling while Leaf Ninja and civilians suffered? Tsunade looked down at the genin standing before her. I do more good out here, helping the people of these villages with their injuries than I ever did healing ninja so they could go out and cause more pain and suffering. I do whatever I can to forget the great Tsunade of the Sannin. That life is behind me now, the legend is dead and she isn't coming back. You want me to become Hokage and send you and countless others out on dangerous missions to your deaths. That is something no one should have to do. You don't want a leader, you want an executioner. Tenten stared up at the legendary Sannin in shock, hot tears making their way to her eyes as the weight of the day came crashing down around her. Behind Tsunade, Shizune looked at the poor genin with considerate eyes. She knew both where Tsunade and the young Leaf genin were coming from. Unfortunately, she saw no equal ground on which these two could begin to understand each other more, and Tsunade was not the change-my-ways kind of person. Shizune, we're leaving, Tsunade said, making to walk past Tenten, away from the village. Lady Tsunade, what about the ville? Shizune began. We're leaving, Tsunade said back to her assistant, more sternly this time. Shizune walked after her teacher, catching eyes with Tenten as she passed and giving her an apologetic look. Tenten stood stunned as she watched her idol walk away, her image of the slug princess shattered. The world around Tenten was silent for the moment save for the footsteps of her former idol walking away and a few tears hitting the dusty earth. A mighty explosion shook the ground and sent a shockwave through the leaves. Looking up, Tenten saw a huge black cloud begin burst forth from the town with orange flames licking the bottom of it. Shizune, Tsunade shouted, taking off at a run towards the explosion, her keen ears already picking up the sounds of pain and distress. Yes, Shizune followed, the suitcase appearing much lighter all of a sudden as she hurried along with it in one hand, the little pig trotting diligently after the pair. The pain in her chest left as her ninja senses kicked in. Someone was attacking the town and she had to help protect them and her teammates. She jumped into motion, leaving her emotions behind for the time being and focusing solely on who to protect and who to attack, her sleeve quickly wiping the liquid from her eyes. She quickly reached the gate and took to the rooftops, having a much clearer view of the town and the people from up there. Another explosion a few blocks away shook the earth once again. Tenten shielded her eyes as the bright orange flames filled her vision. Above it all, she could hear laughter. Yeah. This was the kind of laughter that belonged to someone who knows that they're reveling in other people's pain. That's it, lads. Take it all. This town belongs to us now. Yahaha. A voice belonging to the laughter called out. Tenten spotted its owner, a dull gray hulk of a man standing well above her height and the height of most adults, his arms practically bursting with muscles and a dark silver ring in his chest. Below, similar-looking thugs were running amok in the streets, the same dull gray with various powers, looting, destroying, and maiming several civilians. Tenten pulled a scroll, wrenched it open so it flowed in front of her facing the street and quickly hit several sections on the back of it, pushing chakra into each of the seals within. Kunai, shuriken, daggers, and a mace rained down towards the terrorists below. Of the 15 she could see, she only hit 3, with the mace landing a brutal hit on a skull. Hey, a Leaf Ninja, get her. Tenten jumped away, retracing her steps back to the spa where her teammates were. Several of the gray thugs followed her onto the rooftops and were giving chase behind her. Mid-jump, she plucked a pre-prepared exploding kunai from her pouch, wheeled and hurled it at her pursuers. One jumped in front of the others, raising his right arm as it expanded into a makeshift round shield. The kunai struck the hardened skin true but simply bounced off, with the guy catching it before it hit the ground. Heh, stupid bye. The rooftops lit up with an extraordinarily powerful explosion, scattering the thugs, some due to dodging, others due to the explosive force. Tenten panted as she looked over her shoulder at the results. Well, at least I got to field test my explosion tags. Tenten jumped to the gap in the buildings caused by the street below. With a dull thud she was pushed back and landed on her side as she crashed into the same gray thug from earlier with the ring on his chest. Well, looky what we got here. He leered. Seems this poor Leaf Genin has lost her team. He laughed darkly. Tenten flipped back onto her feet and drew a scroll. Just as she opened it, a kunai caught the end and pinned it to the ground behind her. Now I don't think we'll be needing that. The gray thug chuckled, advancing towards her. Up close, Tenten could get a clear look at one of these thugs. His face was wide and tall with a horn sprouting from the center of his head with several smaller ones flowing down his spine. The edges of his mouth held open by two large tusks curving outward that she daren't call teeth. The bones in his elbows protruding backwards into points and his kneecaps producing upwards to form something similar to knee guards, also ending in points, and to cap it all off, a dark silver ring in his chest, the middle of which was pitch black. Tenten glanced back over to her scroll, her other hand wandering to her kunai pouch. Well, if you insist. The thug noticed her gaze and hands. If she didn't want to give up, then she might just entertain him for a while. The center of the ring began glowing orange with chakra. Tenten's eyes widened as she leapt away. The thug merely smiled and watched her flight path, predicting her landing. He took aim and released his chakra. An orange sphere sped towards the roof Tenten was aiming to land on and reached it a few seconds before she did. Tenten threw up her arms to block what she could of the explosive shockwave as it tossed her across the rooftops, slamming her, back first, into the side of an air conditioner unit. Yeah, haha, Leaf Ninja aren't so tough. The thug laughed, approaching his downed prey menacingly. Tenten shook her head, pulling what senses she could back to herself as she flipped back over the unit to use as a shield. It's no use hiding, my dear, my chakra can destroy anything. Tenten panted. She was already low on chakra before, now she just wanted to close her eyes and sleep. She shook her head again and reached into her pouch, pulling a small black soldier pill out and swallowing it. As soon as it hit her stomach, she could feel her strength returning. Thinking quickly, she pulled her other scroll out and summoned. No place to hide, coward. The thug called out, powering up his chest cannon once again. A streak of pink dashed away towards the right. Too slow. He judged the angle and interception in a flash and fired. This time the shot flew and hit its mark directly. Yeah, haha, game over. He chuckled. As the flames from the explosion fled and the dust settled, he could make out the scorched form of an iron mannequin doll. Blinding pain was his next thought. Looking down, he saw the tip of something silver protruding where his heart was. Huffing breaths behind him only cemented the fact he'd been tricked by a simple transformation. Now, it's game over. Tenten huffed, pushing her serrated spear deeper into the thug. He gasped for breath, bringing his left arm up to the wound and clutched the silver of the blade. Not for me. He turned quickly, lashing out with his right elbow, dragging the spike at the end across Tenten's cheek and right arm, drawing blood and knocking her to the ground. Tenten rolled away and jumped back onto her feet, her arm now pulsing with bad blood flow. The thug just turned to face her, smiling darkly as he pulled the rest of the spear through his heart, leaving the steel and wood a dark red. You have no idea just who you're facing, do you? The thug chuckled again. I am Yordomo, leader of the Snake Separatists. In a flash, he held the spear properly and hurled it at Tenten. Her eyes widened as her own spear dug deep into her flesh, sending her hurtling backwards and off the roof. She landed with a thud on her back on the ground. Opening her eyes, she looked down at her weapon. It had penetrated right through her side, the weapon itself stopping major blood loss. She could hear people in the distance screaming and the sound of more explosions before a clear thud nearby brought her back. With powers like ours, even the great hidden villages don't stand a chance. Yordomo laughed, walking closer to Tenten after jumping down after her. This pitiful village is just the start. It shall become our foothold in the world before we move on to bigger fish, and you shall make an interesting plaything in the meantime. I do so enjoy a game of cat and mouse, don't you? Gathering her strength, Tenten quickly sat up, ready to jump back when Yordomo's hand clutched the wood of her spear, turning it just a tad. Tenten cried out in pain. Can't have my new toy running away now. He glared lecherously again, his other hand stretched out to grab her. Tenten cowered back in fear as much as she could at this monster, clutching her fists in pain. Previous thoughts she had of her blonde and his burden disappeared. He was no demon, this thing before her was a true demon. This is it. Fox's claw. A streak of red light passed between the pair. The half of the spear Yordomo was holding was now a very straight stick while his outstretched arm was now just a stump. Tenten stumbled back but held her ground as another figure dropped in front of her, his yellow hair and trademark jumpsuit fluttering. "Na Naruto," Tenten called out gratefully. "Get back, Tenten." Naruto called back in a deep voice, raising his short sword, his eyes a deep red. He'd noticed her wound and quickly formed a plan to get her away from battle and to a healer. By now, Yordomo had dropped the end of the spear and was clutching what used to be an arm in pain. "You little brat, you'll pay for this," Yordomo shouted, moving his arms to clear a path for his cannon which charged at a remarkable speed. "Die." Naruto quickly jumped back, put his arm around Tenten's shoulder and jumped. The orange ball of chakra passed under the pair and flew into a shop a few doors down, making rubble of whatever stock was inside. Naruto landed back atop the street roofs, backing away from the edge. Yordomo followed, landing on the roof a little further down before powering up another shot. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A horde of Naruto now surrounded Tenten. Yordomo fired his chakra again, hitting the first of the Naru clones and exploding in a great puff of smoke, leaving no trace of either him or Tenten. "It's no use running. I will find you." Yoritomo shouted to his prey. Behind a nearby rooftop water tower, Tenten knelt down in pain whilst Naruto tried to assess the situation. "How badly are you injured, Tenten?" he asked. "Just my arm and my side. Nothing too serious." She winced as she finished. Naruto grit his teeth. "He'll pay for this, for hurting everyone. Especially you," he said harshly. While Tenten appreciated the sentiment, she couldn't help but notice Naruto's dark red eyes that had replaced his deep blue. "I think I have an idea. What weapons do you still have?" Naruto asked quickly. Tenten's mind flew through the list of items she had and had used. Only some 16 kunai, 20 shuriken, 3 flash tags, 4 explosive tags, 1 smoke tag and 2 explosive tags. Explosive. My own creation, they're about 2 to 3 times more powerful than regulars at my best test. Right, I think this could work. Naruto grinned. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Another 3 Naruto popped into existence before one nodded to his summoner and dispelled. "Why did you?" Before she could ask, another explosion rocked the foundation of the building. Come out, come out." Yoritomo's voice called across the rooftops. Yoritomo's severed hand was a problem. The healing factor he had allowed for extreme healing in both preventing fatal wounds and the speed at which all wounds healed. It could only heal with what he had attached though, and with his left hand gone, it was never going to heal back. He cast his gaze across the rooftops when the meddlesome duo had disappeared. There were a few entrances to the roof, aircon units, and even a water tank or 2 to take cover behind. Whichever piece they were behind would be there no longer, he decided. He began blasting across at the targets, picking randomly. They were here somewhere. Come out, Yoritomo called out, blasting another air conditioner into oblivion. Boy, ivory bait. Yoritomo looked over as his blonde prey was stood near the edge of the rooftops mocking his tusks, next to an entrance from below he guessed was his hiding place. Grrr, die. He charged and fired another shot, impacting below the blonde's feet and sending him to Hades. Yahaha, one down. He cheered triumphantly. Oh, I think not. Yoritomo turned to see another smirking blonde on his right on the other side of the street, atop a street light. Without pausing, he charged another shot and fired. This blonde jumped into the shot midway across the street, causing the explosion to detonate away from the buildings. A shiver ran down Yoritomo's spine. He quickly lashed out behind him as he jumped forward. A small chunk of his right elbow spike hit the ground as Naruto's blade separated it from its owner. Grrr, you are one annoying punk. Yoritomo shouted, now safely out of range of another swing. And you're hurting innocent people. As future Hokage, I will not stand for cowards like you who prey upon innocents. Naruto shouted back. TSH, future Hokage. You're not even gonna make puberty. Yoritomo rushed forward, splitting his focus towards powering up his cannon and moving fast enough to hit the blonde. Naruto didn't have time to power up his blade at the speed Yoritomo was moving. Naruto ducked and slashed his blade across Yoritomo's chest, the sword barely marking the skin and not marking the steel of the cannon at all. Moving under Yoritomo's punch, Naruto brought his blade back to his chest, pushing and controlling as much of his chakra required for the blade to glow a light red and thrust down with both hands into the back of his right foot. It was tough, but the skin broke as the sword plunged in all the way through the bone and into the floor below. Gala! Yoritomo cried out in pain, swinging his arm back. Naruto let go of his sword and jumped back without it to dodge the flail. Behind Naruto, Tenten jumped out from behind the water tower. Naruto, now. With her good arm, she hurled a dozen kane towards him. Naruto heard the signal and dropped to the ground. As Yoritomo finished his flailing turn, he prepared to fire at the blonde behind him. Releasing his chakra, the orange ball began moving towards the boy when he dropped to the ground. Looking up, he spied the multiple kunai heading towards his chakra. Among the dozen kunai was one wrapped in a smoke tag. As the kunai and the explosive chakra met, a great blast of black smog erupted from the explosion, covering the rooftops and limiting eyesight. Yoritomo coughed loudly as the smoke filled his lungs. Outside the range of the smog, Tenten listened carefully. There, she hurled another kunai into the smoke. It struck true and lodged itself into Yoritomo's forehead. Damn kids, he yelled out. The kunai in his forehead lit up brightly, impairing his already obscured vision. Charging up another blast, he fired directly at where he guessed the kunai had come from. Tenten jumped back behind the tower as the orange blast shot past and into the night air, exploding harmlessly over the village square. Above the water tower, the last Naruto clone spotted the dull glare of the flash tag and spotted his real form jump back outside the smoke a good 80 feet away. He leapt up into the air and hurled a kunai towards himself, who snatched it out of the air. With both Naruto clutching a kunai wrapped with a tag, they pounced towards the dull glare of the flash tag obscured by the smoke. Inside the smoke, Yoritomo listened carefully. Instinctively, he raised his free knee to shield an attack with his knee spike while pushing chakra into his spines, extending their size to puncture anything behind him. The Naruto clone in front dodged round the rising knee whilst the real Naruto behind felt the spines catch his left arm as both thrust their kunai forward with great strength. The Naruto clone thrust his kunai into Yoritomo's chest, inside his cannon's loading space, whilst the real Naruto thrust his kunai into the back of Yoritomo's neck, narrowly missing the spine but made it through to his windpipe. This is for all the people you've hurt today, the clone shouted. Struggling for breath, Yoritomo took one last swing at the clone, his fist connecting before it burst into smoke. And this is for Tenten. The Naruto behind him said, twisting his kunai ever so slightly, reaching down and pulling his sword out from Yordomo's foot. With his movement free, the smoke clearing and the flash tag wearing off, Yordomo turned to face the pain in the neck blonde. Tenten, Naruto called out. Behind the water tower, Tenten heard Naruto shout and formed the ram sign with her good hand. Naruto kept jumping back as soon as he landed, quickly reaching over 100 feet from Yordomo and counting. As he jumped again, the tags in his chest and neck lit up for a brief second before letting out a pair of powerful explosions. Naruto shielded his eyes, and Tenten hers, as the houses shook again from the force. As the smoke cleared, Naruto stared into several rooms of the houses below them. The rubble may be hiding a lot of broken possessions, but the people that were inside were not buried with them. Naruto received another piece of intelligence as the clones he created to evacuate the makeshift battle zone had managed to get everyone to safety outside the town. Looking down into the rubble, he also spied what used to be a shoulder of Yordomo. The gray skin faded to dark pink as 3 black, circular marks appeared on the flesh. Naruto. Tenten was clutching her wound as she walked over to the hole. Naruto quickly jumped over to the overside, holding Tenten at arm's length before easing her into a hug, making sure not to touch her wounds. Tenten herself let herself be hugged, not risking use of either of her arms lest she experience more pain. Where the hell were you? Naruto asked, a pleading tone in his voice as he hugged a little tighter before releasing her, his arms still on her shoulders. Tenten's eyes met his, they had returned to their deep blue. Between his gaze, Naruto's concern and his uncomfortable question for her, Tenten could only blush and turn away in both appreciation and shame. A quick gasp graced her lips as she noticed the deep bloody gash on Naruto's left arm. She could almost swear she saw a hint of white. Just before Naruto could press the question again, several thuds landed behind him. Hey, Lord Yordomo. Blown to bits. GRRR, these brats will pay. Naruto turned round, his hands pulsing as he readied his chakra claws. 3 more dull gray brutes stood before the pair, each as tall and menacing as Yordomo before them. I call the girl. The one on the right called to the others, his body hunched over as his right arm and left leg muscles were clearly 5 times bigger than their opposites. His eyes were busy undressing Tenten's form as much as he could from behind Naruto. I'll kill you before you touch her. Naruto shouted back, his anger and chakra both rising. Look at the kid, he thinks he has a chance. The one in the middle chuckled, standing with his arms folded in a dignified pose, a pair of katana resting on his hips, one on each side. Don't underestimate him, just ask the late Lord Yordomo, the one on the left cautioned. Black sunglasses hiding his eyes with several belts strapped across his body, supporting many weapon pouches. TSH, lucky break I say, they're mine. Jahi, the one on the right laughed, his madness evident. Before the other two could retort, the one on the right jumped high into the sky, aiming to land on the pair of Leaf Genin. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto called out. Another 50 copies popped into existence. A chunk swarmed Tenten and pulled her back from the group. The other 38 stood between the 2 other thugs and the real Naruto, while the last 2 grabbed onto the real Naruto's arms, his hands now sporting blood-red claws. In a moment, they pulled him back and hurled him skyward with their combined strength, his eyes watering at the speed. Jeha. The airborne thug thrust his giant fist forward, the blonde centered in his sights. As they drew closer together, Naruto slashed out with his right claw, the 5 red lights of the chakra passing straight through the giant arm before Naruto spun to the left, slashing horizontally with his left. The thug could only watch for a few brief seconds with blinding pain as he saw 5 segments of his giant arm begin to fall away before the same red light that caused that damage also passed through his eyes and brain. As Naruto hovered in midair as he reached the end of his skyward climb, he saw the thug that threatened his precious person collapse to the rooftops, his body in multiple chunks with his brain and spine being severed into at least 2 pieces. The pair that remained watched as he fell back to earth, landing in the center of his Naruto pack before walking to the front. You want to go next? His voice was deep and his blood-red eyes promised pain. The pair looked a bit fearful, their cohort cut down and 2 strikes would do that to a guy. Rasengan, body pathway derangement. From behind, the one on the right felt a grinding pain in what used to be his spine, while the one on the left felt a sharp strike before his legs gave out, collapsing to the ground. Geez kid, all the flunkies you could have gone after and you chose the leaders. Jiraiya chuckled as he stood over the body of the Rasengan victim. I didn't choose, I saw a bad guy, I took him out, simple. Naruto shot back. Jiraiya chuckled as Naruto noticed the newcomer who'd taken out the other guy. Who's the old lady? He asked. Tsunade had 1 foot on the neck of her own jutsu receiver, who was twitching madly as his nerve system tried to figure out which nerve now controlled which body part. As she heard Naruto's comment, however, the thug felt the pressure on his neck increase. Who the hell you callin' old, you punk? Jiraiya just laughed at the situation. Normally they'd both be on their ass, but due to the attack, he knew the village needed all possible defenders in as best health as possible, hence the aborted beatings. Seems not only have we got some on-the-job training complete, but we've finished our mission too. Naruto, this is Tsunade, our future Hokage. Naruto's jaw dropped as Tsunade turned her deadly gaze onto Jiraiya. I've already had a word with your other genin about that. The short answer is no. There'll be plenty of time to reacquaint ourselves after we round up the rest. Perhaps we can go get some sake. Your treat, Jiraiya joked. Naruto called out as two gray figures jumped up behind the Sannin pair, aiming to take them out with their backs turned. Before the sound of Naruto's shout reached their ears, the Sannin's instincts had already kicked in, turning away from each other and slamming their fists into their would-be assailants' heads, who then stuck each other hard and collapsing to the street below. "In your dreams," Tsunade retorted as though nothing happened. Behind the trio, Tenten watched as her former idol beat down the thugs like mere genin. "Well, that should be the last of them," Jiraiya stated. "Tsunade, mind taking my genin back to the headquarters while I help round up the last of the evil and the injured?" "What part of in your dreams don't you G?" "Cheers," Jiraiya said, tossing her a set of keys before disappearing in a whirl of leaves. Tsunade looked at the spot her teammate had left. "That inconsiderate prick," Tsunade. Turning her head slowly, she looked at the blonde with a dull look on her face. "We can take ourselves back to the room. If you want to meet us there after I'm done with these guys, just give Tenten the keys," Naruto said, pointing over his shoulder to where a clone was helping Tenten walk back to them under her own power. "This is no place for genin like yourselves. You'll take her," Tsunade gestured to Tenten, "back to wherever you are based and wait for Jiraiya there. I won't be meeting you there or back in the Leaf Village." "Yes." Tenten looked down at the floor. Her image of the great healer was crushed to pieces by now. Naruto noticed Tenten's downtrodden look and pieced together that with the fact that Tsunade already wanted to talk with Jiraiya about becoming Hokage. "DFFT, no way. There's no way I trust you enough to take care of yourself, let alone the Leaf Village, you old granny." Naruto shot back, his respectful tone now gone. "Once I take care of Tenten, I'm finishing the rest of these guys off while you go have a nap." Tsunade's eyes narrowed at Naruto's declaration. "And what makes you think a runt like you would do a better job than me?" "Because I'm the future Hokage," Naruto replied proudly. "It's not a case of if, it's a case of when. When I become Hokage just depends on whether the current one wants to admit defeat and give me the hat." Tsunade visibly stiffened. "This boy, he's just like..." Tenten shifted her weight as one of her feet grew numb. As she did, she winced and sucked in a breath as her spear wound felt the pressure. Tsunade's focus returned as she noticed the injury Tenten was trying to hide. "You're injured," she stated, walking swiftly over to the girl, her hands glowing green with healing chakra. Tenten just looked down and released the pressure on her wound as Tsunade put her hands to it. Tenten had removed the wood of her spear, leaving the metal blade in her side. It hurt too much to remove and she was pretty sure it would only injure her more to do so by herself. Tsunade herself was looking at the wound in shock, not because of its seriousness, but because of the red substance slowly dripping from it. She closed her eyes for a moment to focus her chakra in her mind, picturing the red blood as pink skin. When she opened her eyes, all she could see was a silver blade and the pink wound on the young genin's body, not a drop of blood in sight. "This is going to hurt," Tsunade warned, her glowing fingertips grabbing the end of the blade, ready to pull it out, her other hand ready to heal the injury right away. Tenten braced herself for the pain. 1, 2, 3. Tenten clenched her teeth, eyes and fists in pain, but forbid herself from showing any more weakness in front of her former idol or Naruto as the steel cluttered to the floor at her feet. Naruto watched as his teammate and friend suffered from her own weapons being turned against her. One of the risks of being a weapons master, once disarmed, the weapon was free for all. "I'll take you back and heal your injuries." Tsunade relented. "But then, you are staying in the room while Jiraiya and I take care of the rest." Naruto opened his mouth to tell them he was going to help too, but another wince from Tenten held him back. Tsunade expected another reply from him. Despite noticing his hesitation, she thought better to at least explain to the pair why this time. "We are Sannin, and you are genin. No matter which way you cut it, this would easily be in a class rescue mission at least, not something you should be dealing with. It is up to us higher-leveled ninja to protect you so you can return the favor for us one day." Naruto and Tenten looked at each other before nodding slowly. Tsunade's hand lost its green glow as she stopped her technique. "There, that should help until we get you back," she said, lowering Tenten's shirt. Tenten felt better. Her spear wound had mostly closed and she wasn't bleeding anymore. It still felt sore, but this was only a patch job. She still felt admiration for the Sannin's healing skills even after the tongue lashing she'd received earlier. "Let's go," Tsunade called out, leaping away. Naruto and Tenten followed, jumping across to the next building where they had to stop again. Tenten landed as she normally would, but the pressure on her side forced her nerves to seize, letting her crumple to her hands and knees as she breathed heavily. Naruto placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, rubbing it slightly before asking, "You want me to carry you?" Tenten looked away in a blush with tears still in her eyes and threatening to fall, but nodded all the same. In a few moments she was wrapped around Naruto's back, his hands under her thighs and her hands wrapped around his chest with her head just over his shoulders. Naruto jumped again, catching up to Tsunade on the following building, who was waiting for their little exchange to be over. Tenten felt embarrassed once again. She felt so weak in the eyes of her idol and the boy she liked. The boy who'd protected her with his life. The boy she'd thought would harm her not a few hours earlier. Her disappointment with herself knew no bounds right now. She swore, as she jostled behind Naruto as he landed and took off again, that she would make it up to him any way she could. The majority of the excitement was over for the night. Few more buildings were damaged. Only a couple of thugs remained on the loose and the townsfolk were beginning to get organized now. A majority knew the situation. Naruto, Tenten and Tsunade landed in the spring area of the genin's current resting position, otherwise known as the work spa. Naruto, still maintaining his grip of Tenten, quickly hurried over to her room to lay her on the futon inside, kicking the doors aside when he encountered them. Trust that pervert to bring them to some place like this, Tsunade thought with a sigh as she observed the central area, following Naruto. Are you okay? Naruto asked Tenten as she eased down onto her back, his hands holding her scroll and weapon pouches after she'd taken them off. Yay, I'm fine thanks Naruto, she replied, still not quite meeting his eyes. Tsunade's shadow blocked the light from the living area before she turned Tenten's light on, Naruto turning to her presence. It'll be better if you wait outside, you're not going anywhere anyway, she said calmly. Naruto just nodded and turned back to Tenten one last time, giving her a small smile before placing her pouches next to her. Tenten's tired but quick eyes didn't miss a thing, only smiling in return as Naruto put her pouches down and left the room. A small brown pill was clutched between his fingers, pilfered from her pouch without the other blonde in the room noticing as he shut the door behind him. An awkward silence hung in the air as Tenten didn't want to look at Tsunade whilst the healer moved closer before kneeling down next to her. Where else are you hurt? She asked, her voice carrying a very business-like tone to it. Just my side and arm, she replied, moving her injured arm to indicate which one. The sound of Tsunade's chakra-enhanced palms met her ears as the warming sensation returned to her side. You're lucky, the weapon only scratched your liver. You'll be sore for a day or so but nothing more than some odd twinges if you don't put any stress on it. Tenten was relieved. She'd lied to Naruto earlier when she said the wounds were nothing serious. She'd felt like collapsing when Naruto had jumped to the roof with her to escape. Your other injuries, Tsunade examined the Leaf Genin's arm and observed her cheek, are nothing serious, although, if he had poisoned that spear you would have been in more trouble. I don't poison my weapons, Tenten replied softly. Any particular reason? I'm not a medical ninja, I wanted to know how to cure poisons before I made them. I see, Tsunade said simply, remembering Tenten's earlier confession about her dream. With her healing and analysis done, Tsunade leant back on her knees and let out a deep sigh as she gazed at the ceiling. I think that's how I began. The young Genin looked over. The Sannin's head rolled forward and looked down at her before standing up. Just try not to die before we meet again, kid. Tenten's breath caught in her throat. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, said Sannin, with a little smile on her face, reached up to open the door. As she looked down at her hand, she realized her fingers had smearing of blood on them. Her body froze and her breaths became shallower. The focus on her mind's illusion had faded. Lady Tsunade, Tenten called over. She pushed herself up onto her elbows and looked over at her healer, noting her wide-eyed look and shallow breath. Naruto, she called out. Tenten's voice was enough to snap some sense into Tsunade's head and with great force of will, dropped her hands to her side just before Naruto opened the door. What is it? What's wrong? He asked quickly. Lady Tsunade, needs a washcloth. Tsunade finished, her breathing beginning to return to normal as she strode past Naruto, looking around as much as she could without looking at her clothes. She spied several napkins on the table before looking away to grab one and quickly clean her hands. Naruto looked over in fascination. Do I have any more red on me? Tsunade asked, turning to face Naruto. No, he replied. None of Tsunade's cloths had received and splattering during her fights or when she'd healed the injured. Remembering his own injury from earlier that he knew was bleeding, he turned to hide his arm from view. Good, she replied, releasing a breath before looking down at Naruto again. Right, I'm leaving to go help. You two are to stay here until Jiraiya returns. Silent agreement was Tenten's answer whilst Naruto replied with a small nod and a smirk. Tsunade didn't like the looks of it but felt that the Genin were now going to obey her orders. With a clang of metal on wood as she dropped the keys to the room on the table, she walked outside before turning to jump away back to the injured townsfolk. She stopped as she noticed something amiss as she turned back around. She could see the inside of the room, the table she dropped the keys on and the oddly smirking Naruto standing by Tenten's room. She could also see two identical clones of Naruto standing either side of the doors that led into the room, as though they were guarding the place. Tsunade shook her head, telling herself he'd done it for their own protection before leaping into the city. Little did she know she only saw two of the many clones that were already among the population. The rest, created with the soldier pill pinched from Tenten's pouch, were already hunting down any remaining thugs and leading the injured to the town's medical building. Dawn broke on the battered city. It now supported many broken buildings, holes in the road and injured or mourning citizens. Among the debris and pain was a pair of women, one blonde and one black-haired, their hands green as they focused on healing injuries as much as they could to take the danger patients out of the red zone before healing everyone up properly. A white-haired old man was doing his part too, bandaging wounds that didn't need immediate healing whilst organizing those who needed immediate help. A group of men stood in the town square, armed with weapons while standing around the beaten and battered thugs from the night before, chakra suppressant and sleep seals applied to each, courtesy of the white-haired Sannin. This group stood guard under his orders, most of them begging for just one to wake up and try to escape, their knuckles white in anger whilst holding their weapons. Everyone else was doing their part to either assist with the healing or searching for survivors among the debris. Luckily there were only a few discoveries before the townspeople were all accounted for, either alive or not. Night was just about falling as the tall blonde walked into a bar. She pulled up a stool and waited for the barkeep with her head resting on a tired hand. This was a more troublesome trip to the village than she'd ever planned. After staying up all night and day healing the injured, she just wanted some sauce and some. The barkeep came out from the back and provided her with a bottle of sake at regular price despite the damaged top. Tsunade threw her head back as she gulped down the burning liquid like simple water before letting out a deep breath. Before long, she'd repeated the process another 3 times before sipping her 5th more slowly. The immediate urge sated for now. The ruined bar doors opened again. This time, they parted for a white-haired old man who took a seat at the bar next to the blonde and asked for his own bottle and saucer. After he'd taken a long gulp from his own bottle and poured himself a cup, the questioning began. Why don't you want it? Same reasons I told you before I left about those who wish to be Hokage. All right, still stuck in the past I see. Tsunade had nothing to say to that. The kid's fierce, a lot like his old man, don't you think? I don't care. Tsunade lied. He had a death wish, he got his reward, and look what he left behind, a blonde with an ego disorder. Oi, Naruto's loud, but I have great faith in him. Like you had great faith in that red-haired kid. Now it was Jiraiya's turn to be silent, though not for as long as Tsunade was. He was an undignified loss which will stay with me to the end of my days. But I believe Naruto is different. Now who's living in the past? That dream of yours will be nothing more than that. Jiraiya grinned. Au contraire, my sweet Tsunade, he will bring about a new age and I will help give him the tools to do it. Naruto will become the greatest Hokage our village has ever known, even greater than Sensei. Jiraiya trailed off. Awkwardness hung thick in the air. How did it happen? Tsunade asked. How did he die? Jiraiya took a long swig from the bottle, emptying what was left before letting out a long sigh. Orochimaru, he replied simply. Tsunade's bottle shattered in her hand. Jiraiya didn't react and kept his gaze locked on the bottles behind the bar. It was all for him. The invasion. Jiraiya spoke up. The whole plan was all to kill the third. All those that died that day, Sand, Sound, and Leaf Shinobi. They all died because of his madness. Jiraiya motioned to the barkeep for another 2 bottles of sake. Because of him, Naruto, Tenten, and all the others took up arms to defend their home, protecting the people. Even here, they did it again, protecting the people from Orochimaru's curse mark work. If it weren't for them and all the others, a lot more people might have lost their Dan or Nawa. Tsunade's eyes were wide. Before Jiraiya could react, he had been sent flying through the wall and into the one outside. Shaking his head, he looked up to the hole he'd made, seeing Tsunade walking through it towards him. He didn't bother to move, he knew what was coming. But he also knew Tsunade needed to hear it. He felt her hands reach down and pull him up by his jacket, pulling their faces almost together. Don't you ever say their names like that again. Jiraiya braced himself for the inevitable impact which didn't come. He opened his eyes to see Tsunade staring at the floor, tears dripping from her face into the dirt below. Her arms still holding him up, Jiraiya reached out with his own and wrapped them around Tsunade. Her strength relented as Jiraiya pulled her into a hug, her head resting against his chest. With Jiraiya being lifted off the floor and Tsunade's shift from holding her fellow Sannin to being hugged by him, they fell to the floor, Jiraiya still holding Tsunade close. No matter what has happened, all we can do is try to move forward and continue to protect what we can. Jiraiya said softly. Naruto's dream is to protect all those precious to him, much like you wish to. I have no doubts that he will one day become Hokage, and will hopefully bring peace to this cursed world. Tsunade's ears perked up. You really think he's Yes, my prince is Tsunade, he is the one that will bring peace to the world. I just hope we're both around to see it. He continued. Until such a time as Naruto can don the Hokage's hat, someone has to hold the place for him, keep the chair warm, etc. Hell, they might even be able to shake up a few things in the council and clans for the better with the Hokage's power in the right hands. Tsunade looked up and saw Jiraiya's serious face. Naruto will become the Hokage, he will bring about the Age of Peace, and I will do everything in my power to make sure he achieves it. Now I'm asking you, Tsunade, to help an old fool try to achieve his dream one last time, and to guide the younger ones to achieve theirs. Jiraiya spoke, his voice full of passion. Her mind brought forth memories of the past, a time when Jiraiya had this same passion in his voice. Over time and many mistakes, it slowly faded. To see one boy rekindle his flame. I'll do it, on some conditions. OMAKE. Naruto shook the sleep out of his eyes to greet the morning sun as it stretched through his curtains and along his bed. Bringing his paws to his eyes, he rubbed the remaining sleepy dust out of ... Wait, pause. Naruto was now wide awake, staring at his new paws, seeing his arms covered in thick red fur. What the, Kyuubi, what are you doing? Naruto yelled out, lifting his shirt as he watched blonde fur sprout and slowly cover his chest and work its way down to his belly. Oh yay, sometimes this happens. You must have used too much of my chakra too quickly. Kurama replied from his cage. Gah, this can't be happening. I'm turning into you. Naruto shouted at his tenant. Well, not exactly. Several knocks at Naruto's door alerted him to guests. Naruto, we've brought breakfast. Are you up yet? Hinata, Tenten, and Haku called through his apartment. Naruto watched as the last of his skin disappeared beneath the fur and a sharp pain made its presence known in his backside. Naruto, the door handle jiggled and opened. Are you in here? Hinata peered into the room, searching for her not-so-secret crush. As she scanned, she spied a medium-sized blonde fox perched on Naruto's bed, complete with nightwear. Naruto remained perfectly still. Koyute, Tenten yelled out as she spotted the fox over Hinata's shoulder and nudging past her only to collapse onto the bed, glomping the blonde fox in the process. Huh, what is, Koyute? Haku repeated in full, landing next to Tenten and trying to cuddle as close to the fox as she could. Hinata meanwhile just walked over to the bed, reached out and started stroking the fox's head. I wonder where Naruto got it from, she pondered out loud. The fox could barely make choking noises with the three girls' combined efforts to cuddle him to death. In his cage, Kurama just chuckled darkly. I love transformation jutsu. Dawn broke over the damaged town the morning after the attack. Inns were smashed, bars looted and supplies stolen. Nothing managed to get far with the help of the passing leaf ninja, though nothing could bring back the lives of those lost in the battle. The rising sun meant little to the townspeople of Tanzaku. Torches and lanterns were extinguished, but that was all that changed as able-bodied men and women felt their bodies tire and hunger for rest as they did what they could to prevent more being lost. Stores and inns were still open, offering their uses for recovery of the town, though some still demanded payment. It was to this site that Naruto emerged from the work spa, his sharp eyes trying to pierce the commotion for the sight of his sensei. Taking to the rooftops, Naruto bounced around the village, hunting down the white-haired Sannin. Geez, town's in a lot worse shape than I thought, Naruto pondered as he passed over the site of last night's battle with Yordomo, landing on one of the rooftops toward a town exit. Much of the battling had occurred after his own last night. Despite the added benefit of 2 Sannin, the town took a heavy hit from either intended destruction or collateral damage. Feeling bad about not being able to prevent anything else, Naruto's clones had worked through the night to evacuate battle-torn areas and delay any who would harm others whilst he sat guard over Tenten. Acting as a central hub to the clones, for each one that was destroyed, he gained knowledge of powers, location, and strategy. 3 soldier pills later and Naruto had finally finished for the night, over 1,000 clones having been sent out into the battle. Let's see. Scroll. Now tasked with hunting down Tenten's lost scroll from the night before. Due to Tsunade's orders for her to rest, Naruto searched the location she'd given him as to where she'd lost it. Ahoy! He cheered as he found its location, spying the damaged scroll which had been trampled but was still pinned to the ground. Removing the weapon, Naruto rolled and pocketed the scroll, searching the immediate area for anything that stuck out as Tenten's. In the rubble on the street below, he spied a sleek, dull mace. Scanning the streets below for anything else, he jumped down and made for the mace. The handle was sticking up and Naruto knew it was Tenten's. Her patented T0 mark on the bottom of the handle signified it was one of her creations. Grabbing the weapon firmly, he gave it a tug, lifting the mace from its resting place and onto fresh ground as he adjusted to its weight. Urgh! A weak voice called out. Naruto tensed. Someone was still buried under the rubble, a sliver of bloody skin from their arm showing where the mace had rested. Hold on, he called as he quickly dug through the broken stone and wood. As the rubble shifted, he could hear the shallow breaths of the one trapped below. Pulling aside a particularly big chunk of stone, he came face to face with the man in question as well as the curse mark he sported on his forehead. Instantly Naruto's eyes narrowed as he stopped digging and stood back. The man's eyes opened as he spotted the figure that saved him. He smiled before his blurred vision made out the glint of his headband and it shifted into a smirk. Heh, come ta finish me off, eh? The man gasped after each few words. TSH, you deserve it for what you and your friends did to this town and to my friend. Naruto spat back, his hand reaching for the discarded mace before hefting it up onto his shoulder. Heh, the pink, she got me good. His breathing labored again. First taste, oh freedom, and it, fuck. He coughed and spluttered as he felt his organs shifting uncomfortably. Answer me and I'll take you to someone who can help. Where did you come from and what were you after? Keta, you jockin', I'm free of that snake. Keh, Orochimaru. Naruto had hoped these guys could give him a lead on the snake Sannin after thinking on their group name last night and he had found just the man. But the man's eyes were closing and his breathing was getting shallower. Oi, stay awake. Tell me everything you know about Orochimaru. Keta, dead. Naruto's eyes widened. Keta he. The man's eyes opened wide to take in the sunlight one last time as his last breath left his body. Naruto was left alone with his emotions awhirl. Orochimaru was dead and something about Sasuke that he took to his grave. He needed to get this guy and the information to Jiraiya as soon as he could. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 50 clones burst into existence, quickly redoubling their efforts and cleared the body of the man of rubble before hoisting them up onto one of their backs and hurrying off to the town square. Noticing nothing new or notable amongst the rubble or street, Naruto gripped the mace, patted his pocket for Tenten's scroll and took off after his clones. It didn't take long for him to reach the medical building just off the town center. A big, white sheet covered a portion of the street as many patients lay underneath, the occasional healer either tending to them or family sitting by them. Naruto and his clones quickly spotted Tsunade as she left the building, her brow narrowed and her gaze harsh. Oi, Tsunade. He jumped over, his clones bringing the man up to her as quickly as they could. I found another one, he knows what happened to Sasuke and Orochimaru. Opening her mouth to berate the boy, she instead channeled her chakra and touched the man's vitals as Naruto lay him down on an empty piece of floor. Nothing, he's gone kid. Tsunade sighed, closing her eyes and facing Naruto again, who wore his own look of disappointment. What did you manage to get out of him? She asked. Oh, he said that Orochimaru's dead and he knew something about Sasuke, but he... Tsunade shook her head. It's nothing new. Jiraiya is already aware of this from those we captured last night. He is. Naruto almost yelled, some of the family members and healers giving him scolding looks. Where is he now? He went to go talk to the town leader, so I suggest you why. All the remaining Naruto suddenly went up in smoke as Tsunade looked around for the blonde. She shook her head to clear the air. TSH, that kid, she muttered, crouching down beside her next patient. Back with the real Naruto, he was rubbing his shoulder on top of another rooftop as the weight of the mace had dug into it during the jumps. Receiving the information on Jiraiya from his clones, Naruto hefted up the mace once more and marched forward, on track toward the town's meeting hall. We need more men to help clear the rubble. We may not reach everyone in time. Please, Balderdash. These men are to guard our leaders lest this town fall even further into chaos. Naruto landed on the last building before the hall, his ears catching wind of more verbal battle. A tall, wide man towered over what appeared to be a man on his knees, begging. My sister is trapped somewhere out there, and you want to double the guard to protect someone after the battle is over. The man stood, his fists clenched. Guards, the taller man spoke, a few of the armored men behind the pair giving each other reluctant looks but still grasping their swords in readiness all the same. The smaller man recoiled in fear, the glint of steel from the night before being just about all he could take as his eyes swam with tears again. A gust of wind struck them from his eyes as they closed against the gale. The guards covered their eye slots and the taller man could barely back away without tripping over himself. Between the two men now stood a yellow, orange and black figure, equipped with a mace, sword and a scathing look, the last being aimed at the taller man. How many do you need? He called back. The man looked up at the new figure's face as it turned to give him a comfortable smile. The hotels around the castle, something knocked them over. I need Shadow clone Jistu Naruto spoke softly. No less than 150 copies of him burst into existence. You know what to do. Without further words, a clone lifted the man onto his slightly smaller shoulders and dashed in the direction he was indicated along with the remaining army in orange. His gaze returned to the large man, still in front of him. Refusing to allow his pride to suffer before his men, he stepped forward, eyes narrowing to match the boys whilst taking note of the rather obvious weaponry. Foreigners are not permitted to enter our halls. Your service will be addressed appropriately in the future. He spoke, a touch of arrogance and anger in his voice as he spoke to a child whom had fixed a problem he almost lost control of. But what good are guards to stop me getting in when I have already gotten past? Naruto said with a smirk. Up in smoke went the blonde, leaving behind a stunned crowd of guards and their apparent commander. His senses already picking up on the smell of a particular source of toad oil, Naruto moved swiftly through the almost lavish halls. Naruto could hear the shouts of the men he'd left at the entrance calling for his capture. Were he in his normal, pranky mood he would have never entered and merely made them think he had, but right now he needed the senile Sennin to help form a plan to find Sasuke. A pair of guards rounded the corner, a small gasp from one before their eyes focused on the bright orange bullet heading towards them. Said bullet grinned. This was almost too easy. It almost reminded him of the fun he had back home dodging the Chunin. Coming through, he called out, bounding over them as they hastily gripped for their blades. They wheeled around to try and catch him as he landed only to be greeted with the now upside-down boy running from them on the ceiling. Naruto let out the first laugh he'd had in a while as the surprised duo were joined by his earlier victims that guarded the entrance. Stop right there. Naruto wasn't sure who shouted, but it didn't matter. With one quick hand sign, 2 more copies of himself burst into existence, and they all shot off down 3 different corridors. Not again. The blonde chuckled. He'd missed this feeling of fun. It had been a while since his last prank. He hadn't pulled one since before. Skidding round a sharp right corner, Naruto found himself before the most lavish doorway he'd ever seen. Trimmed in golden dragons that met over the top of the circular double doors, Naruto slowly approached as his thoughts slowed him down. The toad oil smell was strong here. Naruto stepped up to the door and knocked 3 times. Oh, that must be him. 1 sec. He heard through the woodwork. The door opened swiftly and Naruto's arm, along with the rest of his body, was yanked inside. You can give all the details to my apprentice here. I shall return shortly. Naruto's brain caught up to the situation as Jiraiya let go of his arm and was heading toward the open window behind what he assumed was the village leader's desk where a jet black raven was currently perched. Wait, pervy sage, Naruto called out, running for the window as the raven and his sensei were about to take flight. Whatever it is, it can wait, Naruto. Jiraiya turned back, his usual cocky facade replaced with one of alarm and confusion. But Jiraiya-sensei, it's about Sasuke and Orochimaru. It can wait, Naruto. Jiraiya shouted. Naruto flinched at the tone. Something was definitely going on if Jiraiya didn't respond to his usual sign of respect. The Sannin's face softened as he turned on the windowsill to face his apprentice. I know the situation, Naruto, he said, softer than before. Trust me when I say that I'm already working on it, but I have to do something now and without interference. Okay. Naruto's gaze met Jiraiya's. This was one of those times he had to back down and leave everything to someone else. It went against almost all of his intuition. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. I'll take care of business here and you'll come find me as soon as you finish. The old hermit smirked and, with a small nod, disappeared out of the window in a swirl of wind and leaves with the raven. A small cough alerted Naruto to the room's other occupant, turning to the source of the noise. He spotted a short, balding man sitting behind the ornate desk in front of him, his nose and wrinkled old eyes barely managing to peer over. Naruto rubbed the back of his head before shaking his head clear. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, apprentice to Jiraiya of the Sannin. I am Mako, the leader of this village, and I've Mako's small hand scratched the top of his head. Completely forgotten what I was talking about. A sweat drop made its way down Naruto's head. Maybe we should start at the beginning, Naruto said politely. Marvelous idea, Mako squeaked, disappearing behind his desk only to pop out round the side to stand in front of Naruto. He was dressed in a purple, Chinese-styled robe that covered him down to his feet. Small brown flickers of shoe could be seen as he walked. Now, what was it again? Naruto resisted the urge to sigh. This looked to be a long, boring meeting. Lord Mako, there's been a break-in. The doors were flung open as the out-of-breath commander at the entrance hung off the door handles, his sword clenched in one hand and gasping for breath. What little he had was lost as he looked up at his village leader and the villainous intruder he was chasing. You, he cried. Naruto turned to face the result of his clone's mischief. Commander Ikenos, do you think it appropriate to barge into my office and speak to our guest that way? The large Ikenos flinched at the booming voice of his leader. But sir, he broke in and, Ikenos, I'm most sorry, your grace, please excuse me. With a quick slam, the room fell silent before Mako turned to address a now wide-eyed Naruto. Please excuse my advisor, sometimes he just needs a reminder of his manners. Sure, Naruto gulped. Yeah, sorry if I gave you a fright, lad, this whole situation has got me a bit frazzled. Mako apologized, pulling a handkerchief from behind his back and dabbing his forehead. But he did remind me of our conversational topic. Naruto perked up, back to business. I was informing your sensei that our village is most grateful for your assistance in our hours of need. The fact that we had 4 high-ranking ninja among us that leapt to our defense without hesitation is most fortunate indeed. Naruto grinned from the praise. Thank you, sir, but Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade are the Sannin, Tenten and I are just Genin. Hey, Genin you say? Mako tilted his head. Isn't that the lowest rank of ninja? Naruto grimaced at the sudden replacement of praise. Yeah, it is, he replied. Even better. As leader of this village I must do my best to protect my citizens and their interests. With all the attractions, Naruto cited his obvious attempt to smooth over the gambling, spas and places Jiraiya usually like to visit. Located here, I like to make sure my citizens and all the guests that pass through this town can feel safe and relaxed. Therefore, with such good quality ninja available at the cheapest price, the protection of even higher-ranked ninja would almost certainly see a new level of safety in my streets. Mako walked back over to his desk and pulled the top piece of paper off the stack he was writing on and presented it to Naruto. I would like to request a continuous mission of your hidden village if I may, he said as Naruto reached for the document. Please deliver that to your leader as soon as you return, the Hokage isn't it? Naruto glanced over the document. It was rough, but it stated all the details the village leader needed to request a mission from them. That pervy sage must have told him what he needed to put before he left, Naruto thought. His eye then caught the note at the bottom, praising himself, Tenten and the Sannin for their excellent work defending the village and its people when they had no obligation. Now I think that's all that I needed to do here, Mako began, glancing around his office before looking back at Naruto. Time to get back to my people, I think. He finished, ushering the blonde to the door as he rolled up his sleeves. Naruto nodded as he spied the dirt and cuts on the leader's hands as Mako led the pair through the halls quickly, back towards the main entrance. Even a guy like this is willing to get his hands dirty for the sake of his people, he thought as he watched the man hurry away, leaving him at the building's front door. Naruto's smile turned into a smirk as he spotted the large guard from earlier, Ikenos, watching him carefully. Pocketing the document from Mako, Naruto gave him a wink before jumping up onto the roof and leaping away. Jiraiya jumped through the trees with a purpose. The crow was indication enough something was up. That it carried no message indicated something even bigger. With what he discovered from the minds of the snake separatist attackers from the night before, it almost certainly had to be about Orochimaru and Sasuke. Naruto would most certainly want to be included in his little solo adventure if he knew where he was off to right now, but he wasn't yet ready to handle such delicate matters. The crow cawed from above as it changed direction towards the southeast. Jiraiya quickly adjusted his own course and followed the bird again. It didn't take long for him to spot the familiar white cloth tied between 2 kunai freshly impaled in the ground. He stealthily hit the forest floor a few tree lengths away and approached slowly on foot. As he drew near, he spotted his target step out from behind a tree on the opposite side of the kunai flag, Itachi Uchiha. Their eyes met briefly before the youth spoke. Lord Jiraiya, I am pleased to see you are well. Indeed I am. I'm guessing the fact that the grass is now gray means it's safe to talk. Jiraiya chuckled as a wooden chair materialized beside him. It was just like Itachi to manage to place him in a genjutsu so quickly. Indeed, Itachi parroted back, already appearing to have sat down in his own chair that hadn't been present a moment ago. So, what's the story? Old Orochimaru angered your organization with his little attack on the hidden leaf, so you come to take revenge. The Sannin asked casually, taking a seat. That is indeed the cover story I have established. With Orochimaru's attack and the third subsequent death, security around the village, and therefore Nine-Tailed Fox, will be increased, making our job to acquire it that much more difficult. I see, Jiraiya said passively, and the real reason. Due to the circumstances around my defection from the village known only to a select few, I felt the need to return and inform the new Hokage of the outstanding arrangement as well as ensuring that those who were also part of it hold up their end of the agreement. I'm guessing it concerns your brother, correct? Itachi continued. Imagine my surprise when I learned that Sasuke was no longer within Konoha's walls but stolen away by your former teammate. Details are sketchy about the specifics during the invasion. Jiraiya rubbed the back of his neck. It may have been a bad judgment call by another genin, but your brother's eagerness to prove himself landed the small fish in a big pond. Undeniably, even if his skills were up to my standards, his judgment would likely cost him his vengeance against me, Itachi said, his voice emotionless and his face betraying nothing, though inside the genjutsu he could adjust it at his whim. What's this little arrangement of yours then? Itachi was silent for a moment, a rare moment of debate playing across his mind, not that Jiraiya could tell. As I believe you would have likely been selected for the position of Hokage over Tsunade, this is the only reason I am revealing the terms that need to be upheld to prevent my divulgence of hidden leaf secrets to the world. Oh ho, sounds serious, do go on. Jiraiya pressed. In order to keep my silence on state secrets, Sasuke must not be inducted into Root or any other similar organizations including Anbu. Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado, and Koharu Utatane are not to interact with Sasuke by any means. Pretty simple, though I can probably work out the rest of your story from that message alone, Jiraiya said, his mind working backwards with the knowledge he had about the night Itachi left the Hidden Leaf Village. Hence my reluctance to divulge any information to anyone else. Itachi replied, feel free to share this knowledge only with the future Hokage and no one else. I would lose nothing should the knowledge be made public, while the Leaf Village could lose everything. I get it already, no need for further threats, Jiraiya waved off. So, what became of the little Avenger? Unfortunately, due to some collateral damage in the ensuing battle with Orochimaru, Sasuke managed to escape his lair. Due to my cover, I would have aroused suspicions if I had attempted to track him down myself, especially with my partner reporting to our leader. And you want me to track him down and bring him back? If you wouldn't mind, Itachi concluded. Well, it would get those old goats off my back. Jiraiya chuckled. But first, I want everything you have on Orochimaru since engaging him. Naturally, Itachi replied. His eyes twirled as the Telltale Sharingan cast a second genjutsu on Jiraiya, detailing the Akatsuki member's own memories. The illusion ended naturally as it played to its conclusion a short while later. Jiraiya sat back in his illusionary chair as his brain processed the confrontation he'd witnessed through Itachi's eyes. As much as I'd like to believe that pain in the neck is gone for good, he always had a thing for cheating death and immortality. Jiraiya sighed, recalling discussions with his former friend during better circumstances. Agreed. Whilst it should sate the organization, I do not believe I fully eliminated him. Itachi said, I believe it goes without saying that I would like Sasuke to be kept away from all missions that have a remote chance of engagement with anyone or anything related to Orochimaru upon his return to the Hidden Leaf. Fine by me. Doubt I'd have to do much to convince Tsunade of it either. Jiraiya assured the missing ninja. There is the small matter of the location of Orochimaru's base. Any information the old snake has in there could be crucial to preventing any further attacks on the village. Do not worry, Lord Jiraiya. I pre-planned our meeting location around this requirement of yours. Without further warning, Itachi released another genjutsu he did, covering the entrance into what looked like an underground bunker. I believe that satisfies my portion of the agreement. If you do not keep your own, I will know. Of course, Jiraiya muttered as his attention focused on the newly revealed bunker. As he turned back to the rogue Uchiha, he discovered the black-haired youth had vanished into smoke and the grass returning to its natural green state. Shadow clone, figures. With a single hand sign, he summoned two of his own shadow clones. All three nodded to each other as they set about their tasks. One disappeared into the surrounding trees to search for signs of Sasuke. The other disappeared into the depths of the bunker to investigate what Orochimaru left behind, and the last began his trek back to Tanzaku town. With the meeting concluded, the old white hermit sighed. It was getting dark and he needed a drink. He still needed to speak to Tsunade about taking up the hat too. After his deed or following his discovery of the injured enemy from the night before, Naruto had resumed and finished hunting down Tenten's equipment. It had taken the better part of the afternoon, but soon all of her weapons had been reclaimed by the blonde ninja and all he could had been resealed within her scroll. Geez, I'm glad I'm not Tenten, Naruto said to himself. I'd hate to have to do this every time I fought someone. I'm still not sure if she tricked you into this or your crush for her is making you do it. Kurama murmured from the depths of Naruto's mind. Shut up, Naruto replied, hoisting the mace, the only item he couldn't reseal, back into the scroll, back onto his shoulder. I'd do this for any one of my friends if they got hurt. Kurama rolled his eyes. He had no doubts Naruto would, but it seemed his teasing had succeeded. With no further weapons to gather, Naruto began trekking back towards the spa. He didn't make it 5 feet before his stomach let out a mighty grumble. May I suggest some food a little closer to us? Your chakra network is overtaxed on those soldier pills as it is, Kurama suggested. Naruto licked his lips as his hunger pains deepened. Now he realized it. You're probably right, thanks, Naruto replied, changing course toward the center of town. Kurama quirked an eyebrow at his thanks before shrugging and curling back up to sleep. It wasn't like there was much else he could do besides watch Naruto stuff himself. Herbs and spices intensified the closer Naruto got to the restaurant district. He could almost taste some delicious ramen or barbecue beef he could detect was being cooked up. He reached into his pocket for Gamachin, pulling out the thin-toed wallet with excitement. The clasp clicked open as he reached for some notes. What was odd was that he could only find a single one. Naruto pulled out the only ryo he thought he had left to see if it was enough to pay for at least one bowl of ramen, only to find a folded sheet of paper instead of a wrinkled ryo note. "The hell is this?" he said as he unfolded the sheet. "Naruto borrowed some money to treat Tsunade to some sake, hoping she'll be grateful enough to pay us back by returning to Konoha. Thanks, Jiraiya." Naruto's eye twitched. "That old bastard," he shouted, startling what few people were around him on the street and a couple more within the surrounding shops. "He's gonna pay for this, that no-good common thief." Excuse me." Naruto turned, immediately realized that he'd caused a scene when he spotted a rather pretty-looking woman addressing him. Sorry about that," he apologized, rubbing the back of his head with a grin on his face. "I just realized I have to go beat up one more bad guy in this town." He explained. "You're Lord Jiraiya's apprentice, aren't you?" The blonde was startled out of his practiced mannerism to fully take note of the woman before him. She was a short-haired brunette dressed in a black gi clutching a black suitcase. "Why yeah, what's the problem?" Naruto asked. "I don't know where he is right now, but I can let him know you're looking for him." The brunette shook her head. "No, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear," she began. "I'm Lady Tsunade's apprentice. I saw your leaf headband and just wanted to confirm you were with Lord Jiraiya." "Oh, right," the blonde replied simply. "Are you and the old lady nearly ready to head back to the Hidden Leaf, or are there still a few more people to heal?" The brunette sighed. "I've done all I can do with everyone I can, so anyone else left are those that only Lady Tsunade can help. Lady Tsunade has been very vocal today about not returning to the Hidden Leaf after your teammate found us yesterday." Naruto figured that Jiraiya's business had delayed his talk with the medic. He may still be able to recover his money if he found the old thief first. A loud grumble interrupted the pair as a stomach let out an empty moan. The brunette's face turned cherry red as Naruto realized it wasn't his stomach that was complaining. "I'm terribly sorry. I haven't eaten all day, let alone even sit down," she apologized, trying to force her flesh away. "Would you mind if we continued inside?" She gestured to the barbecue restaurant nearby. Naruto rubbed the back of his head again. "Thanks, but it seems that my sensei has left me a little short," he replied, shaking the empty Gamachin upside down. "Please, let me pay for you. It's the least I could do after Lady Tsunade has declined the Hokage position," she offered. With the note from the white-haired Sannin still in his hand and an empty Gamachin in the other, Naruto could only accept her offer. "That's great, I'd love to miss." "Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Shizune Kato. Pleased to meet you." Wink, a small voice called from below. "And this is Taunton." Shizune gestured down at the pink pig dressed in pearls and a red jacket. Naruto raised his eyebrows as he noticed the pig for the first time. "Naruto Uzumaki," the blonde declared proudly as Shizune led him into the restaurant she'd been looking for before she came across Naruto. The pair entered the barbecue eatery with the air full of delicious smells. They were soon greeted by a rather tired-looking waiter who glanced at Naruto's intimidating-looking weapon. "Sir, could you please remove or hide that thing? I think we've had enough trouble in this town as it is, and I'd like to not invite any more in." Naruto looked at the mace he'd been retrieving for his friend before making a decision. "No problem." He smiled as a duplicate appeared next to him a moment later. The summoned clone retrieved Tenten's gear from the original before leaving the restaurant. "Right, very well, this way." The waiter gestured, leading them to a booth. The odd trio settled down quickly and gave their orders: brown rice and beef for Shizune, grill your own beef for Naruto, and a salad for Taunton. "What's got the old lady so stubborn about returning to her home?" Naruto asked. Shizune shifted uneasily in her seat. "Lady Tsunade. She took part in the Second Ninja World War, as you probably know. It was a difficult time for all of us," Shizune began, revealing the history of the first Hokage's necklace. Naruto's clone arrived back at the spa, landing with a thud as the mace dug into his shoulder again. "Man, this thing's heavy. I wonder just how strong Tenten is to wield this thing," he muttered as he walked over to the edge above where their room was located. He stilled as a fresh set of memories returned to him. 3 sets of memories, in fact, as he discovered his clones had used the replacement jutsu to get some trapped civilians out of a collapsing building. Another set of memories hit him soon after, showing the man he'd sent the shadow clones off with reunited with his sister. Despite all the civilians being accounted for, many buildings were still a bit unstable and resulted in this accident. A squeak of pain alerted him to trouble as he quickly looked over the side. Familiar brown locks with a quarterstaff greeted his sight, crouched down by the hot spring. Another grunt of pain confirmed he was needed as he jumped down to Tenten's side, dropping the mace and scroll on the ground as he landed behind her. "Tenten, are you okay?" Naruto asked as he put one arm around her back, leaning forward to see her face. Both her hands were gripping onto the staff tightly and her features were screwed up in pain as she turned to look at him. Naruto quickly slid his other hand under Tenten's calves and lifted the girl off her feet before placing her down, her legs dipping into the spa waters. Tenten let out a deep breath, her face relaxing as the pain in her side reverted to a dull ache. "What are you doing out here, Tenten?" Naruto asked, his concern heavy in his voice. It took a few moments for her breathing to return to normal before she answered. I just wanted to." She began before her voice gave out, the tears in her eyes and the sob in her throat she didn't want to escape, preventing further communication. In a feeble attempt to get Naruto to understand, she kicked his legs a little, hoping her bare feet and shorts would help Naruto get the message. "Oh," the blonde replied, understanding as he gently lowered her to the ground, letting her feet dip into the warm waters. Her staff clattered to the ground to her left as her fingers now sat upon the spring's edge. She blinked back her tears with several deep breaths as she felt Naruto stand beside her. After a short ruffling of clothes, Naruto's feet joined hers in the spring, his trousers rolled up to his knees. The pair sat in relative silence for a moment as they felt the situation descend back into their minds. The brunette hiccuped as her face turned bright red, her gaze now looking anywhere but at the blonde. "It's about the old hag, isn't it?" Naruto asked after a few moments. Tsunade. Tenten said nothing, just looking at her feet in the water and nodding her head. Tenten began. Naruto waited patiently while Tenten gathered herself. "She's not who I thought she was," she sobbed. Naruto pulled her closer and let her head lean on his shoulder as he rubbed hers with his hand. "Since I was a kid, I always wanted to be like the great Lady Tsuan, a legendary ninja." Tenten began. "When I started training under Guy-sensei, I couldn't keep up with Lee or Neji when training physically. I was upset I couldn't develop strength comparable to theirs, let alone Lady Tsunade's." Tenten looked down at her hands, scarred and battle-worn from countless hours of training. "Eventually, I discovered I was a natural at the summoning technique. It's why I carry so many weapons and scrolls everywhere, it's my specialty." Tenten continued, "But, after meeting Lady Tsunade, knowing how she feels about the people that she left behind in the Leaf Village, our home, and our friends, why should I bother even being a ninja when I made such a bad choice of role model?" Naruto was silent as Tenten let out her frustrations, her now tightly balled fist splashing the water in anger. A few moments later Naruto breathed deeply to reply. "What the hell are you talking about, you idiot?" he yelled. Tenten jumped in shock and turned towards her orange and blonde comrade. "Why should you even bother? That's crazy talk. The Tenten I know trains till she bleeds and then trains some more. Who the hell cares that your idol isn't who you thought she was? That doesn't make everything you've done up until now pointless." Naruto stated. "What matters is what are you gonna do now? Are you just gonna give in or are you gonna take this and turn it in your favor?" Tenten blinked, awestruck by the passion Naruto was exhuming. "Why should you care about what some old hag thinks? You should get stronger for yourself so you can protect everyone you care about, just like we did during the Chunin exams. Think about all the people you helped that wouldn't be here without you. That I wouldn't be here without you." Naruto's eyes softened as he gripped Tenten's shoulder a little tighter, the brunette now appearing to hang off his every word like a lifeline. "I couldn't have made it to the finals without your training, and I certainly couldn't have beaten Gaara without it. I would have been a goner. I know I keep losing my swords, but I keep training so I can protect you and everyone else I care about." Losing the old man. Naruto paused and looked out over the forest behind the spa's fence. "Losing the third hurts, but it doesn't make all my training for nothing. I've just got to keep moving forward and work even harder to make sure it doesn't happen again. I don't think I could take losing any more of my friends." "What about more than friends? What do you?" Naruto was cut off. As he turned his head, her lips caught his as she crashed them together in a surprise attack. The world stilled for a moment as the pair enjoyed their moment of intimacy. Tenten hissed as she pulled back, clutching her side. "Sorry, still tender," she said, trying to reassure Naruto it wasn't anything he did before his mind drifted in that direction. Naruto, however, was at a loss as to what his next move was. With a soft poof, he burst into smoke, leaving Tenten alone with her legs dangling in the water and a stunned expression on her face. Their food came and went as Shizune continued her story and the light outside began to wane. "And we've been on the road ever since," Shizune finished. Naruto was notably silent as he listened to her tale. He thought she was a much better storyteller than Iruka was. Shizune herself was feeling a great weight lift off her shoulders. She'd never had the opportunity to talk about her situation to another before, and she almost felt a kinship with Jiraiya's own apprentice. "What about you?" he asked at last. "Don't you want to go back to Konoha?" The brunette sighed as the pink pig gave her a pitying look. "I'd like to, but I can't abandon Lady Tsunade. She's taught me so much and I have to repay her for it." Shizune sighed. "Sometimes I wonder if I should return home, find someone and settle down like my mum and dad would have wanted. It's not like I've got the opportunity out here, always traveling, you know." Naruto nodded, having this recent trip with Jiraiya as a prime example, though he did have Tenten along for company. "Besides," Shizune spoke again, a soft blush beginning to color her face, "when I'm with Tsunade." Naruto's clone's memories suddenly returned to him as confusion, panic, and fear crept into his mind. Oh no, what am I going to do?" Naruto suddenly freaked out, grabbing his head in his hands. "What is it? Are we under attack again?" Shizune mentally prepared, rising to her feet while Tenten jumped up onto the table in an aggressive, for a pig, stance. "That stupid idiot. the blonde shouted, banging his hands on the table. What's going on, Naruto? Shizune asked again. Naruto looked up at her and saw genuine worry in her eyes. Naruto let out a breath and flopped back into his seat, his gaze shifting to the ceiling. No one's attacking Shizune, Naruto sighed, but I've got a. Shizune hesitantly took her seat again as she waited for Naruto to continue. I got something like your situation, about romance. Oh? Shizune tilted her head in confusion. It's not your problem. It's something I gotta figure out is all, and my clone just screwed something up royally. Shizune's eyes widened as she remembered Naruto sending off a shadow clone somewhere. Is it about that girl you and Lord Jiraiya are traveling with? She asked curiously. She may not know what to do about her own romantic life, but maybe she could help Naruto work his own out. She did have more knowledge about childhood crushes after all. Yeah, and no, Naruto said after a moment. He let out another long breath before looking back at Shizune. Can I please ask you to talk this out with me? He asked, purposely refraining from using the word help. I can't do it with that old perv, and the third isn't. You were close to him. The brunette followed up when Naruto didn't continue. His only response was to nod. I'd be glad to, Naruto. She smiled, though you'll have to give me some more details and I'll try to help if I can. Naruto flashed Shizune an honest smile in thanks. So, my idiot of a clone self just got kissed by my friend after he gave her this awesome speech about not giving up being a ninja. Naruto began. Why doesn't she want to be a ninja anymore? Shizune asked. There was a lot of bad things a ninja experienced that could be any reason the girl wanted to quit. She said that Suen was her role model and she couldn't look up to her anymore. He explained. Didn't know what to do next and stuff. So, I told her to keep moving forward and then she kissed me. Oh, Shizune cooed across the table with Taunton giving a similar sound. Then, Naruto's voice rose. That stupid clone of mine just disappeared. Poof. Oh my. Shizune felt bad for the boy. Being a ninja could certainly get in the way of one's love life, but this was a first for her. He just disappeared without a word. Yup. Naruto rubbed his brow, his gaze now on the dark oak of the table in front of him. What the hell am I meant to say to her? I'm guessing an apology would be best to lead in with. Shizune offered, do you like this girl? Do you want to kiss her again? Naruto touched his lips as his mind drifted to both his clone's recent memory of a kiss and his own during the Chunin exams. Yeah, it was nice. He responded. Then just ask her to be your girlfriend after you apologize for your clone. Shizune said simply. A ninja's life's too short to worry about stuff like this. If you both feel the same way, which I'm guessing she does from what you've told me, go for it. Shizune was rather pleased with herself, feeling her advice would easily help the young man out of his funk. Instead of jubilation at the solution, Naruto only groaned again. What's wrong? Shizune asked, wondering if she'd missed something. Well, see, Naruto began. She's not the only girl. Both Shizune and Taunton were now wearing suspicious looks. What do you mean? Are you seeing someone else? Naruto decided to quickly explain his situation rather than beat around the bush as their expressions sent a chill down his spine. Kinda no, kinda yes. Naruto offered. This other girl and I kissed when me and Jiraiya were out on another mission to bring her and her sensei back. We haven't really talked about it since returning home. So, this other girl has just been left hanging. For how long? About a month, Naruto said weakly, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Shizune put her own head in her hands at this point. Naruto cautiously waited until her face reappeared before saying anything further. Okay then, Shizune began, before we go into what you need to do with that situation, is there anything else in this twisted tale? Naruto started hesitantly once more only for Shizune to look at him wide-eyed. Don't tell me, there's another girl and you've kissed her too. If it means anything, she kissed me. Naruto replied, now sweating bullets at his admission. He didn't think he could make it sound worse if he tried. Taunton simply looked at him with what he could guess was the most disapproving look a pig could give. Okay then, Shizune started. So 3 girls, 3 kisses, no official relationship to speak of for any of you. Naruto nodded, not trusting his mouth at the moment. Anything else? He shook his head negatively. Good. At this moment, she wished she had Tsunade's tolerance for alcohol. It was very tempting to order something stronger than sake right now. I've got to say this isn't exactly something I've run into before. She admitted to the blonde. I can't tell you who to pick if that's what you're looking for. Whatever you do has to be your decision. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. At least she was taking this seriously instead of just brushing him off. What you need to think about is how you feel for each of these girls. Do you like them for their skills, their looks, or their social status? Like, are any of them in a clan or have bloodlines? Well, kinda. They're all good ninja, and not as part of the Hyuga and Haku can use ice techniques, but I don't like them because of that. Are they the other 2 girls? Shizune asked, to which Naruto nodded. Well, why don't you tell me what you do like about them and we'll take it from there? Yes. Well, Haku's the first one I kissed. She taught me just how strong I could become when I'm protecting those precious to me. She's got this really cute face and her hairstyle really suits her. She uses senbon over kunai and really wanted to be part of the hidden leaf when I told her about the third's offer. Shizune nodded along as Naruto spoke, though saying nothing. Hinata. Well, she's just so strong. Not like physically, but she tries really hard even though her own family put her down. She didn't make it to the finals of the Chunin exams, but she trains really hard to get better. My friends told me it's because she adopted my ninja way after watching me. When I found that out, I just wanted to be there for her and get to know her a little better. Shizue nodded again, getting a much clearer picture of Naruto's little crushes back in Konoha. Then Tenten, well, she kissed me before today back in the Chunin exams finals. But then the invasion happened and it sorta slipped my mind. She's the one who taught me how to use my sword, even helped me make it. She's a great ninja and there's no way I'm letting her give up being a ninja after this, not for that reason. The brunette nodded and smiled as Naruto finished. While she had taken in all the information he presented her, she'd also watched his face and body language. From what she could tell, he wasn't dishonest about anything he said and he'd smiled through his whole tale. It appeared he had genuine feelings for all of the girls, but it only made her next advice harder to digest. It seems you like them all, Naruto, and they at least like you back. There's not much I can say to help you work anything out from what you've said. The only thing I can offer is to be honest with them and yourself. It's just something you'll have to discover for yourself when you get back to the Hidden Leaf. Naruto looked disheartened at this news. He was young and, from what she could tell, had very little experience with romantic entanglements. Don't worry, Naruto, everything will work out. After all, you're all young, these may just be young crushes. Naruto sighed. He did have experience with crushes after all. Sakura had sort of disappeared from his radar after the wave mission. Maybe he just had crushes and they'd disappear in time like they did with her. I'm not exactly the best to ask about love, Naruto, but I believe that when you find someone you truly love, they'll be your best friend, your confidant, and your partner through anything. Until then, you just have to keep getting to know the people you like and see if they're a match for you. Tenten oinked her agreement but gave the brunette an unimpressed look at not taking her own advice. I guess. Naruto replied, still, I'd better get back to Tenten and work on my apology. He stepped from the booth and bowed deeply to the brunette. Thank you very much for the food and the advice, Shizune, he said in a surprisingly respectful manner before standing up straight, flashing her a cheeky grin and dashing from the restaurant. Shizune only shook her head in dismay with a smile on her face while the waiter shouted after the blonde. Naruto returned to his safe house like he was on his way to the gallows. Thanks to his clones, and therefore his own, inability to handle the situation with Tenten at the time, it decided to leave the fallout to the original and disappear from existence. Naruto didn't know if he'd be able to ever make the same clone appear again, but if he could, there was a lot of payback he needed to inflict on him. On top of that, he still had to figure out which of the girls he'd go out with, if they even wanted that. Shizune hadn't even mentioned the idea of going out with all three of them, so he figured the fox was just messing with him back in Konoha. A soft snooze from the back of his mind assured him his tenant wasn't aware of his thoughts right now. Geez, none of them even know about Fluffball. Who the hell would want to get stuck with that for a boyfriend? He thought to himself. The gravity of the situation suddenly weighed heavily on his shoulders. Then, I haven't even thought about that. What the hell do I tell them? Naruto slumped over, his walk slowed even more. What are they gonna think? What are they gonna say? He panicked, his mind racing as his imagination ran wild with possibilities. Maybe I don't tell them. Maybe I can keep Fluffball secret. Fat chance. A voice piped up. And now you're up, great. Naruto thought sarcastically, kicking the dirt road in frustration. The hell'd I do? Kurama moaned. His container was obviously in a bad mood. Nothing, it's just... Naruto began. Look, I don't mean to be rude, but my friends have no idea you exist. The older villagers do, and look how they treat me. Us. Treat us, Naruto. I'm in this for the long haul with you, remember. Kurama deadpanned. Yay, us. Naruto relented. But I don't think I could go out with Tenten or anyone without telling them about you. You're a part of my life after all. Despite Naruto's frustrations, the fox was strangely touched the boy had considered him a part of his life to this degree. I can't fault your logic, but what's this got to do with anything right now? He asked, opting to ask the boy directly rather than examine a day's worth of memories. I gotta talk to Tenten about us. Naruto explained, me and her I mean. She kissed my clone earlier and that bastard just disappeared on her. Ouch, that sucks. Tell me about it. Naruto groaned. I don't think I could ask any of them to go out with me without telling them about you, and I can't tell them about you cause I'm... He trailed off. You're scared they'll abandon you. Kurama finished for him. Naruto nodded solemnly in response. Look, kid, the fox started, finding this conversation already treading on a thin line of the boy's emotions, but figured he'd just throw out what he thought. He was the strongest of the tailed beasts. It's not like his container could beat him up for anything, he said. I know I've not got the best track record in the world for not destroying things, but I give you my word as a tailed beast that if anything happens to our situation, and I get out of here, alive or dead, I promise that I won't harm them or your home. I've gotten kind of fond of you after all. That actually brought a smile to the Jinchuriki's face, and he felt the boy's spirits lift. Thanks, man, he replied to the mightiest of tailed beasts. I knew you would. He grinned. Kurama tilted his head in confusion. Really now? How could you have known I wouldn't do that before I even knew? He asked. Cause you're my friend. Naruto replied in the same manner that one would say that the sky is blue. The nine-tailed fox was thrown for a loop before he briefly recalled the discussion with Jiraiya in which Naruto had stated he was his friend before. Their conversation had come to an end as Naruto spotted the entrance to the spa at the end of the road and let out a large sigh. Well, here goes nothing. Naruto walked through the front entrance, completely ignoring the wave that the desk girl who delivered previous meals sent him, heading straight for his room. Naruto was greeted by an empty sitting room when he entered. Looking around, he could tell someone had cleaned up the main table as no plates, dirty or otherwise, occupied the top. Tenten, old pervert, Naruto called out, hoping one or both of them were here. In here, Naruto, Tenten's voice called out from her room. The blonde flexed his hands nervously as he approached her door and took in a deep breath, bracing for the worst. He slid it open in spite of his friend having packed up most of her belongings. The brunette was now dressed in her typical pink and blue garb, which Naruto figured were her backup pairs as they had no holes. Tenten, what's going on?" he asked, still afraid of whether or not things were still good between them. The girl finished her folding before turning and giving Naruto a sweet smile. "We should be all good to go back to the Hidden Leaf soon," she replied happily. "Lord Jiraiya stopped by a little while ago and told me to get everything packed up." "Really?" Naruto asked, his own joy at being able to go home seeping through. "Great, I can't wait to get back home." "Me either," Tenten responded. At this, the pair's eyes met and both realized how that could have sounded to the other person. "Not that I'm in a hurry to get away or anything," she continued. "No, of course not." Naruto sighed. "Look, Tenten, we need to talk." "Yeah, we do," she replied seriously, her smile still strangely present on her face. "But not here. There's some things I need to talk to you about that we can't outside the Hidden Leaf. Too many years, you know." Naruto could only stand there stunned. This was not the reaction he'd expected when he'd thought about how to apologize for his clone. "Oh, okay," he said simply. "But well, I wanted to say I'm sorry now. For my clone disappearing like that." Tenten shook her head with a smile and sighed. "Apology accepted, Naruto. We'll talk about what happened back in the Hidden Leaf, okay? But we're still good as far as I'm concerned, okay?" Tenten definitely had something on her mind, but Naruto couldn't quite figure out what was going on. "Okay, if you're sure," he finished cautiously. "Positive." With that, Tenten turned back to her bag and checked it over again as Naruto made to leave the room. That went much better than he expected, though all of the shouting may be being saved for when they returned to Konoha or after she'd finished healing. For the rest of the afternoon, Tenten decided to rest while Naruto returned to their training area, with several of the rubber balls Jiraiya had left for him, where he returned to work on the Rasengan. Needless to say, with his mind so distracted with his love life and the possibility that the pervy sage was onto a lead with Sasuke, he didn't progress much further at passing the second stage of the technique. Jiraiya didn't return to their room that night, his clones searching for Sasuke and rifling through Orochimaru's latest hideout while his original form negotiated Tsunade's return with her. Though it ended up with Tsunade putting him through a wall, both Naruto and Tenten slept deeply, their bodies still recovering from the battle they'd fought. Daylight broke over the work spa when their Sannin escort finally returned. "Mornin', kids," he yelled out as he strode in through the back. The sleepy Naruto was sitting at the table eating a ration bar with his head was lazily supported by his other hand. "Geez, do you have to be so noisy, pervy sage?" he groaned, glancing over at the grinning Sannin. "What's got you in such a good mood?" "Oh, nothing, my dear Naruto, nothing at all except for sending my 2 young students home today with the future Hokage." The pair heard a thump from Tenten's room before the door quickly slid open. Lady Tsunade said she'd returned to the Hidden Leaf. Tenten called out as she supported her weight against the sliding door frame, dressed in her typical outfit. "That she did, my sweet Tenten," Jiraiya chuckled, "and now the duty of guarding the Hidden Leaf's new leader back home falls to the 2 of you." Tenten's eyes were wide and her mouth ajar. "Wait, where the hell are you going?" Naruto perked up. He thought he'd at least get some time to talk to the old man about Sasuke's retrieval before he left. As though reading his mind, the mood shifted in the room as Jiraiya's joviality faded. "I'm going after Sasuke," he stated simply. Now both Naruto and Tenten were stunned into silence, so Jiraiya pressed on. "I've sent word to the Hidden Leaf to come get those criminals we've rounded up, but the information they provided needs to be acted on now for the greatest chances of success." Naruto looked like he was about to return to his senses, so the hermit cut him off. "There are some missions you simply aren't ready for, Naruto. Orochimaru is nothing like Gaara," he continued. "I know how important it is to you that Sasuke returns, which is why I'm going alone. I'm going to find him, get him and hightail it back to the Hidden Leaf as fast as I can. I need you 2 to take on the Jonin-level responsibility to get Tsunade back to the Hidden Leaf safely. Can I trust you 2 to do that?" Naruto looked up at his teacher, his mind and his heart wrestling each other over what to say next. Jiraiya could see his emotions playing over his face and hoped he wouldn't make a Naruto-level fuss about it. "You can trust us, Jiraiya-sensei, just like we'll trust you to bring back Sasuke," Tenten said from where she stood. The pair looked over at her as she gave Naruto a small smile and nod. The blonde let out a deep sigh as his decision cemented itself in his brain while his heart went back to its cage to pout. "All right already, pervy sage, you can count on us," he replied while rolling his eyes. "But no slacking off, else I'll kick your ass." Jiraiya broke into a wide grin and held up his hands in surrender. "Now Naruto, what kind of pervert do you think I am on such a crucial mission?" "A super one," Tenten smirked. Jiraiya quickly burst into laughter and shook his head, followed a moment later by the blonde. "I've taught you well." Jiraiya patted himself on the back as he moved over to his and Naruto's room. The 2 genin shared an eye roll between them as the conversation's most difficult topics appeared to be over. They heard a brief ruffling before Jiraiya re-emerged with his backpack on. "Time is of the essence, and also I'll be off, kids. Don't do anything I wouldn't do." He chuckled again before leaping off out by the spring. The genin pair watched the old man retreat before Naruto stood and stretched. Yes, we better finish packing, he groaned as his muscles protested. Need a hand? He asked before Tenten retreated into her room. Nope, everything's packed, Naruto. Good, I'll just get my... Naruto was interrupted by a few soft taps on their door. The two looked at each other before Naruto shrugged and opened the door. On the other side stood a nervous-looking Shizune, though not accompanied by her trademark briefcase or tauntaun. Hey Shizune, we were just about to pack up and come get you. Naruto grinned as he gestured for the medic to enter. Thank you, but Tsunade and I are quite ready. Reluctant as she might seem, I believe she is checking you out of here as we speak. Yes, Jiraiya gave her the cash to settle the bill. Naruto stopped mid-sentence, attracting curious looks from the two women. Arg, I completely forgot, that useless perv stole my money, he shouted, balling his fists and glaring at the back door where the Sannin had fled not a few minutes before. I did wonder why he had so much cash on hand. Naruto turned to spotted Tsunade in the doorway, an amused look on her face as she looked back at him, tauntaun giving a faint oink by her side. Guessing he said he was only borrowing it. Yeah, Naruto replied, remembering the note in his wallet. Consider it gone. Tsunade chuckled. I guess I should thank you for the drinks last night then. Just perfect. Naruto sulked back into his room to grab his backpack and check for any remaining objects of importance. How's your side? Tsunade turned her attention to Tenten. Much better now, thank you, Lady Hawkage. Tenten bowed slightly, trying not to wince in pain. Clearly not all the way better. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Shizune, would you kindly get her belongings? We'll head off as soon as the other genin is ready. Oh, that reminds me. Naruto's voice called out from his room. Tsunade turned and observed the boy almost trip over his hastily folded futon as he tried to pull something from his pocket. She raised an eyebrow as he pulled a slip of paper and held it out while walking towards her. The head guy of this village asked me to deliver this to you. Me? Tsunade asked, looking down at the paper though hesitating to take it. Yeah, it's a request for a continuous mission if I remember. Naruto explained. The Sannin let out a loud sigh as she let her head roll back in frustration. Not even one day and I've already got paperwork. She snatched the sheet from Naruto, taking no care to keep it unruffled before shoving it inside her jacket. Naruto rolled his eyes at her before grabbing his backpack and hoisting it onto his shoulder. While she certainly couldn't replace the old man, at least he knew she wouldn't be running away before reaching the hidden leaf, meaning another complete mission for him and one step closer to taking the hat from her. The group of four, all packed up and ready to leave, passed through the doors out of the spa that genin had called home for the past few days. The sun was beating down on the town as the group passed through the main street with sounds of repairs echoing from all around them. The villains responsible for the mess had been dealt with by the ninja, but major repairs was beyond both their skill set and pay grade. As they approached the last block near the gates, Lady Tsunade, "You're not leaving yet, are you?" The voice called out from behind them. The foursome turned as Naruto recognized both the voice and the garish purple robe of the figure approaching them, though he was covered head to toe in dirt and dust. Mako, the village leader, appeared to be a little worse for wear with his hands rough and dirty but a smile on his face nonetheless. Shizune sighed behind her mentor. No matter where the pair went, they were constantly hounded with requests to stay in whatever town or village they'd come across thanks to their medical abilities. Some had even tried to bribe and threaten the pair, though those that attempted the later found themselves needing another doctor when Tsunade was finished with them. I'm afraid I must, Mako, Tsunade replied. I seem to have been given the gracious honor of becoming the next Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. While the rest of her group certainly didn't miss her sarcasm, the leader of Tanzaku was either very polite or very blind. My, how marvelous, he gushed. I'm certain you will do a fine job indeed. But the people of Tanzaku can't have you leaving here empty-handed after all you've done for us. Tsunade could feel the eyes of all three of her traveling companions on her back as the small leader beckoned someone closer. It wasn't uncommon for Tsunade to receive gifts and rewards for her work, but she usually just accepted medical supplies and cash. Anything else would usually find itself in the next town's pawn shop. A tall, thin man in a white apron came around the corner of a building nearby carrying what looked like a tray of pots. When Lord Jiraiya spoke to me yesterday, he informed me you would likely appreciate something a little less common than cash and a lot more useful to your profession for when you return to Konoha. He began, as we happen to host travelers from all over the world. Some have seen fit to bring exotic flora from far reaches for trade, and some of the more interesting specimens I purchased for myself. Tsunade looked into the pots and saw sprouts of a variety of colors and one that appeared to be almost colorless. Some of these were indeed rare, not just for their scarcity and difficulty to grow, but that they hailed from deep within other nations' territory. Not exactly easy access for the lost Sannin of the Leaf Village. I believe these are the most medically useful of those in my possession, and I'm happy to part with them to help you further the reaches of medicine. Both Shizune and Tenten's eyes widened in surprise as Naruto looked on impassively, remembering his own plants had likely died when his apartment caved in. Cut the crap, Mako, Tsunade smirked. You're just trying to get my favor when it comes to your mission, aren't you? Tenten and Shizune's faces quickly changed from pleasant surprise to shock at the way Tsunade blunt accused the leader of Tanzaku. They didn't expect the small man to quickly burst into laughter. Aha, sharp as ever I see, my lady. He chuckled. Lord Jiraiya happened to mention some of your plans, and I believe that a healthy contribution will keep Tanzaku healthy and well guarded to years to come. Yes, I got your request just this morning. Tsunade joined him in a chuckle before the leader looked over at Naruto. Thanks for a prompt delivery, lad. He called out with a grin. You know I'll always keep you in mind, Mako. Tsunade said, a warm smile now gracing her face. Who else is going to bail me out of the debt I'll run up on the hidden leaf? It seemed the pair of genin were missing out on an in-joke between the pair. Lady Tsunade and myself frequented Tanzaku regularly in our travels. He settled the bill on quite a number of her long gambling debts in return for medical services. Shizune explained. Don't think I forgot the two of you either. Mako called out to the genin as Tsunade was examining the plants. The pair straightened up as he approached and pulled something from his pockets before handing it over to them. A free stay in a spa or casino for 7 days. Tenten asked as she read the coupon. Good for any business in Tanzaku, Mako smiled back, though if you're coming by yourselves you will have to be 18. Tenten rolled her eyes. This was an obvious ploy to get them to return and spend their hard-earned pay here. As this fact dawned on Naruto, his respect for the man grew. Whilst he may look like a fashion-challenged grandpa, a cunning brain hid behind that facade. Even when he gave out rewards, they'd benefit him if one wasn't on their guard. With resources and tokens of affection stashed safely, Naruto, Tenten, Shizune, and Tsunade set out from the town of Tanzaku on the walk back to the Leaf Village. So, what's Konoha like now? Shizune asked the blonde as they walked together. When we left, I remember a lot more civilians had arrived to hide from the war. Are there many new shops? Well, I don't know what it was like before, but there's loads of places to eat. My all-time favorite is the ramen bar owned by this old guy and his daughter, Chuchai and Iame. They're like family. I spend so much time there. As Naruto and Shizune talked about what had possibly changed in the hidden leaf since she last saw it, Tenten was walking warily beside Tsunade. She didn't want to interrupt Naruto's conversation, but not did she want to talk to her former idol about anything. You like him, don't you? A pleasant voice inquired beside her. Tenten looked up to the soon-to-be Hokage, who was wearing a sympathetic face as she nodded to the blonde ahead of the pair. The brunette wanted to remain silent to her former idol, but her manners dictated she answer. Yes, I do, Tenten answered. Tsunade was caught aback with the curtness of the response and glanced over at the Leaf Genin again. From the way the brunette had acted during and after their conversation, ahead of the battle for Tanzaku, she had the idea she'd lost the hero worship the girl had had for her. While she wouldn't apologize for what she thought of the Hokage position, she could admit to herself that she hadn't handled the situation expertly, allowing her emotions to dictate her responses. While Tsunade hadn't known the genin long, she'd seen the skills and devotion to her village that she would have been proud to see in someone so young back in her youth. I'm sorry, by the way. Tenten looked up at the blonde in confusion, unsure if she'd heard her correctly. Tsunade looked back at the genin with an apologetic look. I shouldn't have said those things to you back then. I'm sorry too. For calling you heartless, I mean. Tenten replied, feeling ashamed for reacting the way she had. Call it even, Tsunade offered, holding out her hand. Tenten stretched her own hand out before the pair shook firmly. Even, Tenten replied. Silence returned to the pair as they observed the other blonde and brunette laughing up ahead, only now it was a comfortable silence, the last of the tension having fled with the pair's last words. Can I give you some advice? Tsunade inquired. Tenten looked up at the Sannin in confusion but nodded all the same. If you find love, take it and hold on to it with both of your hands. Protect and care for it in whatever shape or form it takes. If you don't, you could lose your grip and risk losing it forever. Tsunade finished with a sigh as she looked up to the sky. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but... Tenten hesitated at the delicacy of her next sentence. Is that from your experience? Tsunade looked down at the genin, who looked like the definition of nervous. The girl had mentioned that she'd been her idol, so of course she probably knew about her infamous love life. Yes, it is, Tsunade replied simply. It was a difficult time back then, but when we were together it felt like nothing else mattered. A small smile graced her face as she recounted long-gone memories. Sounds perfect, Tenten smiled. Oh, it wasn't, Tsunade chuckled. Tenten nodded her head, figuring she was talking about the war. He was terrified for the longest time that I'd break up with him for his bad morning breath, so he'd always wake up before me to clean his teeth. Even when I needed to be at the hospital before sunrise, he'd get up, brush, and go back to sleep just so I wouldn't find out. She let out an uncharacteristic giggle. He'd probably give me the meanest glare for that, but we both had our skeletons we'd keep from each other. But that's silly, Tenten responded. You'd think so, but to him, me finding out was scarier than an S-ranked mission. Tsunade sighed. When he told me about it, I couldn't stop laughing. But when I told him I still loved him even with his flaws, it just didn't seem to matter as much anymore. Tenten nodded and opened her mouth to reply, hesitating to consider her words for a moment. Even though I know about Naruto, she spoke up, I still want to give us a chance. No what? Tsunade asked. Tenten just looked at her and raised her eyebrows whilst pointing to one of her ceiling scrolls. Tsunade quickly put the pieces together and realized that the girl had figured out Naruto carried the nine-tailed demon fox within him. Before she could warn her not to repeat the information, Tenten followed up on her response. He doesn't know I've found out. She told her I was going to let him know when we got back home and that I wouldn't tell anyone else. Tsunade nodded her approval and thought back to when she'd heard about the law the third had made after the attack of the Nine Tails. Though it seemed the young genin was unaware of the law, simply deciding not to tell anyone based on her friendship with the Jinchuriki. Tenten, the brunette, jumped at Tsunade's firm tone. This is quite serious as it's currently a village secret and is supposed to be kept from your generation. Whilst I know I'm not exactly in your good books at the moment, I'm going to have to order you to keep it a secret. Tenten looked carefully at Tsunade before slowly nodding her head, understanding the implication behind her words. I will be discussing the matter further with Naruto once I am established as Hokage. If anything changes regarding this matter in the future, I will let you and he know. The girl may know about the nine-tailed fox, but there's no way either of them were ready to hear the story of that fateful night as she knew it. So, if it's not too much trouble, Suen began, trying to shift the conversation onto a more pleasant topic. What do they teach you in the academy nowadays? The group made good time back to the Hidden Leaf Village. It took them 3 nights and 2 days at a casual pace before they passed through the outer perimeter of Konoha's land. Woohoo, nearly home. Naruto cheered as he spied the tall Konoha gates in the distance. While the group had spotted the Hokage rock a while ago, it was so big that it could be seen for miles around. Are you saying you'll be glad to be rid of our pleasant company, Naruto? Shizune teased, her eyes narrowed but a smile on her face. No, not at all, ladies. It's just he tried in vain to defend himself. Miss Shizune, please don't break him when we're so close to home. I still need to talk to him yet. Tenten whined. Naruto spluttered. He'd forgotten about their upcoming discussion. He bet he was going to get the training work out of his life as punishment for his clone. Stupid thing. Oh look, it's the check-in. I'll just go get us started. Bye. He yelled, dashing off towards the gate in a cloud of dust. Tsunade sighed at the trio's antics while Shizune and Tenten shared a giggle at the only male's expense. Naruto ground to a halt just as the pair of Chunin at the desk were readying for combat. The recent attack on the Hidden Leaf still had people twitchy, and Naruto's dust cloud was not something they were expecting to see today. Damn it, Naruto. Nearly gave us heart attacks. The spiky-haired Chunin complained, slamming his hand down on the desk as the genin hurried the last few steps to them. Sorry, Kotsu, I just can't wait to go get some ramen. He lied, his heart still beating fast from the fear of the upcoming talk with his weapons teacher, not that this pair needed to know that. The other Chunin at the desk looked past the blonde back outside the gates. The cloud of dust Naruto had kicked up was quickly settling, and he spied 3 females approaching the gate he guessed were Naruto's traveling companions. Picked up more strays, have we? Izumo chuckled, retrieving the appropriate forms from below the desk. Well, kinda, he admitted. Jiraiya-sensei is staying out to track down Orochimaru while me and Tenten have brought back Shizune and Tsunade. Izumo banged his head below the desk while Kotsu face faulted onto it. Tsunade, they both shouted. You mean the Tsunade of the Sannin? Izumo asked while Kotsu looked at the genin's group for confirmation. Last time you bring back a ninja of the 7 swordsmen, now you've brought back Lady Tsunade, both with their apprentices no less. Well, she's not much of a Sannin. More of an annoying old lady if you ask me. It's a good thing no one did, isn't it, Naruto? A sickly sweet voice washed over him as a shiver ran down his spine. The blonde looked to his left and spotted his fellow genin and Shizune standing by the gate. Their faces looked sympathetic apart from the smirks on the pair, followed by an eye roll from Tenten. She's fast, the Chunin pair thought together. Despite their focus on Naruto, they hadn't seen, let alone heard the Sannin get behind the blonde. Aren't you lucky there are witnesses nearby? She growled down at him. Naruto craned his head up to face the Sannin who appeared upside down to him. What do we say? She asked in an eerily polite tone. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. Very good, Naruto. She praised. In a flash, her hand was behind his head and delivered a swift one-fingered flick to the back of his skull, reinforced with just enough chakra to get the message across. Naruto quickly jumped away and rubbed the back of his head in pain. Ah, the hell was that? He shouted, checking his hand for blood. Incentive, she countered before turning back to the Chunin pair. What do we have to sign? Izumo quickly produced the relevant forms the foursome needed to sign for re-entry into the village. To be honest, Lady Tsunade, I don't really know if there are any additional forms you have to sign for being away for so long. Kotsu admitted with Izumo nodding along with him. If anyone has a problem with it, they can take it up with their new Hokage. She informed the pair. Shizune, right, coming, Lady Tsunade. Her apprentice called out. Without another word, the pair, followed by a small pink pig in pearls, set off deeper into the village, leaving behind a stunned pair of Chunin and a pair of tired genin. Seriously, Naruto, how do you get all these cool missions? Izumo asked, disbelief heavy in his voice. The blonde just shrugged and passed his own completed form back to the pair. Beats me. Tenten shook her head as the Chunin pair checked over their forms. All right, you two, everything seems to be in order so. Izumo began, well, I guess you don't need to report to the Hokage cause she already knows. I guess you can go get some rest then. Kotsu finished for him as he sat back down in his chair, his feet now resting on the desk. Sure thing, guys, take it easy for me, okay. Naruto chuckled as Tenten walked up to his side as the pair started for the town center. Before they could get too far, Naruto spotted a familiar Yamanaka nearby who appeared to be waiting impatiently, judging by her tapping foot and annoyed expression. Hyeno. What's up? Naruto called out. His fellow blonde let out an exaggerated sigh and trekked over to the pair, only appearing to make her more annoyed. My dad received a message from Jiraiya ahead of your return as part of the intelligence division. He made me wait here all day for you, she moaned, rolling her eyes. He wanted me to let you know when you got back that he and the others have a surprise for you and you should go to Shikamaru's place as soon as you can. Tenten looked confused, as did Naruto, while he asked the obvious. What for? Aren't I staying with Choji and the Akamichi still? I dunno why, he wouldn't tell me. Said something about a surprise, but that's it. Ino finished, clearly annoyed at being a message girl. Can Tenten come too? Actually, Naruto, I'm quite tired and I still feel a bit of pain from the mission. I think I'm just gonna go home and sleep, Tenten admitted. The journey had tired her out, and although Tsunade's healing was good, it couldn't replace a good night's rest in a familiar bed. We'll talk tomorrow, okay? Naruto gave the girl one of his genuine smiles that almost brought a blush to her face. Sure thing, Tenten, do you want a lift? He asked, fully ready to make a detour before heading to Shikamaru's clan house. No thanks, Naruto, I've still got my pride, you know. Didn't I see your sensei walk around town on his hands while you sat on his feet all day last year? Ino teased, remembering seeing the pair along with her teammates doing laps around the village that passed by the Yamanaka flower shop. Tenten's eyes exploded into flames and glared threateningly at the Yamanaka. Ino backed up a step and held her hands up in surrender. Or maybe it was someone else, I could easily be mistaken, my memory's not that good. She recoiled at the promised beating she'd receive if she teased any further. Clearly Tenten was in no mood for teasing. With a loud sigh, the brunette's appearance returned to her exhausted state. Anyway, I'll see you later. Don't forget tomorrow, Naruto, she called back as she walked in the direction of her house. Naruto chuckled, waving to his friend as the purple-clad Yamanaka returned her attention to him. You, Nara clan house, go, she ordered. Now, right away. Naruto panicked, not wanting to earn another potential rant from a friend as he jumped onto the nearest rooftop and towards the clan district. Okay, Dad, he's on his way. Can I go do my own thing now? Ino thought, her mind connected with Inoichi through their clan's mind-body transmission technique. Of course, sweetie, just be back before dinner, okay? It'll be at the Nara's this time, she heard in response. Without another thought, Ino hurried off to enjoy what remained of her Sunday. Ah, Tsunade, glad to see you have returned safe and sound, said Sanon, and her apprentice were greeted at the entrance to the Hokage building by her sensei's old teammates, Hamura Mitakato, Danzo Shimura, and Koharu Udatain, who was the one who'd spoken. Both Shizune and Taunton subtly took a step behind Tsunade to shield themselves from their judgmental gazes. Tsunade herself appeared unaffected by their stares. If anything, they just served to annoy her. A surprise to see you all too. I thought for sure you'd have all retired by now. HMPH, and leave the Leaf Village in the hands of this generation. We'd be conquered by dusk. Danzo grunted, banging his cane on the ground for emphasis. Noted, Tsunade replied curtly. Forgive me, Tsunade, but where is Jiraiya? I believe he left to speak to you, but I haven't heard of him entering the village. Hamura asked, the only evidence of his uncertainty being a raised eyebrow. Chasing up a lead on our old teammate, Tsunade replied, noting the furrowed brows of the elders at the mention of Orochimaru. Wild goose chase if you ask me, but he promised the kid he'd look for his teammate. Sasuke Uchiha, Danzo spoke up. He was captured during the invasion. This is an acceptable reason. I don't care, the blonde scoffed. What I do care about is why you decided to bring me back to fill Sensei's seat when I've made my thoughts on the matter quite clear. Both Koharu and Hamura shifted uncomfortably at Tsunade's accusation while Danzo remained impassive. That is, we selected Jiraiya for the position as the 5th Hokage. Hamura offered, he instead suggested yourself due to existing obligations. Both Shizune and Tana knew that no matter how true that statement was, it was the wrong thing to say. Oh really? Tsunade's sweet voice had returned as a vein popped out on her forehead. I'll be sure to show him my appreciation when I next see him. Indeed, Danzo said, apparently not intimidated by Tsunade's sudden anger. Until then, there is the matter of your inauguration. The Jonin have already voted and the daimyo has approved. You are to be the 5th Hokage. Whatever. She brushed Danzo's declaration aside as she addressed the other two. As part of my agreement with Jiraiya, I had some conditions on becoming Hokage that would need to be met. If they are not, I walk. Simple as that. Is that a threat, Tsunade? Danzo spoke up again. Rolling her eyes, Tsunade turned her attention back to the old warmonger. More like a promise. There's nothing to tie me here. What's stopping me from walking out those gates and never returning? If my conditions are met, I'll have something worth sticking around for. Just what did Jiraiya agree to? Hamura piped up, his confidence appearing to return now Tsunade's anger had abated. Several smaller things that don't require your involvement, I assure you, Tsunade answered. But the only way I would return is if the medical programs were reinstated in full and expanded to ensure 1 medic on each team of 4 at minimum. All 3 elders drew raised eyebrows at this, but they couldn't prepare for the next bombshell she was about to drop. Until a team meets these new requirements, they will receive no missions that take place outside the land of fire, expected risks or otherwise. This received drop jaws from Hamura and Koharu while Danzo had a sharp intake of breath. That means there will be almost no A-rank missions and only the low-paying B ranks. The economy will collapse. Clients will lose interest if we cherry-pick any mission they offer. How is the Hidden Leaf meant to survive? Koharu exclaimed. I will iron out the details myself, Tsunade assured the gathered elders. All ninja will be compensated for the lack of missions during this time with an average pay based on their previous mission history. Paying ninja for not completing missions. Amira shouted, "Do we look like we are made of money, Tsunade? The village treasury wouldn't last for more than a few months at best, which all the recent construction we've had to order." Tsunade simply shrugged. "It doesn't matter, we'll have plenty of money to fund this and more by this time next month." "Is that so?" Danzo appeared to have regained his nerve after hearing Tsunade's absurd plans. "And just where is this supposed money tree from which you'll be supplying the leaf with these funds?" Tsunade reached up to her neck and gripped the strings that hung around it. Both Shizune and Taunton let out short gasps as they realized what Tsunade was about to do. "I'll get the funds by selling this," she proclaimed, holding the necklace of the first Hokage out to the elders. "Are you really sure about this, Lady Tsunade? That's your grandfather's necklace, a family and village heirloom?" Shizune asked as the pair, along with Taunton, trotted down the halls of the Hokage's residence. "It's brought me nothing but pain and misery. I say good riddance to the thing," she declared, patting her pocket where the necklace was now stored. "If you're sure, Lady Tsunade." Shizune sighed, hoping her sensei wouldn't regret her surprising decisions. The pair approached the office of the Hokage, an empty desk sitting outside the doors opposite a rather lumpy-looking sofa. "I guess this is where I'll set up," Shizune said, moving behind the desk and setting the briefcase down on top of it. "Is there anything you want me to do right now, Lady Tsunade?" "Nothing yet, Shizune, but if I remember Sensei's workload, we'll be pretty busy in the near future." She sighed. "Why did I take this job again?" Shizune gave her sensei a small smile before the Sannin stepped into the office. "No visitors besides you, Shizune. If anyone has business that isn't life-threatening, it can wait for a few days," she called out to her apprentice as she shut the doors behind her. "So, this is what's left of Sensei's office," Tsunade said to herself as she wandered around, noting the pictures of the previous Hokage on the wall and the stacks of books surrounding the front of the desk. Slowly, she walked around the room, touching things she remembered from being in here last nearly 20 years ago. Eventually she made her way behind the desk and pulled out the chair she would inherit in a few days, the chair Dan dreamed to sit in. Sitting down, she let the moment wash over her as she took in the view of the office from behind the desk. Is this what Sensei saw for so many years? She wondered. Tsunade sighed as she resigned herself to the future. There was going to be a few changes once she became Hokage and probably a whole lot of backlash. Jiraiya had promised to support her in her goals for the role that Hokage traditionally hadn't touched before. Those old bastards may regret making me Hokage yet. She chuckled, fiddling through a few papers on the desk. Finding nothing interesting, she searched through the drawers. Nothing but spare scrolls and pens for the most part, but the final drawer had a Jujutsu still covering it. Suspicious, she quickly released it and opened up the drawer. Inside she found a small orange book signed by her teammate. To Sensei, from Jiraiya, Tsunade said out loud. It was only then that she recognized the title of the book as Ika Ika Paradise. "Oh, for God's sake, you too, Sensei," she sighed. "Men can be such pigs." While she'd heard all about Jiraiya's writing habits, she'd refused point-blank to read anything he'd actually written, figuring anything he had a hand in was probably filled with lurid male fantasies. If he ever got wind that she'd read his work, she'd never hear the end of it. She quickly looked around her soon-to-be office and out the windows to make sure no one was around before plucking the book out of the drawer and opening to the first page. Outside, Shizune was organizing her own desk and making sure everything was in order to best help her sensei in her first few days as Hokage. It was strange, Suen hadn't called for her assistance all afternoon and she could swear she heard giggling coming from the office every now and then. "Naruto's here," Shikamaru called out to his father. The boy was lying by the window in his clan's house where he could see the sky and relaxed despite being told to keep an eye out for the blonde. Shikaku rose from his seat and headed towards his clan's front door in preparation to greet their visitor. The routine had been practiced many times over the years by the Nara pair that guests were still surprised that the door opened before they even knocked, as though Shikaku knew exactly when they'd be arriving. In truth, Shikaku and his son just preferred this setup when expecting company as it took the least amount of effort. "Ah, Naruto, right on time," Shikaku greeted as the blonde genin's hand was raised, about to knock. "Hi Mr. Nara, I was told to come here by Ino." "Yes, just need to wait for Inoichi and Choza, I'm sure they'll be by any minute now," Shikaku explained before turning his head and calling back into the house. "You coming, Shikamaru?" "May as well." Shikamaru groaned as he rose from his spot by the window. "What's going on, Mr. Nara? Is everything okay?" Naruto asked, still quite confused about what he was here for. "Just fine, kid, we've got a little surprise for you is all." Shikaku smiled back down at the boy as his son appeared behind him. "Hey Naruto," he greeted with a small smile as he set to work on the arduous task of putting his ninja sandals on. "Sup Shikamaru?" His blonde friend grinned. Shikamaru gave only a curt, upwards nod in response. "Hoi, Shikaku," a voice called out behind Naruto. The blonde turned as he spotted the Yamanaka clan and the Kamichi clan heads along with Choji walking towards them. "Great, everyone's here, ready to get going you two?" Shikaku asked the pair as Shikamaru joined Naruto outside. "As will ever be, I'm sure," Shikamaru replied, rolling his eyes at the unnecessary question. With that, Shikaku shut the door behind him as his friends approached and the group set off to wherever they were heading, the clan heads leading the way with the kids following behind. Hey Choji, Naruto greeted his friend, you two know what's going on here. Course we do, Naruto. Choji grinned, puffing up his chest. We even got to help out on some of it. Don't give it away, Choji, you know our dads want to see his face. The young Nara rolled his eyes. How was your mission, Naruto? Smooth subject changed there, Shikamaru. Naruto chuckled. Shikamaru just sighed and shook his head. It was alright, I guess. Did get to see some action and bring back an old bag with her apprentice. Anything good? Yeah, actually, these guys at Orochimaru had attacked the town. Me and Tenin took out their leader and a few others before Tsunade and the old perv came to back us up. He boasted. Wait, Tsunade, the Sannin? Choji asked. I've heard about her. No one's seen her in ages though. That's probably why Jiraiya was with you, wasn't it, Naruto? Shikamaru asked lazily. To bring her back to be our new Hokage. Wow, that was quick, Shikamaru. How'd you figure that? You didn't have much respect for the third in your speech. Why would that change for the fifth? Naruto's eyebrows rose and Choji just shook his head with a grin. There's probably more to his thought process, Naruto, but he's not gonna tell you. He chuckled. That barely worth the effort. Shikamaru replied, I just needed to confirm it was all. Nearly there, boys. Choza called back. Choji, you know what to do. The plump boy nodded before enlarging his hand before using it to cover Naruto's entire head. Hey, what's the big idea, Choji? Naruto yelled out, grasping at the overinflated fingers. Chill, Naruto, Shikamaru groaned. It's just a blindfold for, like, 10 seconds or so. This noticeably calmed the blonde down, though Shikamaru could tell he was still annoyed if his folded arms were any indication. Fine, but you couldn't have used something other than Choji's ham hands. The boy's grip noticeably tightened around Naruto's skull. What was that, Naruto? Choji hissed. If I remember, I still haven't paid you back for the Chunin exams yet. Naruto quickly recalled the encouragement he'd yelled to Choji to get the Akimichi pumped during his preliminary match before gulping nervously. Alright boys, save your fights for later. Inoichi called back. The blonde was thankfully saved from any retribution as he felt Choji come to a stop, forcing him to as well lest he fall over. Ready, son? He heard Choza call out. A few seconds later, bright light blinded Naruto as his eyes readjusted. As they focused, he could make out the eager faces of the elder Ino-Shika-Cho trio standing between him and a nondescript building with Choza and Inoichi gesturing to something behind Shikaku. Confused, Naruto attempted to peer around Shikaku from where he stood, not quite understanding what he was supposed to be looking at. Told you he wouldn't get it. Shikamaru chuckled from beside him. Naruto turned to his friend to explain as the elder generation hung their heads in disappointment. What? Am I staying with you and your dad now or something, Shikamaru? He asked. No kid, it's this. He heard Inoichi call to him. Turning once more, he found Inoichi gesturing to the plaque above the double doors to the building behind him. Uzumaki residence, Naruto read out in his head. Had to call in a few favors from this guy I know in Anbu. Shikaku explained, moving up to and opening the double doors slightly, but I think it was worth it. With a small flourish, he pushed the double doors wide open and stood to the side. Naruto, his eyes wide and his jaw gaping, stood there appearing, for all intents and purposes, a statue. His lack of response even got Choji and Shikamaru to look at their friend with concern. I can't accept this, he said, the surprising look not leaving his face as he took in the 3-story house. I can't believe. How did? It's two. Save your polite turndowns this time, kid. Shikaku chuckled. We all agreed. This time you are accepting this gift. Naruto, you saved my life during the invasion, and you helped out our kids during the exams. Inoichi explained. You even rejected free money when you'd lost your own home in the battle so that others who needed it would get it. Long story short, kid, you've done the village, and us, a great service, and our clans are repaying you whether you like it or not. Choza smirked before winking at the blonde. But geez, Naruto, accept the damn house already. Shikamaru clapped his friend between the shoulders, pushing him forward slightly. Go on, kid, go have a look. Choza gestured toward the entry hall that awaited its new owner. As though in a slow daze, Naruto stepped forward cautiously, wondering if this was all some crazy dream. It's right between the Nara compound and mine. Inoichi clarified for the stunned Jinchuriki. We all know you've had trouble with things. Shikaku raised his eyebrows at the end, hoping Naruto would get his hint. But the only ones that have any business down this way are Yamanaka, Akimichi, or Nara clan members. If you have any problems, you let us know, okay? Naruto could scarcely believe what was happening to him. He had his own place, in the clan district no less. He was almost glad his former residence had tumbled down a hole. Naruto turned and bowed deeply to all 5 behind him. He opened his mouth to speak but no words emerged as only a rasping breath of air escaped. The 5 ninja gathered before him all looked confused before Naruto lifted his head, revealing huge, tear-filled eyes and was obviously struggling to hold his emotions back. Alright kid, you settle in. Inoichi grinned along with his teammates. We're gonna head home while you explore, okay? When you're ready, you know where to find us. Naruto just nodded his head rapidly, biting his top lip to stop it trembling. Without further fanfare, Shikaku turned his back and threw a wave back to the blonde as the elder Ino-Shika-Cho trio bid their goodbyes. Take it easy, Naruto. Shikamaru called back with a satisfied grin on his face, mimicking his dad and following behind them. Yeah, invite us to the house party soon. I'll bring snacks. Shoji beamed as he ran to catch up with his own father, leaving the tearful but extremely happy blonde behind to close the doors to his new home. A lone figure trudged down the beaten path. Tired, stunned, and hungry, any hint of civilization would be welcome at this point. Climbing over the ridge of a small hill, the figure looked down at a battered town. Several sections were outright destroyed, whilst the majority of the inner town had survived whatever was thrown at them. Soon through the gates, he stumbled around, looking for any sort of bed or rest. He tapped his back pouch. The scrolls he had on him didn't contain any money, but some things were much more useful than Ryo. He soon came across a rather large, open-looking building with a most curious name. Entering, he spotted the young girl at the front desk, looking nervous as a few patrons argued in the corner. "Does this place have beds?" He got straight to the point as he walked up to the desk. The girl turned to face him, almost gasping at the sight. Disheveled black hair framed his face, while a black top and shorts, ripped and torn, barely clung to his bruised frame, all covered by a healthy coating of dirt and dust. "Oh my word, are you okay?" She could barely contain her voice. The boy gave her a harsh glare. "Fine," he hissed, glancing around the area, noting the rooms down the hall. "Just answer my question." The girl flinched at his tone. "Why yes, we have some rooms FR. Good," he interrupted, turning away from the girl and making his way down the corridor, his vision growing blurry and his breathing was slowing. The girl was stunned. How could he be fine in that state? She then realized that the strange boy had neither paid nor gotten a room key. Excuse me, you haven't." The boy collapsed to the ground, the weight of his adventure catching up with him as he passed into unconsciousness. "Hey, someone help," the girl called out. Quickly, the arguing pair of customers hurried over to the girl as she tried to help the boy. Vision blurred. The soft glow of ambient light pierced his eyes as the need to breathe overwhelmed his to-do list. Coughing and gasping for air, the boy spluttered and pushed himself into a sitting position. He glanced around, gauging his surroundings. Clothes and pouches lay beside him and he hurried to check them. Finding everything safe inside, his gaze returned to his surroundings. Last thing he remembered was he was talking to some girl. The white color on his arms caught his attention as he took in his new bandaged form. The ribbons of gauze across his chest and arms made him look more mummy than boy. He sighed. At least it was safe for now. His ears picked up the sound of approaching feet, turning towards the only door into the room. The girl he'd briefly seen before stepped through the door with what looked like a set of towels. Her eyes widened when she spotted his questioning gaze at her, letting out a little squeak of fear and relief. "Oh, you're up." She quickly set the towels down on the floor and hurried over to him. "How are you feeling?" He tightened his fists as she approached and she stopped instantly, knowing she wouldn't approach. Further, he folded his arms and rested his head back against the pillow. "Fine. How did you get hurt?" she asked shyly. "Did you help protect the town like the others?" The boy didn't move or change expression. Whatever it was, he was keeping it to himself. "The doctor came to help you while you were out. He said you should rest a few more days, nothing serious." "HMPH. He scoffed. The girl played with her hands a little as she pushed herself for her next question. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a band of silver before frowning at it. The symbol of the Leaf Village gleamed back at him. "What are you going to do now?" she asked. The boy obviously didn't feel like sharing as he glared angrily at the ceiling. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.